Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it is time for some dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blankets. I got mine, some delicious snacks. I got my gummy bears, and let's watch court with our internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. How is everybody doing this morning? Good morning, 80s. Good morning, first in chat. Pilola's mom, good morning and happy Friday. It is Friday. Who's excited about that? I am. Me. I am very excited about it. It's been a long week of court. Okay. It's been a short yet long week, all in the same. Good morning, Buffy. Good morning. Good morning, Mama Llama. Good morning. And Lady in Gray, good morning. I'm so sorry you have to miss the afternoon today, but hopefully this morning will be spicy enough for you. Oh, goodness, you guys. Oh, Buffy with her absolutely unqualified opinions. Oh, good morning, everyone. I did not, just in case anybody was wondering, I did not record Diddy last night. I was very tired. I even took a nap yesterday, which I never do. And then my voice was just, it was not feeling very great. So I was like, man, I'll just record them both tomorrow. So tonight I'll record yesterday and today's testimony and updates from the Sean Diddy Combs trial. Oh, and let's see. Last night, you guys. Last night on True Crime and Wine Time, it was Terry, it was special guest co-host. There we go, Llama. Get it together. Captain, and what a wild ride that was. Fascinating story about a dentist, hitman, serial killer. And whatever you think the story is about, it's not. It's not. It was very fascinating, very interesting. I laughed a lot. My face hurt afterwards. They did such a great job. So when you see Terry and Cap in a chat, let them know. And if you haven't watched it, watch it this weekend. Good stuff. Loved it. I will be on True Crime and Wine Time next Thursday, where we are doing the case of Robert Dahl. And that's when business decisions go bad. So definitely mark your calendar for next Thursday and watch the ladies show last night. It was very good. It was, wasn't it, Lady in Gray? Oh, fantastic. You learn a lot about St. Louis or St. Louise. I don't know, wherever you're from. It was so good. I never get to be on that side in the audience anymore. And that was really fun. I loved it. It was weird. It was weird. Because I was like, but I have so much to say and typing takes too long. But it was great stuff. Yes. Good morning, Angie. Good morning. Oh, that's not your morning one. There's your morning one. Good morning. And you guys remember, if you do exclamation point couch, our handy dandy little nightbot tags you and you claim your seat on the comfy llama couch. Well, while we're waiting for our friends to all file in, don't forget to hit like, thumbs up, so everybody knows we're live and knows where the party's going to be at today. Because you guys, I am so excited. I'm so excited. Are you guys excited? The prosecution rested yesterday, and today the defense starts their case. And I am so excited. Now, rumor has it, the first witness is DeSogra. I don't know how to pronounce his name yet. We'll find out when he comes on the stand. But DeSogra, I think that's it. He was the one that Burgess mentioned, who came out with a report, I think in March, and he is the reason why Burgess submitted a new amended report on May 8th. So I'm very curious to hear from him. I'm curious to hear from all of the defense witnesses, because I don't think they're going to be a fool like the Commonwealth has been with their witnesses. I don't think that they're going to, not actually fact check credentials and whatnot. So I'm so excited. And I'm excited to see Brennan Cross too. I'm very excited to see that as well. Oh, yes, Matthew DeSagra. DeSagra, I don't know. It might be a mystery. We'll see. We'll see. Good morning, Bobby B. Yes, everybody be like Bobby B and hit that like button and join. You can become a member. We did a members only Wednesday. I'm not sure what that fever dream of a members only was, but we did it. It was really fun. It was a good time. And we're going to be doing another one very soon. As a matter of fact, that's one of the many things on my to-do list for this weekend is members only. And I also need you guys to send me your ceiling fan picks for our OnlyFan matchmaking game, because we're going to start that and voting maybe next week sometime. You can send them to Tara, T-A-R-A, at TCWTmedia.com. And I want pictures of your pets. Send those to my email too. Those are the only things I want pictures of. Don't send me other things. Oh, and make sure to put your YouTube handle in the subject line, because I don't know what your real names are and I don't want to dox you. I'll try to get creative if somebody has already done that. But send those to me, because that way I have stuff to do over this weekend. I have some fun ideas, because if you know anything about me, I'm all about fun. Good morning, Indy Cindy. Good morning. I hope you're doing good. I miss you, girl. Don't worry, we haven't played Jeopardy in months. But so happy to see you here. Good morning. Raindrop and Feathers. Good morning, you. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. So happy to see you again today. Oh, P. Lola's mom. Yes, the Commonwealth looked like a dog and pony show, circus, smoke and mirrors, the whole damn thing. It was wild. Just, I don't even know. I don't even know what the last 5 weeks have been, or 6 weeks, wherever we are. I don't know how calendars work. Yes, there's our emails. Send it to Ceiling Fans for our matchmaker, OnlyFans, and pets. No snakes. No snakes. Snakes are prohibited from being in the pet parade. Sorry. That's my one exclusion. Don't send me any of those. Oh, yes. Yeah, everybody's ready for defense, right? Right? I don't know if I've ever been this excited about a defense before. Well, the pro se ones I'm always excited about. Usually they don't call anybody, though, which is something you'll learn. They represent themselves, but then call no witnesses. I love it. What are your guys' plans for this weekend? I told you mine, working on stuff for you guys. I might finally get our desk set up. What else am I going to do? I don't know. Hopefully it'll be nice. It's all rainy and gloomy here again. Oh, goodness. Good morning, Tinkerbell. Good morning. Hope you're doing great. Yeah. No eggplants, please. No eggplants. I'm good. I'm good. Nobody really asked for those. Okay. Nobody really wants those. Oh, you have a garden. Okay, maybe actual eggplants you can send me, but not the other kind. I'm good. I'm good. Oh, Andy's getting her coffee. I got my coffee. I had to brew a whole nother pot. So I am ready to go for the day. Now, court is supposed to start at 9, so the lawyers can argue something. I don't know what, because they didn't say yesterday. And then Bev told the jurors to come in at 9:30. So that means it probably won't go till 10. But here we are early. I'm pumped and ready to go. Let's see. Starting the day off with some laughs always. I try my best. And you guys too. Oh my gosh. I think I might have the funniest chat. on YouTube, which I love. It's my favorite thing. Bobby already has night terrors. Thinking about the eggplants, probably they give me night terrors too. Elbow feet. What about my pet hog? Oh, geez. Oh, boy. I'm so excited for it to start too. Who do you think? Oh, gosh. Who do we think is going to direct Desagra? Is it going to be Alessi since he did the other data guys? Since he did Burgess and stuff, do you think it'll be him? I hope so, kind of. We'll see. Oh, yeah, it's probably their Yeah, you're right. It's probably motion to dismiss. That's true. But, yesterday, Bev let everybody go early, and she told the jury, listen, we're trying to be as efficient as possible with everything. So everybody just go home and come in later. We won't just, use the afternoon to do this. That woman, she really hasn't annoyed me that much until this week. This week is when my patience has worn thin from her regarding time, not all the other BS that comes along with Auntie Bev. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Maybe Brennan's motion for Rule 14 violation about Burgess's education ambush. Maybe there's a whole bunch of stuff they haven't even discussed that you see in every other trial. So I'm like, when are we gonna do this? Good morning, RTC. Good morning. Hope you're well up there by Niagara. Hope you're doing great. Oh goodness, you guys. I hope it's Alessi. But maybe they just used Alessi for cross. I don't know. Excuse me. My coffee is delicious. You ever have those mornings? I changed nothing about my coffee today. Do you ever have those mornings where it's like, oh, my coffee is so good and nothing about it's changed? This is one of those days for me. Definitely one of those days. I should probably bring this up. I haven't done that yet. Don't worry, we don't have a ceiling fan yet. It's probably coming in a couple of minutes. Let's see. What do we have going on this weekend? I don't know if we have anything going. Do we have anything going on in the courtyard this weekend? Let me see. By the way, you guys, if you like hanging out with me and the other people that come on the show or everyone in chat, join our Discord server, the courtyard. That's where we all hang out when we're not streaming, basically. At least the majority of people do. I try my best to be around on the weekends. Sometimes during the week, I'm just like tired. But I know everyone else is in there. We have case files. We have case documents. We talk about trials. We talk about tons of stuff in there, even not true crime related. I don't know. I might get people to play Cards Against Humanity with me this weekend. So anyway, if you want to join our Discord server, the courtyard, if you don't understand how Discord works, that's fine. That is fine. Trust me. We've all been noobs to Discord. And at first, when you get in there, it's weird and it's confusing. But everybody there is willing to help you out and try to get you situated and try to get you to, see how it works. So definitely do that. Oh, Sherry Papini. That's what I was thinking of. We haven't scheduled it yet. I'm going to try to get it scheduled this weekend or see if somebody can, because I did forget about that. Thank you for the reminder. This weekend at some point, I don't know when, we're going to watch the Sherry Papini documentary that came out this past week with her telling her truth of what happened. If you don't know who Sherry Papini is, she's a liar that lies. She is the one who faked her own kidnapping out in California, I think, when really she was just like in Colorado, I think it was, or Nevada, staying with an ex, but she gave herself all sorts of wounds and it was this whole thing. Turns out she was lying about it all. She set it all up. For what reason? I don't know if that was ever entirely known. Attention, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, she's decided she's going to do a documentary and let everybody know the truth now that she is out of prison. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure she took a guilty plea and had to do some time. So I'm curious to see what her truth is. I feel it's going to enrage me and there's going to be lots of snark. So yeah, so join us so we can all watch that together. There will be snark. There will be a lot of what is this BS? So good morning, Terry True Crime. Good morning. Good morning. I was telling everyone how great your show was last night with you and Captain. Fantastic. I was laughing so hard, and the story was very compelling. I had no idea that that's how the story was going to go. It was a really great watch. I enjoyed myself, and I told everyone to go watch it this weekend. Everyone has homework. For everyone coming in, please hit that like button. Lets people know that we're live, that this is where the party's going to be at today, that we're the best chat in all the lands. Share it on your social media if you have that. That's so helpful. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. I love that. I don't have social media, but I know a lot of you do, and you've been sharing it, and it's been very awesome. I think that's how we've met so many new friends, which I love. Oh, I know. I laughed so hard. Oh, it's great. It was great. St. Louis or St. Louis. Don't ever change, Terry. Don't ever change. I love it. I love it. You're such a good sport. Oh, yep, that's right. Like button. All right. Says we got 11 minutes till 9. No ceiling fan yet. Oh, I thought we were about to get a ceiling fan. They psyched me out. There will be a lot of, oh gosh, let me remember this acronym. What the fuck are we doing here? Yes, during the stream of Sherry Papini. Oh, that one always trips me up. That one always trips me up. Yes, she was amazing. And oh my God, you guys looked freaking like rock stars last night. Did you guys? I don't know. You both had amazing looks last night. You guys looked great. I was like, wow, okay. I love that. I mean, you all look great all the time, but like it was really good. You guys looked great. Terry, you kind of looked like you were going to like a rock concert, like with the way your hair was styled, which I loved. Oh my gosh, that was great hair. Oh, for sure. What do you think will be our next Sherry? I think this documentary, oh my gosh. You know what I think our next stunt's going to be? It's probably horrible, but OnlyFans. Bet. I mean, Casey Anthony has the TikTok and the Substack thing that people pay for that allegedly doesn't even have anything. That's what I've heard from the lovely Terry True. You went full makeup and you looked glam. You looked fantastic. Fantastic. I can't imagine, since she's blaming the boyfriend now and she's innocent, but even her mom doesn't believe it. That's the thing. When you lie like that, there is nothing you can do to get people to not think you're not a liar. It didn't work for Casey Anthony, and it's not going to work for you, Sherry. Got news for you. Yeah, I think it's going to be OnlyFans. I don't know. Jody does sell art. That's true, but she's not getting out of prison, so there's that. You know what Darren Captain did not have last night? Disco teeth. That's right. On the members only. Oh, my green screen was being so weird with the background that it would like highlight on my teeth. Oh, it was funny. I'm sure there were some great clips for that. Excuse me. And then let's see. Tonight I'll be filming the Diddy updates for you guys, since I didn't do it last week. Oh, and you guys think of what you guys want to do after Karen read. Because obviously I still want to hang out with all my besties. And I don't know yet what all is coming out trial-wise, but if you know of anything, let us know. You can email us. You can leave it in the comments. You can leave it in chat. Somebody will take notes somewhere, and see what trials are coming up and what you guys are interested in. I think we still have at least, defense is going to be all next week. I think we have at least still 2 more weeks before the case ends, for sure. Because the defense said they needed a week and a half. Could be shorter, could be a week, but probably not. Then the prosecution gets a rebuttal. Then they have to argue a whole bunch of stuff like jury instructions and all of that. So I think 2 weeks is a pretty fair assessment of how much time. Oh, look, there's the train. It's train time. Choo choo. We should think of something fun to do for when the train comes. Feeling I don't have any ideas today, just telling everyone else to come with ideas. Oh, Angie says Lori Dale opening start Monday if jury selection finishes today. Ooh, interesting. And that's only supposed to probably be a week and a half. She's not going to put on the defense again. Maybe we can watch that. We can zoom through it, skip all the sidebar, though there's not very many. There's not very many because it's Lori representing herself, so she's not the best at choo choo. Yes, Channel are in their 90s. Come on, ride the train. One of my favorite albums is Jock Jams. The first and second one. It's like one of those CDs that I'll buy at a thrift store just to have it in my car. I love it. I love it. Oh yeah, it's definitely going. Oh yes, there may even be a rebuttal if Wilcher brings in new stuff in his rebuttal, if Bev will allow it. And remember, she also said they could discuss bringing Jen McCabe back as well, for timeline purposes, because I don't think they agree with what Jen said. So we'll see. There could be another appearance of Jen McCabe, which I am secretly hoping for. Oh, good morning, Amy for Justice. Good morning, babes. Hope you're doing well. Everybody make room on the couch for everybody. Make room for Amy. Make room for Cindy Neal. Good morning, Cindy. Hope you're doing well. We do have the ceiling fan up, and we will see if they start on time today. And the lawyers are going to start with an argument. So we'll see. And then it's the defense case. I'm excited about it. Maybe somebody might make some sense of something around here. Because, oh my goodness. You changed hats? Now green instead of blue. Yes, good morning to all of our besties coming in. Those in chat, those that are just lurking, watching at home, apparently on your TVs. I guess I'm on your TVs. Hi. The lady in the box. I try not to think about it. I really try not to think about it because I'm like, that's so weird. But I appreciate you all watching me and that you don't think it's weird. I guess it's maybe one of those things I'll get used to. I don't know. The other day, Elbow Feet and I, it was after court one day and I was like starving. And we were like, oh, we'll get pizza. We'll go to Mod Pizza, which is great. I don't know if anybody has those, but like you make your own and they have like fancy toppings and it's a fire bake and it's delicious, right? And he was like, well, do you want to go? And I was like, oh, not really. I'm so tired. And he was like, oh, come on. And I was just like, fine. But I'm worried the paparazzi are going to be there. What if somebody recognizes me? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Anyway, we're very silly people. He just looked at me like, what? I was like, yeah, I know. Speaking though, if you do want to see me in person and Terry True Crime in person. True Crime and Wine Time is doing a show in Marion, Ohio, July 19th at the Blend of Seven Winery. Tickets are on sale now. They range in prices. We try to make them very affordable for everyone. I think less than $10 is the lowest. I don't remember the exact number, but I know it's less than that. And we're going to be talking about the unsolved murder of Joey LaBute, who is a local man here who was murdered. It's a very bizarre story. And it's one that I followed for a long time because the place that he disappeared from is a place I used to go a lot, where his car was parked. I was there. Like, I know the area so well. And it was just like, oh my gosh, this could happen to him, sort of thing. And his family doesn't have answers. So we definitely are going to be covering that and a missing persons case while we're up there. So go ahead, go buy tickets. Somebody dropped the link here. And we would love to see. I'm going to be there. Terry's going to be there. Elbow Feet, Amos, and her family, and I know some others that it's not coming to my brain at this second. Thank you, Indy Cindy, for being a new YouTube member. Thank you so much. Happy to have you here. Indy Cindy has become a member. You can do that by clicking the join button, where we also have a tier. So for our members only, they get to use special emojis in chat. Next week, you'll have some commands that's just for you guys to use. And you get to see our members onlys, which we are trying to start doing more of next week. We might release some content earlier. I know we talked about some recordings that would only end up at podcasts that our members get to see. Plus, if you can't make it to Ohio for the Ohio show, we will be streaming it to our members only, like live. So there's always that option too if you can't make it to the party in Ohio. There she is. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Bodacious Banks. Oh gosh, I haven't heard the word bodacious in like forever. I love that. Oh, the media, such fun. I know, right? Oh gosh, it's so funny. I'm not like that. Let's see. Oh, you guys. Oh, there we are. Good morning, hippie girl. Good morning. Thank God it's Friday. Agreed, everybody. Agreed. Though I must say it is weird not talking to you guys over the weekend. So join our Discord channel so that way when I'm bored, I have people to talk to. Because yesterday I took a nap when there was no court, but like 30 minutes afterwards, I was just like, well, what do I do now? And then I went into the courtyard and tried to test out some bot games. But I don't know. Maybe we'll play a game this weekend for sure over there, and the Sheriff Papini documentary. We'll try to get going. So join our Discord server. All right. It's almost 9 o'clock, Bev. What are we doing, girl? Oh, Lady in Gray, I have to share this comment from X. Did Aperture put any of that 400K in a college fund for purchase? Oh, that's a good one. Good morning, Scorpion. Good morning. Hope you're doing well. Saw you last night for True Crime and Wine Time. Happy to see all my couch potatoes that were over there. I'll be doing True Crime and Wine Time next week with Terry. And I think that one's going to be a doozy as well. So looking forward to that. Raindrops and Feathers says, I hope they argue to throw the case out. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think that's what's probably happening this morning. That's standard in every trial. They'll be file a motion to dismiss because the state did not prove their case, which I agree. But I have yet to ever see that be like approved and be like, yeah, you know what? You're right. They didn't. I have yet to ever see that happen. We do have a lot of fun in the courtyard. We do. Good morning, Ed B from Boston. Good morning. Happy to have you here. Love having locals in the chat too, because I know this is a really big deal for a lot of you for numerous reasons. Numerous reasons. But, I hear Boston is a fantastic city, a beautiful city, and I would love to go there someday. That all the history that's there, I'm a huge history nerd, and I've always wanted to go to Boston because of all the history stuff. Just imagine if Bev figures it out. I mean, I don't think she's gonna, but Scorpion, hi all. Who they calling first? Proctor. No, they are calling Matthew DeSogra, who is like Burgess, all right, that car data guy. I don't know what company he works for. It's not ARCA, but he's the one who wrote a report and Burgess like redid his and amended it and turned it in later. So that's who's going to be on the stand today. Well, rumor has it, and the rumor's probably right on that. Happy Girl says, I'm so excited for today and for the defense team. I can't help but think they have a lot of things up their sleeve. Let's go defense. Let's go. A fun fact about Llama is that in 7th grade, I tried out for cheerleading. Yeah, I don't know why I did, but I did. And I didn't make the team. And the reason I didn't make the team, this is what a grown-ass lady told, I don't know what I was, 12, 13-year-old me. She was like, yeah, you're not peppy enough. That has stuck with me my whole life. And she wasn't wrong. She was not wrong at all. I don't blame that woman. She was right. I certainly wasn't peppy enough. Oh, the state only proved they hired corrupt and underqualified people. I mean, what a joke. What a joke. I can't believe it. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody. The green names kind of throw me off, but I love the green names. Yes, come to Boston. It's a good time. Oh, that's right, because you're in Boston too. Well, you know what, you guys? Speaking of in-person shows, if you have any local wineries, email them to me and maybe we can set up a show, a live in-person show, me and Terry, and come to a place near you. She already did one in Texas. We're doing one in Ohio. So yeah, if you have a winery, email me or Terry or Amy. Somebody will drop the email command here shortly and send me a list of local wineries. And we would love to come to your city and cover a local case. That's what we like to do when we do go places, is cover something local that we can get attention to it, both for a missing person and for a case. Whether it's unsolved or solved, it doesn't matter to us. So yeah, email me all the deets and we will definitely try to book a show where we can. So your husband will be in Boston and Canton next week. Oh my goodness. That's exciting. Oh, DeSagra, he works for Delta V. Okay. I will remember that when I have to make the little banner. Thank you for that, Dope Meditations. And also, good morning. I don't think I've said good morning to you yet. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Who do we think will question him? I don't know. See, I asked that question earlier. I think it's going to probably be Alessi because Alessi has already familiarized himself enough to have crossed the other witnesses. I think it's going to be him since he's very knowledgeable. Not that Jackson might not be, but like, I think he really knows his shit, Yeah, there's our emails. You can email us, all three of us, whichever. Local wineries in the area. We'll reach out to them, try to book a show. Love to travel. I should stream me traveling because I don't think I'm a good traveler. I probably would be awful to travel with. Oh, Cindy says, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself when the trial is over. Well, girl, guess what? We're going to still continue the show. we're either going to follow trials or prep for trials coming up. We're still going to hang out every day because I love hanging out with you guys. Don't worry, we'll find something good. Even the cases that you're not familiar with that go to trial, sometimes those can be like the spiciest as well. You're just like, I'm just here to see what happens. And then it's crazy. Absolutely, hippie girl. We would consider coming to a beautiful winery in Southern Oregon. Email me all the deets or Terry, and we will work on booking something for sure. I think Oregon would be beautiful. My son's been there before. He travels all the time. And he took a lot of pictures and I was like, oh my God, it's beautiful. And one of our lovely captain used to live out in Oregon. You make shine in the woods. Does that count? I mean, I guess. I guess we'll just do it like in your front yard. Just have a show. I love it. I love that idea. There is always another travel. There is always something to watch. So you have your money on Alessi. I do too. I hope so. I mean, as I've said throughout this whole thing. Oh, by the way, it's 9:07, Bev. Miss Efficient. It's 9:07. As I've said previously, all I need for the defense to do is make things make sense with a timeline, with a cohesive, layout of what could have happened. The stuff that prosecution didn't do is really all I need for them to do. I mean, I don't need the defense to do anything, to be honest. For me, I would vote not guilty because I feel like there is a buttload of reasonable doubt. I don't even need to hear the defense, but some people may, and I think they're going to put on a really good case, and I'm excited to hear it. But then I'm excited to see Brennan Cross. I am. He's a defense attorney most of the time, and a high-profile one. So I feel like maybe he's been hiding some tricks. I don't know. We'll see. There's a pretrial soon for the mom in Massachusetts who was a nurse and unalived her 3 children that jumped out the window. Yes, Lindsay Clancy, I think is her name. Her trial starts next, I want to say, February 2026. They are going with an insanity plea, which we have seen a few of those. Those are interesting. I think those are interesting to watch because I think a lot of people don't understand insanity pleas. It's really hard to even be able to claim that as a defense. Like, you can't just be like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. No, yeah, that's not how that works. Not everybody can claim that. So I'm very interested in seeing. Isn't she paralyzed now too? I don't know what her physical status is, but I feel like she was the one that jumped from the roof or balcony or something and was paralyzed, I think. I don't know. Kohberger is in August, though it could change. Some people asked me yesterday, like, do you know what trial you're? No, because court literally, they could be like, oh, we're ready to go. And then they push it back 2 months. So, and it's a death penalty case. So you got to be like super careful and buy the books with things. She's getting her Irish coffee. Oh, yeah. I can't wait for the BK trial. I do plan on covering Kohberger. It's going to be a 3-month trial. It's a long trial. I've watched trials that are that long, and it is long. It is very long. But I will be covering that for sure. Lady in Gray says the thing is, if the defense has to make sense of the government case, that is reasonable doubt. Agreed. Say it louder for the people in the back. Thank you, Lady in Gray. Scorpion says, a friend of mine owns an arcade in Gallen, Ohio. The owner is super into true crime. I know a lot of places in that area from my touring days. Oh, yes. Do they serve booze there? Is it like an adult arcade? Because I would love to do that. That's very cool. Send us the stuff. And we'll see what we can do with that. That would be really cool. I would love that. Play some arcade games and true crime. Oh my gosh. It's like best day ever. Brennan will probably be different and he might not be as likable, but we'll see. That's true. When he did the voir dire of the Arca guys, oh boy, that was something. That was something. Okay, yes. Lindsay Clancy is paralyzed, and I'm wondering if her husband's stuck with her. Ooh, I'm wondering that too. Interesting. Yeah, Brian is going to be a rough one. That one, so that's in Idaho. And I think it's on the side of Idaho that's 3 hours behind me. So it's going to be later starts in the morning, and like court probably won't even start till like 11 or noon my time, and I'll go till like 8 or 9 o'clock. So it'll be a very different schedule for Couch Court with Llama. Because as much as I would love to be on for that at 8:30 in the morning, I don't know if that's a lot of hours every day. So we'll probably make adjustments for that. Oh, see, Terry would love to do it in arcade. So send me those email deets and we'll get it all worked out this weekend, right? Wouldn't that be fun, Terry? You're going to be coming to Ohio a whole bunch, girl. Oh, BK is going to be so long. If it is postponed, it won't happen until January. Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's why I'm not getting my hopes up too much for Coburger, just because I know they set a date, but it can always be moved. I'm hoping it would be nice, though. Big Brother does start in July. How am I supposed to watch the live feeds and do this at the same time? I don't know. Oh, you guys. We gotta go. Oh, hold on. Oh, some salad would be nice, Llama. Well, smile.
Thank you. So I was told council want to see me at sidebar.
No. Come on. Why? Why, Bev? Why? It is 9:13 and we're doing a sidebar. Okay. I mean a raccoon with a pipe. I mean, if you're coming here, I guess. That was in Northern Ohio, not my part of Ohio. Though the raccoons are probably everywhere. Lady Gray says Soger will undermine Burgess. Arca will undermine Welcher. I think that is the strategy. Yeah, I think that's a good one. When you come to New Orleans, send us those wineries, girl. Send us those wineries. Yes, everyone. Thanks, Bev. Though, let me just say real quick, Buffy, do not send me to an alligator winery. Don't you do it. Every morning with this. This is outlandish. The jury's not even in there. Do you have wineries? I don't know. I guess it could be breweries. It could be other venues, I guess. We could do that in Angola prison. Maybe we'll put it around the time of the Angola prison rodeo because I kind of want to go. I've never been to a rodeo before, let alone a rodeo that's all done by prisoners. It's really weird. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it's a real thing. Look it up on the Goog, as Terry likes to call it, the Goog. It's very interesting. Alligator petting farm. No. You go for the Angola prison rodeo. Yeah, we'll just do it outside. It'll be fine. Right? We could do any bar. I guess it doesn't have to be a winery. Cindy says we're going to have dinner in Canton tomorrow night. Maybe the Waterfall or McCarthy's. Yes. And then tell us all about it, Cindy. Tell us all about it. So meditation says, this is as close to prison I will get, knock on wood, right? Right? Oh, the jail rodeo is in Louisiana. Yes, it is a family-friendly event, it says on their website. It's very interesting. It's very funny, but it's very interesting how big it is and how into it everybody, including the prisoners, are. It's interesting. It's interesting. Of course, we can share the email address again, Raindrops and Feathers. Sure can. Here they are. Terry at TCWTmedia.com. Me, Tara, at TCWmedia.com. Yes, that's my name. I was not born with the name Llama. Or the lovely Amos at Amy at TCWTmedia.com. You can email all three of us, one of us. It doesn't matter. We all end up putting the same stuff everywhere. So no worries. Send us places you want to see us in person. Send me ceiling fan pics. Send me your pet pics. And you can send me other stuff too. Just not the naughty stuff. I don't want to. I'm good. Please and thank you. But because I think what we're going to do is, so we have some True Crime and Wine Time wine glasses to give away. And so I'm trying to work a giveaway, and with this ceiling fan OnlyFans matchmaking game I want to play, and for a pet parade. So we are going to try to figure out a giveaway this weekend. Oh my gosh, I got a lot of stuff to figure out this weekend. That's okay. So yeah, send us, any one of us, all the stuff. We'll all end up getting it. So, and I'll be honest, the other two are better at checking their email than I am. It's true. I do check it, but then I forget a lot. Emails give me anxiety. Is that woman wearing a tube top? No, I don't think she is. Oh, I think that's just her pants. I'm like, what? Right. And I thought I was going to be bored. I know. Oh, I'm glad that they are so efficient. Oh, yeah. By the way, if you send me anything, please put your YouTube name in the subject bar. If you already emailed me something and you didn't, just send me another one with like, hey, yo, this is my YouTube name, because I don't want to try to put people's real names on YouTube if they don't go by that. So do that. Also, yeah, no, don't send me. Snakes are excluded from the pet parade. Don't even send me them. They're out. They're disqualified. Yeah, I know. Let's try not to think about it. Let's try not to think about it. Oh, there's Sophie. Somebody's awake. Oh, yeah. We had a busy weekend now. Okay, well, I guess I do have a lot of things to do. Also, if you guys have any ideas of what you'd like to see case-wise on True Crime and Wine Time, you can email us case ideas. You can also email us ideas for members only. If you want to see us do something, just whatever. We love suggestions. The rattlesnake rodeo is a non-starter. Then, yeah, no, I don't know if that's the thing, but I feel like it is. I feel like it probably is somewhere. That's for sure. Yes, that's the one. That's the one I was talking about. I was like, is she wearing like a little tube top? No. She just has very high waist khaki pants. Ugh. Savage Cashew, I see you posting over there in the Discord. It's Rattlesnake Rodeo. I see you. I see everything. Oh my goodness. What do we got here? Oh, okay, there's no picture. Okay. Somebody can tell me about it. Okay. All right, ladies. You can wait a second. Court will be coming back. Auntie Bev cares about her time. dogs, they're so silly. All right, let's get to it, shall we? Also, good morning. Yes, good morning, Savage Kish. Good morning. I believe it. I believe it. There was when we were doing a host show, there's wasn't it porta potty skiing?
We'll start with the
think it
required
was.
finding argument.
Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot to put stuff up. Okay.
So I'll hear you whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may have the floor.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. We filed this morning a motion for required finding of not guilty under Massachusetts Rule of Criminal Procedure 25A. I think that's before the court. My comments will be relatively brief, but it's important, and the points that I'm going to make in the next couple of seconds or next couple of minutes are equally important. It comes down to the following. The Commonwealth has simply not proven, even in a light most favorable to them, that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at 34 Fairview in Canton, Massachusetts. There was no collision proven to have occurred. There was no eyewitness presented. There was no video evidence, no audio evidence, no evidence in the form of physical evidence at the scene by searches that were done by officers on the morning of January 29th, 2022. The Commonwealth, through suspect experts based on circumstantial technical data, only sought to prove a backing event, and that's important. They sought to prove that at 34 Fairview, the SUV went backward. They did not prove, and every single one of their experts was asked this question, they did not prove that there was actually a collision associated with that backing event. The Commonwealth experts said at best that the car went in reverse, and it was suspect whether it went in reverse at 34 Fairview or some other place, time, or date. The Commonwealth also put on an expert who said that she found no injuries, none, mind you, indicative of a vehicle strike on John O'Keefe's body. And she, Dr. Irini Scordibello, was arguably their most important witness. The Commonwealth cannot and did not say or prove a collision at a particular time, a collision at a particular place, a collision with a particular person, or that a collision even occurred on January 29th, 2022 at or around or at or after 12:30 in the morning. Their own expert, I think it was yesterday, if not the day before yesterday, was asked on examination by Mr. Alessi, can you tell us the particulars of the collision, pardon me, as you suggested in your testimony? And his answer was, there's simply not enough evidence. He was asked specifically, why didn't you try to recreate the circumstances, the force impact? That's what you do, sir. You're a biomechanic expert. Recreate it for us. And he said, there's not enough evidence. There is evidence, however, that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert were sparring at 34 Fairview. There is evidence, however, that was just minutes, not hours, not days, minutes before John O'Keefe ultimately met his fate at 34 Fairview. There is evidence that Brian Higgins was love-struck, that he was jealous, that he was aggressively coaxing John O'Keefe out of the waterfall, that he was passively aggressively coaxing Miss Reed to engage with him rather than John O'Keefe. Again, there's not a single eyewitness to a collision. There was not even a single eyewitness to a backing event at 34 Fairview. The court will recall Jennifer McCabe testified that she basically watched the SUV the entirety of the time it was in front of the location at 34 Fairview with Miss Reed in the driver's seat. She saw it pull up once. She saw it pull up twice. She saw it pull up a third time, and then she saw it was gone. And at no time did she ever see the car go in reverse. She certainly didn't see the SUV go in reverse at a high speed, and she darn sure didn't see the car go in reverse at a high speed and strike a pedestrian. Her focus was defined enough to see thin tire tracks in a dusting of snow, thin enough, I think the phrase was, to track a cat.
Yeah.
That's how detailed she was in her observations, yet she did not see John O'Keefe hit by an SUV. She did not see John O'Keefe's body in the snow, in the yard, laying prostrate, a 216-pound, 6'1" man in the snow, directly in front of the SUV she was tracking the entire time. There are two other witnesses, Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson. They both noted that John O'Keefe, not that they didn't see him, Your Honor, that John O'Keefe was not in the vehicle when they were behind it. The dome light was on. They could see inside the interior of the vehicle. Ms. Reed was sitting there with her hands at 10 and 2, and the passenger seat, notably and markedly, was empty. He was not outside the vehicle. He wasn't standing. He wasn't sitting. He wasn't lying down. There's only one place he could be: inside the curtilage of the home, inside the house, or inside the garage. Not one witness that was inside the house, not one passerby, not one neighbor, not one plow driver ever saw John O'Keefe's body laying prostrate in the snow that morning. Not one. Not until Karen Reed found Mr. O'Keefe at about 6:03.
Zoe.
And again, the Commonwealth's chief medical expert, Dr. Scortibello, their medical examiner, who's the only person that the court heard from or will ever hear from who actually investigated John O'Keefe's physical body. The only person to have physical access to John O'Keefe testified he did not have any injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle. But she did indicate that the injuries, as did the firefighters, the first responders, indicate that he had injuries consistent with a physical altercation. And certainly, as to counts 1 and 3, no evidence has been presented or proffered whatsoever by the Commonwealth that Karen Reed intended to run over and harm John O'Keefe in any way, shape, form, or fashion. Hearken to the video at C.F. McCarthy's. Hearken to the video at the waterfall. Every witness confirmed what our eyes could see. That night, John O'Keefe, Karen Reed were loving, caring, affectionate. There's absolutely no evidence that Karen Reed had an intent to harm John O'Keefe, or that that after the fact, that she intended to leave him for dead, because there was no fact to be after. There was no collision in the first place. The Commonwealth's case, certainly on counts 1 and 3, taken separate from count 2, because of the mens rea associated with counts 1 and 3, fails miserably. The Commonwealth, at the end of the day, has presented their best case. They've done their best. Some would say they've done their worst.
I'm one of those people.
And their case has failed. No reasonable jury, hearkening back to the standard under Rule 25, no reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty of count 1, count 2, or count 3. But taking count 1 and 3 aside, those are separate counts because of the mens rea required and the high burden that's required, even taken in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. What evidence have they proven that Karen Reed intended to kill or harm John O'Keefe, or that she intended to leave him for dead in the snow? The answer is none, 0. No reasonable jury could find Karen Reed guilty. This case never should have been brought in the first place. There are reasons that I won't go into here. The court knows those reasons or knows our position on those reasons. This was a vindictive prosecution, and I believe that the court is duty-bound pursuant to the precepts of Rule 25A, as well as the principles of justice, to dismiss all three counts, and certainly taking count 1 and count 3 aside, the court is duty-bound to dismiss those 2 counts. Thank you.
Oh, I missed you sneaking in here. Hello, back of the line. Welcome back. Welcome back.
In a light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the first issue the court should look to is intoxication. The reasonable fact finder would find that the defendant was in fact intoxicated. Based
Fair.
on the serum conversion
That's not fair.
and based on Karen Reed's statements herself, you've heard many, many admissions by the defendant about her level of intoxication, which far surpassed the statutory mandate that she consumed alcohol in a way that would affect her ability to operate safely. Those are just 2 of the cornerstone pieces of intoxication, which are clear, light, most favorable to the Commonwealth, a reasonable fact finder could find beyond a reasonable doubt.
Exactly.
The evidence of collision is abundant. I do not want to go through an entire closing argument or rhetoric, but suffice to say there are taillight fragments from the defendant's own Lexus, from her shattered right taillight, that are found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothes. Mr. O'Keefe
I agree.
is left at the very spot where she expects to find him, according to her statements, where her car does a backing maneuver at least 24 miles per hour. He is left with injuries on his arm consistent with the damage to her Lexus right rear taillight. The scientific data is substantial. Telestream data, Apple Healthcare data, battery temperature data.
Mhm.
And again, Ms. Reed's statements herself about clipping, hitting. The evidence of a collision in this case is overwhelming. It is a public way. Lieutenant Gallagher told us about Fairview as being a public way. And so as to the operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter, the conduct of driving in that forward and backing maneuver after being intoxicated meets clearly the standard for OUI manslaughter. Regarding second-degree murder, as highlighted in my opening statement, the defendant engaged in intentional conduct that was her maneuver of driving forward, stopping, and then driving back to Mr. O'Keefe on January 29, 2022. Under the conditions at night after being intoxicated, that conduct was intentional, and any reasonable person could find that her conduct that night created a plain and strong likelihood of death. There is no predicate of intending to kill or even intending to hit. There is clearly a plain and strong likelihood of death driving a 6,000-pound SUV forward and then back.
Oh, let me move those up. Sorry,
In
guys.
addition to state of mind, again, the defendant tells us herself. Through firefighter Becker, they're arguing, they're upset. We see the text messages, evidence of attempted breakup. And we hear the words of Karen Reed when she leaves numerous voicemails that night, and you can hear her voice. There are statements, I do not want to go through a summary of all of them, but statements from the defendant herself where she acknowledges an injury to Mr. O'Keefe. She's the last one with him, where to find him, and her hypothesis about hitting and clipping him. As to leaving the scene, again, the defendant tells us that when she leaves, he doesn't look mortally wounded. She leaves him, makes dozens and dozens of calls, but never goes back to help him and leaves him to die. And we heard from Dr. Wolf about the life-saving procedures that could have been initiated. The chance of survival was never given to John O'Keefe. All of those facts suffice under Lattimore, a light most favorable to the government, that a reasonable fact finder would find beyond a reasonable doubt, or could find beyond a reasonable doubt, each and every element of each and every one of these charges.
So the motion is denied as to all three.
No surprise.
On the other topic that we were discussing at sidebar, I don't need to hear argument on that right now, Ms. Giannetti. I'd prefer to get started. I would like you and Mr. Brennan to talk to see about the proposal. So are we ready to bring the jury in? I did not ask you at sidebar. Are you ready for this witness, Mr. Brennan?
I'm ready.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
all right, so we'll bring the jury in. That will take 5 minutes, Paul. All right, so we'll take the recess.
All right, please.
5 minutes, which means 20, because they're already behind. Well, that's no surprise that it was denied. It usually is always denied, though I think Jackson, I think that's probably going to be part of his closing statement. I think that was a preview of what he intends to say. So I thought that was interesting, a little insight into what we may see in their closing arguments. Now, I strongly disagree, but, you know, here we are. Yeah. Because then someone's got to explain about a dead cop. Yeah. I mean, I think that they haven't proven it to me. Okay. Yes. And he brought up, oh, she was inebriated. Yeah, we know. I agree. Though the blood math, I do not agree with that, because that lady said, had she known how much and that she had stuff to drink before 12:45, her calculations would have been different. And yet they neglected to give that woman all the information. She wasn't even a bad witness. She was just like, yeah, it would have been different had I known everything before. But right, they did spend $400,000 for Aperture, so she can't dismiss it. Yeah, that's true. But we don't have any fact that a collision occurred. I know there's little things here and there, but then, you know, okay, the taillight pieces in the yard, okay, but they weren't collected properly at all. They were collected without any photos, without any proper paperwork, without any diagrams. That can we even say? And part of the tail pieces didn't even match hers, if I remember right. So that's a problem. And his whole, oh, well, the neurosurgeon said if he would have gotten medical attention, he would have survived. Yeah. But let's talk about the other, 16 people that were in the house from 12 to 1 o'clock in the morning. And none of them saw a grown man's body there in this much snow. I mean, okay. Scorpion says, I always thought it was weird judges can do their own research. I think a judge should be like a jury. Yeah, I don't know. Like what a judge is the jury. That's what a bench trial is. But, you know, I see it happen all the time. Judges will be like, what's the case law? I'm going to go look that up and whatnot. So it's not too weird. It's true. The final bill is not a cent yet. Yeah. And it was definitely more in the thousands from the guys just even being on the stand. Because Burgess was on for 7 hours and Welcher probably close to the same amount of time. So that's a lot of money. I still am so mad to find out that's how much money they spent. And that is how you know that the other evidence doesn't add up. Because they spent that much money on those bozos. And yet there's still so much we don't know about the whole thing. Or at least for me, I know that there are some people in chat that are satisfied with the state's case. And that's true. We do welcome all opinions here, as long as everyone is respectful. Like, no name calling would be great. You know, there's always discourse to be had. But I do think she should have dropped the second-degree murder. I do not believe that at the very least there is enough for second-degree murder. I have literally said that since the beginning. I don't know why they ever went that high of a charge. And I think that a jury would find second-degree murder very hard. It just doesn't seem like that believable to me. I would likely buy more that it was an accident, because she was inebriated, and I mean, she didn't even see him there. It was dark. Remember, if you want to listen to Jen McCabe and her testimony, guys, it was so dark and snowy that they couldn't see a human body from the front door that lit up the whole freaking yard. Okay, so if the people in the house, and if the people in the cars couldn't see John laying there, then maybe Karen didn't see him either. Just saying. And if so, that wouldn't be second-degree murder. That's all I'm saying. Hi, Breezy. Welcome back. Hope you're doing great. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday. Yeah, and Welcher also said that they didn't have all the information. They didn't know where John was. They didn't know where the car was. A lot of factors that kind of matter. This was just merely a guest demonstration. It was very interesting. Very interesting. So I'm excited. Defense is going to be up, you guys. And I'm so here for it. Are you all having good holiday weekend plans? Oh, hello. Here we are again. The lawyers just argued a motion to dismiss. It was denied by Judge Bev, which is not a surprise, not even just for her. I've never seen it be approved in any of the trials I watch. I'm sure it does in some trials, but none of the ones I've watched has it ever been like, you know what, you're right. Hardly ever. So I'm not surprised. Staring at your ceiling fan all weekend, so it just feels like I'm watching the trial. I got a White Claw in one hand and a Solo cup, pour it in, watching the ceiling fan. It's like being a kid. It's fine. Oh my goodness, you guys. So I do think Jackson's going to be doing the closing, and I think it's going to be so good. I am so ready for it. He does do a very good job with his arguments. You don't always see that level, like his level of confidence is really good. I know a lot of people don't like that. He's just good at his job. That's all. Hitting himself with $400,000 of green tax, right? Jeez. I can't. Oh, you okay, Zoe? Also, I do have Zoe sleeping beside me, so you might hear snoring. It's not coming from the court, it's coming from my dog.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Kenobi, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the country of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. State of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
I agree.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, jurors. Happy Friday. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we?
You can email me, Breezy.
Said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? As you know, yesterday the Commonwealth rested, and as you know, the defendant has absolutely no burden of proof in this case. Does not have to put on a case, but I hear that you are. So your first witness, please, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor.
court's permission, we would ask that Matthew DeSober join us.
Okay.
So you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Morning. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. DeSober, could you please state your full name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
Sure. Matthew DeSogra, last name Disogra.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a licensed professional engineer. I practice in the field of accident reconstruction. And within that field, I specialize in analysis, interpretation, and accessing all types of vehicle data.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed by Delta V Forensic Engineering, which is an engineering firm that specializes in accident reconstruction, all parts of accident reconstruction.
Tell us a little bit more about Delta V. What is it? What kind of company is it? But other than that specialty, what else does it do?
So accident reconstruction is a broad field. There are a lot of subspecialties within that. So accident reconstruction is everything from the initial investigation phases of a crash all the way through testimony, like here today. Some of the specialties within that could be things like biomechanics, could be human factors, and my specialty is data, vehicle data, and event data recorders.
On that topic, what is your current title or position with Delta V?
I am the director of engineering for our EDR services line.
What does EDR services mean?
So event data recorders. So EDR is a general term we can use to talk about all types of data from all types of vehicles.
And how would you describe your role as the director of engineering for EDR services for Delta V?
I wear a couple of different hats. First and foremost, I'm still a practicing engineer. I still conduct investigations. I still perform analyses, and I testify. On top of that, in the director role, I oversee a group. It's not just me doing this kind of work. I have 3 other engineers that work with me, all specializing in EDRs. So I oversee that group and focus on kind of the day-to-day operations as well as the direction we're going. You know, with things like autonomous vehicles coming, the role of data is growing. So we're kind of looking to the future in a lot of those ways.
As a consulting engineer, you've indicated what your specialization is. Do you specialize in motor vehicle accident reconstruction as well as vehicle system analyses?
I began my career at Delta V doing traditional accident reconstruction in the broadest sense. And as I have progressed, I have sort of narrowed myself down and now specialize in that. But I still consider myself an expert in accident reconstruction because ultimately,
No, please finish.
Ultimately, anytime we're doing EDR or data analysis, it is in support of an accident reconstruction.
You talked about event data recorders. Do you also engage in the specialty of advanced data recovery methods? In other words, methods of pulling the data. It's one thing to have it sitting in a car. It's another thing to pull it out and make it useful, correct?
That's right. There are a lot of different ways data can be accessed, all the way from just plugging into a port on a working vehicle, all the way through when a vehicle is catastrophically damaged and even the modules themselves are damaged, accessing the data at the chip level. So no matter what condition a vehicle or the remnants of a vehicle are in, generally we can still get the data from that.
Do you have any specific knowledge about Toyota data?
I do.
Describe that for us.
Beyond Toyota being a common vehicle in general, so we run into that data quite frequently. Just this year, we published a paper specifically studying some of the behaviors of the additional data recorder that's in Toyota vehicles.
Does Toyota make another sub-brand, for lack of a better phrase?
Lexus, I believe you're. Mhm.
So Lexus is a Toyota brand. Broadly.
Correct.
Okay. what is infotainment? It's kind of a combination of a couple of words, information and entertainment. What is infotainment data as it relates to vehicles, modern vehicles?
So it's a generic term, which more or less means the thing that's in the middle of the dashboard with the screen on it. A lot of manufacturers implement that a little bit differently, so they all look different, but it's a general term we use in the industry to describe that system.
And what about, I'm going to change gears a little bit. What about your experience with regard to GPS as it relates to vehicles on the road, on the common roadways of the country?
GPS is a pretty fundamental part of vehicle data as a whole at this point, and we run into it in a lot of different places. We see GPS data from infotainment systems, so we're analyzing that data. Most of that's GPS based. I do a lot of heavy truck work, and almost every heavy truck has some kind of GPS system in it for the fleets to track them. So we're analyzing that as part of data. And then the last area would be when we conduct testing, any kind of research, we're generally going to put our own GPS systems on vehicles so we can study that data. So analyzing GPS is a regular part of my job.
GPS, global, I'm going by memory, global positioning satellites?
Global positioning system.
System, got it. GPS is a mechanism to figure out where on Earth a certain item might be, whether it's this pin or an 18-wheel tractor trailer, correct?
That's correct.
Is there any difference inherently in the GPS mechanism that's installed in an infotainment center in a Toyota/Lexus, versus a heavy truck or a heavy vehicle that's on the road?
The core technology behind how it works is fundamentally the same.
What is instrumented testing as it relates to Toyotas and VCH testing and things of that nature? Can you explain that for the jurors?
Sure. What instrumented testing means is, let's say we want to study, let's say how accurate some data is that comes out of one of these vehicles. So we need an independent source of that information. So what we'll do is we'll equip a vehicle with one of these GPS data acquisition systems. Basically, we can drive the vehicle around and we know exactly where it is, how fast it's going, all these parameters. We can do some maneuvers with the vehicle, then we can download the data that the vehicle stored, and now we can compare the two and say, okay, well, if we have really high confidence in our system, how accurate is the vehicle system? Because the reality is there's always some small errors in these vehicle systems. And in a lot of cases, what's important is quantifying that error.
So you're obviously familiar with GPS systems in many different platforms.
That's correct.
Okay. How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating and or analyzing infotainment center or infotainment system data?
Infotainment specifically, probably around 30.
And are you also familiar with engaging in some sort of analysis that's referred to as clock alignment?
Yes.
What is clock alignment?
Clock alignment would mean that anytime we have a timestamp in any set of data, a singular clock value, there's a good likelihood that that's not 100% accurate. So clock alignment would mean finding an independent source of time to compare that to, preferably one that's more reliable, and then making the necessary adjustments so that time can be considered real time.
How many cases have you been involved in that deal with clock alignment specifically?
Thousands, over 1,000. That's a regular part of data analysis. Any data set that has a timestamp, it's normal. It's part of the analysis. It's really the first step is let's get that clock aligned. So it's something I'm doing regularly.
And how long have you worked for Delta V?
It'll be my 13-year anniversary next month, actually.
Okay. These things that you've just described that we've talked about for the last few minutes, these are all duties that you perform within the rubric of your employment as the director of engineering at Delta V, correct?
Correct.
Now let's shift gears real quick and talk about your education, training, and background that qualifies you to perform these duties that you just talked about. Go ahead. The road is open and it's yours.
Certainly. So I began my academic career. I got an undergraduate degree in mechanical engineering from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte. I then went on and got a master's degree also in mechanical engineering from the same school. And then when I came out of school, I immediately started working for Delta V Forensic Engineering. In order to get a professional engineer license, I then needed to acquire 4 additional years of work directly under the supervision of another licensed engineer. So then I completed that phase of work. And then in order to maintain my license, I have to complete continuing education every year in the field that I practice.
So you got both a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct, Bachelor of
Did
Science.
did you mention the year that you got your Bachelor of Science?
2011,
And you have a Master's
correct.
in engineering.
That is correct.
And when did you secure that degree?
2013.
You just mentioned engaging in continuing education. What is continuing education in terms of the engineering field or the reconstruction field in your world?
So in the state that I'm licensed in North Carolina, they define that really as any activity you're participating in that's keeping you abreast with the field, keeping you up to date with what's going on. So taking formal classes counts for continuing education, but also some of the other work that I do, like publishing research in peer-reviewed journals, also counts as continuing education.
Do you regularly attend symposiums or symposia, I guess is the right
Yes.
word? Have you attended symposia related to EDR research and training?
Yes.
How about advanced applications of heavy vehicle EDR data?
Correct. Yeah, I attend. There's a couple of regular conferences in our industry specifically tailored to EDRs as a whole for passenger vehicles and heavy trucks. I'm a regular attendee of those. I'm also a regular speaker at most of those. And I'm usually presenting some of the new research that we have for that year.
So not only do you attend, you actually teach.
Correct.
Have you attended data? I'm sorry, have you attended data? Have you attended events that deal with data, event data recording systems, and event data recording system extraction?
Yes.
What about vehicle crash reconstruction?
Yes.
What about electronic control module imaging?
Yes.
What about electronic control model analysis?
Yes.
Applying automotive EDR data to traffic reconstruction?
Yes.
These are samples of the type of continuing education that you routinely engage in, correct?
All that's accurate.
You talked about additional licenses and professional registrations. You're a licensed professional engineer, correct?
That's correct.
In North Carolina?
Correct.
You're also a certified IPC specialist?
Yes.
What is an IPC specialist?
IPC is an organization that offers certifications in basically soldering. I could say it in more technical ways, but it boils down to soldering. So as it relates to what I do, when we are recovering data from damaged EDRs at the chip level, that involves some really precise soldering work. And so IPC offers courses in how to do that at basically the highest level. And then they offer certifications for that.
Are you a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers?
I am active member.
When you say an active member, is that a nationally recognized society for academic engineers?
Yes.
The teaching roles that you've held within organizations, have you been an instructor concerning accessing and interpreting heavy vehicle data event recorders?
I am. I am currently an instructor of that course, which is offered through the Society of Automotive Engineers.
As a matter of fact, next week, are you going someplace to teach?
I am. I will be in Wisconsin next week teaching that very course.
Are you a member of any subcommittees within that organization, within the organization of the Society for Automotive Engineers?
I am. I am a voting member in the J2728 subcommittee, which is a subcommittee for event data recorders on trucks and buses.
Are you also a member of the National Association of Professional Reconstruction Specialists?
I am.
Does that require a certain level of education?
It does. And it requires, as far as I know, when I joined, sort of proof that you are active within the field of accident reconstruction.
That was my next question. It requires you to stay current on accident reconstruction issues, correct?
Correct.
Have you also authored peer-reviewed articles on within your field and
Yes.
subfield? Is it fair to say that you've authored or co-authored a number of peer-reviewed papers in the field of accident reconstruction specifically, as well as EDR data retrieval?
That's correct.
Have any of your peer-reviewed articles that you've either authored or co-authored specifically focused on Toyota vehicles?
Yes.
Can you name one, please?
Specifically, this year, published a paper where we studied the effects of collision-induced power loss on the way data is recorded in Toyota systems. And that would include Lexus systems. Fundamentally, they're the same components. It's just a different brand on top.
In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recording Testing?
Mr. Jackson, you're going to have to repeat that.
Of course. Sorry. In January 2025, did you co-author a publication entitled Simulation of Vehicle Speed Sensor Data for Use in Heavy Vehicle Event Data Recorder Testing?
Yes, I was the lead author on that paper.
When you're dealing with retrieving data from a vehicle, an EDR, an event data recorder, Toyota paper, whatever it might be, and that's a term of art, Toyota paper, correct?
Sure.
Does it matter if the vehicle is a heavy vehicle, a small vehicle, a passenger vehicle, a moped, or a skateboard if they happen to have a infotainment center on it?
There are differences, of course, between the data that comes out of passenger vehicles and the data that comes out of heavy trucks, but there are also a lot of fundamental similarities to those. Like, for example, they all record vehicle speed. They all have accelerator pedals. They all have brake pedals. So a lot of the core data we're analyzing is very similar.
In January 2020, did you co-author a publication entitled Chip and Board Level Digital Forensics of Cummins Heavy Vehicle Data Event Recorders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was the fundamental, without getting into the granular details, the fundamental aspect of that paper?
So in that research, we introduced a new technique for getting data out of damaged modules. So, you know, they're either burned, they've been submerged in the water, they're crushed physically from impact. We demonstrated a new method to be able to get data less invasively, but still at the chip level. And we also demonstrated that we could translate that data from the chips outside of the software that was provided. So you could use the software and get the data that way. We demonstrated we could basically do it ourselves if we wanted to.
Mr. DeSogra, have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction, EDR data retrieval?
Yes.
How many times?
Once.
When was that?
In New York.
You were deemed qualified as an expert in that court in this field that you're talking about today.
Specifically with as it relates to data, yes.
I want to talk a little bit about what you were asked to do in this case. We asked to undertake a review of certain work performed by a person by the name of Shannon Burgess with Aperture LLC.
Yes.
Are you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Before you were asked to undertake that review, were you familiar with Aperture?
Yes.
Were you familiar specifically with Shannon Burgess?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in any original analysis in this case?
All of my analysis is fundamentally based on all of the data and the numbers provided in the Aperture reports. So more or less the answer to your question is no.
So you were asked specifically to give the court and the jurors clarity on data that Shannon Burgess had analyzed and provided a report about, correct?
Correct.
And that dealt with data obtained from Miss Reed's SUV, Karen Reed's SUV, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact review Shannon Burgess's report summarizing his findings and conclusions regarding clock drift? That report was dated in January of 2025.
Yes.
And what did you do in that regard?
I analyzed the methods that Mr. Burgess proposed for aligning the clocks in that report.
Were you also asked at some point to review Judson Welcher's report and PowerPoint presentation regarding the timing of the text stream event known as 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you determine whether Dr. Welcher had based his report on Shannon Burgess's analysis?
Yes.
Before we get into that, I want to ask you a couple of questions about text stream events. So we're all talking sort of with the same vocabulary if we could. When I say text stream event, have you ever heard that called a trigger event?
Yes.
Are those sort of synonymous?
The event, in order to be generated, has to be triggered by something. So yes,
You became aware in your analysis, I'm assuming, that Dr. Welcher reported a trigger event at a particular time or span of time, correct?
correct.
What span of time was that?
I
Or
would,
what, I should say, what time was that?
for which event? Just so I'm
For the
clear.
1162-2 event, sorry.
Do you mind if I reference the slide? Because I don't have the number committed.
With the court's
to
permission.
Go
my-
ahead.
Do you have a copy of it in
With you?
front of you?
I do, Your Honor. So the original analysis places event 1162-2 ending at 12:31:43 a.m.
Now, Dr. Welcher, this is what I want to talk about for just a quick second. Dr. Welcher indicated that the trigger event began at 12:31:38, correct?
I believe so.
That would suggest that a trigger event lasts 5 seconds, 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Let me ask you this. Does a trigger event or does a text stream event last 5 seconds or 10 seconds?
The trigger is a singular point in time.
That's my question. All right, so if we're thinking about a trigger event, it's like that clap, snap, right? It's a point in time, not a series of, not a time span, correct?
It's a singular point, correct?
Okay. Does a trigger event or a text stream event cause a recording to bookend the trigger event itself?
Yes,
Explain that for the jurors so that we're very clear about that.
sure. So when an event is triggered, what we end up with is some data from before the event was triggered and some data from after the event was triggered. The way it does that is it's kind of always recording. And as soon as it sees a trigger, it says, aha, and it goes and it grabs the previous 5 seconds. That number can vary. It can be more or less than 5, but for the specific trigger we're talking about, it grabs the previous 5 seconds of data, and then it keeps recording for an additional 5 seconds, and that completes its recording phase.
Right. So if Dr. Welcher indicated that the text stream event, the trigger, was at 12:31:38, would it be accurate if he said that trigger ended at 12:31:43?
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
Is there any, if a trigger event is one point in time, one snap in time, would it be accurate to say that the trigger event itself lasted 5 seconds and ended 5 seconds later?
It wouldn't be accurate to say the trigger lasted that
That's
long.
my question.
The event lasts that long, but the trigger is only one point within the event.
The recording lasts that long,
Right.
correct?
Correct.
So in other words, it captures, or does it, let me ask you this, does it capture 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after? But the trigger event is the singular point right in the middle.
That's correct.
Okay. If we were to calculate the window between the trigger event or the text stream event and a lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, you analyzed both, correct? Or you reviewed both, correct?
Correct.
Would you calculate from the point of the trigger, would you calculate from 12:31:38, that point in time, and I'm using the tip of my pen to represent the point, at 12:31:38, or would you calculate it from 12:31:43?
Customarily, when we're doing any analysis, we're referencing everything off of the trigger. That's the normal way. Everything in the aperture reports was referenced off of the end of the event. So
Of the recording event,
of the recording event.
not
So,
the trigger.
Correct. And I didn't correct that. I just went with that convention for all of the analysis I did.
But you noted it, correct?
Correct.
And you noted that that would be 5 seconds inaccurate. I'll withdraw it. I'll ask it a different way. What would be the effect
Ew.
of timing if you were to start at the trigger event 12:31:38 versus timing the event if you were to start at 12:31:43?
There'd be approximately 5-second difference in every subsequent calculation.
And if, in fact, there was a lock event, which you reviewed, at 12:32:09, how long would the actual window be from the trigger event to 12:32:09?
It would be larger by 5 seconds, approximately.
So it would actually be 31 seconds, correct? Did I do my math right?
You did.
Let's get back, if we can, to the offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's, the time offsets that you identified in Shannon Burgess's report. When you applied the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess to the text stream event at 1162-2, what opinions or conclusions did you come to with regard to that analysis or that question?
Sustained, ask it to.
Did you apply the potential offsets identified by Mr. Burgess in his January 2025 report to the text stream event 1162-2?
Yes.
Did you also apply Dr. Welcher's analysis based on that same Shannon Burgess analysis to reach an opinion or a conclusion?
Yes.
And what was your opinion or conclusion with regard to that event and the timing following that event?
Based on all of the data in those two original reports, regardless of what adjustment is made or which 2 points are used to try to correct the clock, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of the event, using their convention of referencing off the end of the event, not the trigger, but it always occurs after.
And that was based on Shannon Burgess's January 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
What was that based on? Which report? We're dealing with two different reports, May and January. I want to make sure we differentiate. Which report are you just now talking about?
I'm talking about the January report.
Now, did Mr. Burgess, were you supplied with a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
Slightly after he issued it, but I don't know the exact date.
Say that again?
It was issued on, his report was dated May 8th, and I think I was provided it a couple days after that. I don't
Okay.
remember the exact date.
So after, well, do you know when this trial started?
No, I don't know the exact date.
I know you're not watching the trial, but it was in the middle of this trial, correct?
Sustained.
I'll ask a different question. With regard to the original report, the January 2025 report, was there any circumstance in which Mr. Burgess and Mr. Welcher could conclude that the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone, that lock event, occurred before the trigger event?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
What is your opinion about whether or not there was any analysis done by Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher that put the lock event occurring before the trigger?
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, sidebar. Why are we going to talk about Mr. DeSogra here? DeSogra? Oh, crap, I forget how they pronounced it already. So interesting that he only is here to testify against, well, on, excuse me, Burgess's report, Burgess there. So, but oh my gosh, isn't it weird? That sounds like a qualified expert. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, he does keep doing that. He does keep doing that. But I like this guy so far. He hasn't really said a whole lot that I've caught on to anyway. We're doing some, time math, which is not my strong suit. It's not. Yeah. I think that we're going to find her to be very frustrating here during the defense's case in chief. But she did sustain a lot of their objections, so. Right?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Back to my question. Was there any circumstance based on your review that if the tech stream event occurred at 12:31:38, that there was any circumstance that the lock event occurred before that trigger event?
There was not.
Okay.
Did you create a PowerPoint for clarity's sake in March of 2025?
Yes,
Did you provide that to us?
I did.
What was the purpose of creating the PowerPoint?
The purpose of the PowerPoint was really to take a bunch of different data elements that were kind of placed throughout Mr. Burgess's report and Dr. Welcher's report in PowerPoint and compile them into a single source, a single table, essentially, to show as clearly as possible what the conclusions would be if we look at the data as a whole.
When you created that PowerPoint presentation, did you create it with the intention of providing it to the defense, which would then be provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Are you aware of whether or not that was disclosed to the Commonwealth as part of the normal discovery process?
No.
So the answer is no, the answer is.
Following your presentation
That's true.
of the PowerPoint to us, at some point, did you receive from Mr. Burgess an amended report, an amended PowerPoint?
I received an amended PowerPoint by Mr. Burgess, not from him, though, from you.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Did that report or did that PowerPoint, however you want to put it, markedly, was it any different than his January 2025 report?
Yes.
Did you note any conclusions? Did you note the conclusions that he came to in January 2025? Going back to the original report?
Okay.
Yes.
Did you note conclusions and opinions that he came to in May of 2025?
Yes.
Were those two things different?
Sustained.
Were the conclusions, not his opinions, were his conclusions different?
Sustained.
Was there any difference in the two reports?
There was.
Tell me the differences.
In the first report, Mr. Burgess did some of the calculations that are necessary to correct or adjust the times based on certain approaches, but never went through the final step of applying those calculations to the times and coming up with a final time. In the supplemental report, he then essentially took that analysis to the end. He approached it in a new way, a different way than he had previously laid out in the first report, but then he also took it all the way to the end by applying those calculations to the times.
What were the the main differences. Explain for the court and for the jurors, what were the main differences that he changed in the May 2025 report?
Contrasting it with the original
Correct.
report. In the original report, he laid out some methodologies for correcting the clock using phone calls that were shared between the vehicle and Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And in the supplemental report, he moved away from the phone call analysis and moved to attempting to align the clocks using a shared maneuver between the vehicle and the phone.
What was the shared maneuver?
It was a 3-point turn.
Was that the same analysis that he had in January 2025?
He did not have that analysis in the January 2025 report.
Thank you. Based on the new information in the May 2025 report, what was the effect, as you see it, regarding the possible scenarios?
So I did the exact same process I did using the supplemental report as I did on the first report. And when I ran all those numbers and those calculations, it turned out there are now some scenarios in which the phone lock occurs after the end of the event. There's some scenarios where the phone lock occurs simultaneously, like literally at the same second. And there are some scenarios where it occurs before. So now there's a range.
So Mr. Burgess's report, his new report, his amended report, widened that gap to allow him to opine that there were scenarios that occurred after the phone lock event, correct?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of clarifying Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you seek to clarify Mr. Burgess's analysis?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Did you prepare a PowerPoint presentation in furtherance of your analysis?
Yes.
What was the reason and what was the purpose for your PowerPoint presentation?
I needed to include in my analysis the approach and the conclusions from the supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document, it's a multi-page document I just handed you, and just flip through it and let me know once you've familiarized yourself with it. What is that document?
This is a printout of the PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes,
And it's complete?
it appears to be.
Your Honor, I would move for its admission, please.
I have no objection.
Okay.
May I have that back, please? Just a quick second.
208.
Thank you.
Okay. Probably that.
Your Honor, permission to display the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay.
Mr. DeSober, can you still see with the lights off sufficient to see what's on the screen and what's in front of you?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recognize what's on the screen?
yes.
What is that?
That is the title page of the PowerPoint that I prepared.
And what is the how would you describe the PowerPoint?
So this PowerPoint is largely identical to the first PowerPoint I prepared in that it seeks to take all of the different approaches between the initial Burgess report, the supplemental Burgess report, and Dr. Welcher's report, lay out all of those approaches in one kind of coherent fashion so we can look at what conclusions we can draw from all of that data.
With the court's permission, can we go to slide 2?
Yes. Mr. Jackson, you can just use this PowerPoint. It's in evidence. You don't have to ask slide to slide.
Thank you, Your Honor. Taking a look at this next slide, what is this? What are we looking at?
This is a slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation that I was provided. Specifically, this is his slide number 33.
And what does it show?
This is where he introduces the first, acknowledgement that there's a difference between the time that Aperture calculated for the end of event 1162-2 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone.
Is there anything in this slide that you disagree with in Mr. Welcher's presentation that you disagree with? It's up on the...
I added the 2 green boxes and the text, the word after. That's not Dr. Welcher's. And I added that because it's stated here that the event occurred within 26 seconds. But if we do the math, and he actually does the math, he really means after. It means the phone lock event occurred 26 seconds after the end of the vehicle event as calculated.
No, I'm going to allow it.
Oh,
The phone interaction happens how many seconds after the text stream event?
Based on this slide, 26 seconds.
Thank you. And the text stream event that we're talking about is what number?
1162-2.
And this slide, other than the green, is this slide or the portion of the slide that we're looking at, other than what you've described, is this directly from Mr. Welcher's own analysis or his PowerPoint?
Right. I added the green box around within, the dashed green box around the whole paragraph, the line, and the words after. Those are my additions.
Let's go to the next slide. Can you tell us what this is?
This is more or less a repeat of what's on the first slide, but just shown with a little more focus. The first slide is a little busy. So
I'm sorry, Mr. DeSober, did you create this or is this from Dr. Welcher's report?
I created everything on this slide apart from in the top right. That came from Dr. Welcher's slide 33.
Although you created the slide, where's the data coming from for this slide?
All of the data on this slide and all of my subsequent slides comes from the Aperture reports collectively, either Dr. Welcher's report or slides or Mr. Burgess's first and second reports.
What did their analysis reveal in terms of the time, the exact time of the lock event for Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
So in their analysis, in Aperture's analysis, they report the Lexus event 1162-2 ends at 12:31:43. And they also report there's a phone lock at 12:32:09. So if we just simply take the difference in those two times, we get 26 seconds.
If you were to add the 5 seconds back to 12:31:38, which is the actual trigger event, what would you come up with?
31 seconds.
Which of the two, in your expert opinion, which of those two numbers is more accurate as it relates to the trigger event?
If we wanted to conduct the analysis relative to the trigger, it would be better to use the actual trigger time. However, as long as we're consistent through the analysis, it's not entirely wrong to use the end. It would be wrong if I suddenly switched up and started talking about this relative to the trigger event, but they present it as the end of the event. So I conduct the rest of my analysis using that convention.
Is another word for the end of the event the end of the recording?
End of the recording. Yeah. When I say event, what I mean by that is the data event, the data recording event.
But the trigger event itself, 12/31/38.
Correct.
Okay. Did you put a name on this gap, if you will, this time frame?
Yes, I did. For the sake of the rest of the analysis that I'm going to do, I thought it would be helpful to just refer to this difference in time as John's interaction window.
And that refers directly to the interaction with the phone, the human interaction of locking the phone.
The 12/32/09 lock.
Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So this here, what I'm doing is I'm kind of laying out the bounds of what I mean in John's interaction window, which should make, we have a lot of numbers to go through here. And so this should give us a very easy metric for kind of determining whether we have an event before or after. So what I mean by that is when we calculate John's interaction window, if that number comes out and is positive, that means the phone interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event. And if we calculate John's interaction window and that number becomes a negative value, then that means the phone interaction occurs before. So now we have just a convention we can use really quickly to say, is it positive or is it negative? And we can maybe spare ourselves some of the math with 1,000 numbers.
So positive means what? One more time.
Positive, John's interaction window positive means the phone lock occurs after the end of vehicle event 1162-2.
Got it. Let's go to the next slide, please. What does this slide show us?
So what I'm saying here, I'm kind of laying the foundation for why we're going to even do this. Why do we need to start doing math on these clocks? So fundamentally, the phone, Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and the vehicle, Ms. Reed's vehicle, they're separate clocks. And it's very unlikely that they're going to be aligned perfectly in time. Right? If I compared my watch to your watch, it would probably be off. And that's the same case for any two independent clock sources. So Aperture, in their collective reports, propose a number of different ways in which that can be corrected. So I'm going to go through all of those ways that Aperture has proposed and show if we align the clocks based on how they laid out, does John's interaction window stay positive or does it ever become negative? Where does it end up when we run all those analyses? Or another way to put it is, does the phone interaction always occur after the end of the vehicle event?
And what did you determine?
Based on the initial reports,
Yes.
the phone interaction always occurs after the end of the vehicle event.
Okay.
Did all of the information that's on this slide come from the same source or multiple sources, meaning Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher?
In the PowerPoint as a whole, all the information comes from the Aperture reports collectively,
Okay.
from Dr. Welcher and Mr. Burgess.
Did Mr. Burgess make any adjustments from his original report to his subsequent report in May of 2025?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 6, please. Tell me about this slide.
Yeah. So this is the first adjustment we're going to talk about and this one comes from Mr. Burgess's original report. And to summarize this adjustment, this is a key on timing adjustment. And we're going to show that the key on, the actual turning of the vehicle on, occurs about 3 seconds before that time gets registered in the infotainment. So the time we see is basically stale by 3 seconds.
We're all familiar with how computers turn on. When you say key on, do you mean a physical key, or could it be the push button to turn the car on?
In this case, it's a button. I refer to key on because generally that event is considered the key on in vehicle parlance, regardless of whether there's a physical key or it's a push button.
So those 3 seconds mean what? What's the difference between pushing that button and the 3 seconds later that you just described?
It means that when we're trying to use the timestamps that were recovered from the infotainment system that show when the vehicle was keyed on or turned on, that the vehicle was actually or likely turned on 3 seconds before that.
Interesting.
Do you know where the 3 second conclusion came from in Mr. Burgess's report?
That came from the testing that Aperture conducted with the exemplar Lexus that they purchased.
Was there anything in the report that indicated testing, this type of exact testing on Miss Reed's actual Lexus?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not all Lexuses, at least of this make and model and year, would have the exact same 3 second delay? Or could that be different?
It could be different in their testing. In their testing, they only tested one exemplar vehicle. So I think there was a solid foundation that the exemplar that was used exhibited this 3 second delay. It was a very close match in terms of part numbers and software versions to Ms. Reed's Lexus, but without any kind of testing of, let's say, a second vehicle, a second exemplar, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't have any basis to say it must be 3. We could test a second vehicle and it could be 5. So we say, well, there's a delay, but it varies vehicle to vehicle. They could have tested a second vehicle and found it's also 3. And then you start to build some confidence that maybe it is 3 across every vehicle. But with only testing one and not testing the subject vehicle, it is difficult to say with absolute certainty it would be 3 seconds.
Interesting.
What is your opinion about best practices with regard to trying to create this gap for purposes of coming to an opinion or an analysis?
So because we don't know whether or not this specifically would apply to Ms. Reed's vehicle, the best way to conduct that analysis would be to do the entire thing with the key switch adjustment at 3 seconds. Because if we're going to use a value, 3 is the most reasonable one because that's the one shown in testing. But we should also do the entire analysis without it in case we feel that that's the most appropriate. So in fact, that's what I do and will show is I ran the analysis both ways, with and without, to be as conservative as possible.
Did your review of Mr. Burgess's report indicate that he ran the analysis both ways?
He did not.
Let's go to slide 7. What are we looking at here?
This is an excerpt from Mr. Burgess's original report. His page 28 and his page, there's a screenshot also from his page 30 at the bottom. And this is where he states in that report that when they were doing the testing with the exemplar, they observed across 4 different key-on cycles this 3 second difference. So what I mean by that is they had a video camera in the car that had a timer on it. And so in the video, you can see the button pressed. So in their testing, for example, they pressed the button at 21:48:05, and that's sort of nailed down. When they went back and downloaded the data from the infotainment, the key on was logged in the infotainment as 21:48:08. So there's the 3 seconds. That's where they're getting that from. And that's what he states highlighted in red there. It's a little hard to read, but it basically says the average across 4 runs was 3 seconds.
The 3 second delay, was that actually in his report?
This is the only point in the report it's mentioned.
I guess what I'm asking, it was an inartful question. The portion to the left, is that his report or your report?
That is his report. Everything on the left-hand side of this slide comes from Mr. Burgess's report.
So the 3-second delay was noted in his report.
It was noted.
Did he apply the 3 seconds in his analysis?
He did not.
Did he indicate in his report why he ignored that 3-second delay?
He did not.
Sustained as to that question.
Hi,
I'll
Kathy.
rephrase it.
Strike the answer.
Did he indicate in his report the reason that he did not apply the 3-second correction?
He did not.
Just kidding.
When you do apply the 3-second correction, what do you come up with as it relates to the 26 seconds from the end of the recording?
So the positive 26-second window, if we only apply the 3-second key on, grows to positive 29 seconds.
If you applied the same 3 seconds to the trigger event time, now what does the gap?
That gap would grow to a positive 34 seconds.
Between the trigger event and what?
The phone lock.
In your opinion, was it best practice to not account for that 3-second delay between the on switch and the data coming on?
Sustained as to.
What, in your opinion, would be the best practice in terms of this 3 seconds that was noted in the exemplar vehicle?
The best practice would be to run the analysis with that adjustment included and without that adjustment included. Because like I stated, without testing of an additional vehicle, we really don't know if the 3 seconds is just a specific behavior of that exemplar or if it's representative of all Lexuses of this type.
Let's go to slide 8, please. Tell us what we're looking at in this slide.
So now we're going to get into the next adjustments. That first adjustment we just talked about was really a vehicle-to-vehicle adjustment. We haven't talked about the phone yet. We're going to get into the phone now and talk about aligning that. But we had to get through the internal adjustment that has to get done first. Now we're going to look on the subsequent slides here at all of the different ways the aperture reports compared the vehicle to Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Is there any additional adjustment that you believe should be made?
The aperture reports lay out 2 methodologies for adjusting. There is a methodology based on phone calls, and there's a methodology based on the 3-point turn.
And where did you get that information from?
From the aperture reports.
In Mr. Burgess's original report, I'm differentiating the January report. Which did he use to determine his determination of the clock skew?
In his initial January report, he never actually takes the calculation to the end by applying the differences in times to the calculated time for 1162-2, but he does do the math, which I'll show, for the differences on these phone calls.
In terms of
What's that mean?
Dr. Welcher's report, did he identify a GPS point of 154 at all?
Yes.
How did he describe that GPS data point?
He describes in his initial PowerPoint slides as 0.154 aligning with the end of vehicle event 1162-1, talking about a different event now. This is the 3-point turn event. So he uses that as an anchor point.
And that anchor point, you said, was the end of the text stream event, or the end of the recording of that text stream event.
Correct. The aperture reports consistently reference everything from the end of the events.
Let's go to slide 9, please.
If I never hear text stream data
What
again
are we
in my
looking at
life,
here?
I'll be so happy.
On the left is an excerpt of page 33 from Mr. Burgess's initial report. And what he shows here is he has identified 7 call logs that exist both in the infotainment from Ms. Reed's Lexus and in Mr. O'Keefe's phone. He puts them in a table form. Then he actually goes on and calculates the difference between those two times. So that's what I meant by he sort of does the math. He makes my job a little easier, and the numbers are already there. He just never applies these to any of the times. So that's where I step in and say, if I take that third column that he lays out, those are in seconds. If I apply those seconds, that adjustment to 12:31:43, where do we end up with John's interaction window in those times?
What did you conclude in terms of finishing the work?
Sure, I did all of them. And so I highlight on this particular slide, I just highlighted the very first one he has in here. In that case, he identified that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 2 seconds slow relative to the infotainment system. So if we apply only that adjustment, then John's interaction window becomes positive 28 seconds.
Did Mr. Burgess apply all of the potential offsets?
He didn't apply any of the offsets. He calculated all of them, but he didn't apply any of them.
Did you ultimately apply all of the offsets?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine?
Regardless of which offset you apply, John's interaction window remains positive. The number changes, but it remains positive.
Let's take a look at those one at a time if we can. Let's have the next slide.
So in this slide, I just took the other end of the spectrum. There's a large range in values in this table. He doesn't actually, Mr. Burgess doesn't show the sign conventions on here, but actually—
What do you mean sign conventions?
Sign conventions, he doesn't show when he calculates the difference, whether it's positive or negative. All the numbers in the table don't have a sign, don't have a plus or minus in front of them, but there's an implication. Some of them are plus, some of them are minus. So the first one that we just looked at showed we had 2 seconds slow. There's another value in here that's on the other end of that. It shows that Mr. O'Keefe's phone is 21 seconds fast now relative to the infotainment. So that's the largest value in the table we could take that would bring John's interaction window down now. And so if we apply just that adjustment, John's interaction window becomes a positive 5.
Take a look at slide 11, if we could, please. What are we looking at here?
So I've shifted now from the phone calls, and now we're going to talk about the 3-point turn alignment. And the 3-point turn alignment is first presented in Dr. Welcher's slide from his presentation here. And in this, he doesn't say it explicitly, but he provides some math on the screen, which is a little hard to read. But he puts some math on the screen that shows he's aligning this 0.154 from Mr. O'Keefe's phone to the end of event 1162-1. This is the prior event. This is a 3-point turn. And so he aligns, he says this is basically how you align it, and he doesn't do the math. Again, he lays out that he says a 19.2 second difference. I actually just adjusted that to 20, which is the most conservative way to interpret that. I don't think we have the accuracy here to talk about tenths of a second. Nevertheless, I just rounded that up to 20. And when we apply that 20 seconds to our event 1162-2, then John's interaction window becomes positive 6. That's just applying this. We're not combining anything. We're just applying the difference shown in this slide.
And that positive interaction window, is that calculated based on information directly from Dr. Welcher's report?
Yes.
Let's go to slide 12.
Or both, mix and match. We won't judge.
What are we looking at here? What is this table?
This is a table I made. We've talked about a lot of different approaches to how these clocks can be aligned and a lot of different variables. So I tried to summarize them in one table, put them all together, because some of them we can combine. We can combine the key on with either a phone call or a 3-point turn. But we can't combine, for example, a 3-point turn and a phone call. That's not valid. So I put all the possible combinations, all of them, with, without key switch, phone calls and .154 on one table. And I calculated John's interaction window for all valid combinations from the aperture reports. And when we do that,
Control yourself.
the
probably.
result is that regardless of what adjustment we make, all of the numbers are positive, meaning regardless of what adjustment we make, the phone lock event always occurs after the end of event 1162-2.
Did Mr. Burgess, in your review of his report in January of 2025, did he ever undertake all possible offset calculations?
No,
In his May 2025 report, did he undertake all possible offset calculations?
no.
What is your opinion in terms of best practices regarding calculations of this sort?
I think if there's sufficient data, if there's testing or research or literature that in a specific case supports there is a best path or a best method, then we should use that. In this case, I don't think there is a best practice. There isn't any literature I'm aware of that would specify exactly the best path to align all of these. So in the absence of any external data to support one path, the most valid approach is look at all of them as a whole and then draw the conclusion from the totality of that data, rather than cherry picking a single point.
Can you testify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether all potential offsets that were described in Aperture's original report, January of 2025, result in a positive interaction window?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
Regardless of what adjustment or combination of adjustments we make from the original reports, John's interaction window remains positive.
Does the positive interaction window mean the lock event occurred after or before the text stream event?
It means the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, 1162-2.
You've already indicated that you received a second report, May of 2025, correct?
That's correct.
In that report, is there the same clock skew alignment or a different clock skew alignment that Mr. Burgess now undertakes?
Mr. Burgess undertakes a different alignment in that report.
Let's go to slide 13. Describe what we're looking at in this slide.
So what I have here on the left is a screenshot of page 42 from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. And so now he's done two things new here. He's identified a new method for aligning the data based on the 3-point turn. So now he's kind of following where Dr. Welcher started, but he's approaching it a little differently. And secondly, he is now calculating the actual time. He's doing the difference calculation and he's applying that to the time. So now he's taking the calculation all the way through, which is a little different from the prior reports. And so when he does that, he makes my job really easy because I didn't have to do really any math now. He comes up that there is a range now. So prior to this point, the original report by Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher reports all used discrete points in time, right? They sought to find an event that occurs at a singular second and another event at a singular second and align based on that. This is a little bit of a departure from that approach. Mr. Burgess is now using a range of times, a range of uncertainty. He basically assesses that the 3-point turn data from the phone and the 3-point turn data in 1162-1 cannot be precisely aligned down to a single point. Rather, they overlap in this range of seconds. And so he then says that range must be applied. So now we have to apply a range. And what we end up with is 9 possible values. So it kind of looks like one conclusion, but really there's 9 conclusions on this slide. And so if we just applying the math he has in the supplemental report, John's interaction window now has a range of 9 possible values. And that range spans from +5 now to -3. So we have 5 positive values. We have 1 value that's 0, and the 0 would mean it's simultaneous. And then we have 3 negative values.
Does Mr. Burgess indicate in his report that any one of those values is more likely than any of the other values?
He does not provide any data or analysis to support one point being preferential over the other 8.
And are there more or fewer positive results in his analysis than negative?
There are more positive numbers in that range of 9 than there are negative numbers.
Does Mr. Burgess's new data indicate anything about Dr. Welcher's analysis about the GPS data point 154 being at the end of the 3-point turn?
He opines in that aligning the 3-point turn on a singular point is not, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the exact way he states it, but not the preferred method.
Is Mr. Burgess's analysis consistent or inconsistent with Mr. Welcher's determination that GPS point 154 was at the end of the text stream event?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does Mr. Burgess in his report indicate whether he agrees or disagrees with Dr. Welcher's analysis?
I don't remember specifically.
In your opinion, I asked you about Mr. Burgess's report. Now I'm going to ask you about your opinion. In your opinion, is this new offset any more likely or reasonable than any other offsets previously proposed by Mr. Burgess?
I don't think it is more or less likely. I think it is a valid approach, certainly. And so I think the results from the additional analysis should be included with the analysis of all of the results so far.
And none of those results are more or less likely than any of the others, correct?
Sustained.
Are any of the results, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are any of the results any more or less likely than any of the others?
In my opinion, they're all equally weighted.
Did Mr. Burgess account for the 3-second offset that we talked about earlier in his May 2025 report, his new report?
I did not see any mention of that in his supplemental report, and certainly the 3 seconds isn't present in his math. I don't see it there.
Let's go on to slide 14, please. Describe what we're looking at here in this table.
This is very similar to the table we looked at previously, where I look at all possible combinations. Now, however, I just have a lot more data points to show, so I've had to break the table into 2 tables. So we're going to look at this, and then we'll look at slide 15 next, which is the second table. I just couldn't cram 30 lines onto one slide.
Let's move to the next slide then. Is this a continuation of the
second half? So think of these as a singular table. I just had to split them up. If we head back to slide 14, we'll start there. So this slide, I'm not accounting for the key on, and that's the main difference between my 2 tables. Table 1, I'm not accounting for the 3-second key on. In table 2, I am.
When you say key on, you're talking about that 3-second delay.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
But again, I want to make sure we're thinking about this as a singular table because that's where we'll draw our conclusions from. So the first lines of the table, we've already seen those. Those were in my original table. I haven't changed those. That's the same math that's been there. All I did was I added the 9 points now from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report using the range he shows. And so now we can see if we include that, now we get some positive numbers for John's interaction window. We get that 0. And again, the 0 would imply that the end of event 1162-2 is happening exactly at the same second as the phone lock. So it's kind of not on one side or the other. So I think it should be thought of as separate. And then we have 3 negative values, which would imply that phone lock occurs before the end of 1162-2.
And did you already mention the one that was simultaneous?
When John's interaction window is 0, correct?
0.
That would imply simultaneity.
All right, is this 14 or 15? This 14, let's move to 15. Now, this is the continuation of that. Mentally, we'll just continue that same table?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a continuation. Imagine in your mind is just rows 16 to 30.
Okay.
And it's the same thing, same format, except for now we're just adding in that key on adjustment because, again, I think the analysis should be run with and without it. And so now when we run this with the key on adjustment, we get 14 of these 15 are John's interaction window is positive to various degrees. And one of them, it's 0, again, simultaneous. And there are no negative values with this adjustment.
Can we go to the next slide, 16, please? What are we looking at here?
This is the summary then of that table, kind of a verbal summary of the giant 30-line table now. And if we look at all of the possibilities from all of the aperture reports collectively, then we can draw some pretty straightforward conclusions. 25 of those 30 possibilities result in interaction with the O'Keefe phone after the end of event 1162-2. Looking at all the possibilities, 2 of the 30 result in interaction where it's simultaneous. That's the zeros, they're present in both tables. And then looking at all 30, 3 of the 30 result in interaction with the phone before the end of event 1162-2.
Do you have an opinion as to which of these particular offsets that you've described, these 30 possibilities,
So
should be applied in this
interesting.
case?
No.
Why is that?
Each of the approaches have their own individual strengths, and each of them have their own individual weaknesses. And there is not really any published literature, any research, or any testing done that I'm aware of that would suggest one really stands head and shoulders above another one of the methods. So I think the most fair way to present it is to look at, again, if we combine everything together, then we can draw some conclusions like this in terms of how many of the total result in one outcome or another.
Is every data point that we're looking at and that you've been talking about, are these all drawn directly from Aperture's reports?
That's correct. I have not proposed any methods for aligning the clocks myself. All of the methods that comprise these 30 are from the Aperture reports themselves.
Based on your analysis of the Aperture, or your review of the Aperture analysis, is there any ability to say to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that the text stream event occurred after the last physical interaction with John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there would be three out of the 30 possibilities would result in that.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that it did happen after the text stream event?
Okay.
Sustained.
Of the 30, what's the percentage of possible events that occurred, possible scenarios, I should say, wherein the text stream event occurred after the last interaction with John's phone? What's the percentage?
That's sustained.
You said it's 3 out of 30, correct?
Yes,
Is that 10%?
that is 10%.
Objection, move to strike.
Yeah, it's sustained and it's stricken.
What percentage is 3? Just do basic math for me. What is the percentage between 3 and 30?
Sustained.
If I told you hypothetically,
I'm going to see it sidebar for a second.
Sidebar. Okay, so the probability that his phone locked after the whole reversing text string event, the second one, his phone locked after that occurred, which is something I think we've been talking about, because not only is it when his phone locks, but it's also where his 36 steps come in, is after what Burgess and Walter both said, which is interesting. I wonder what the jury's thinking about this guy. What are you guys thinking? I think he certainly made things a little easier to understand for me. I still have some questions, and maybe they're not ones that he can answer, because he's only going off of the aperture data, which is weird, I think, but okay. Yes, Joe does not like this judge. That is for sure. That is for sure. As well as a bunch of us, not just to put it on him, that's for sure. Why isn't Bev allowing basic math? I don't know. I think it's because people have a hard time with basic math. Over there, it seems. Wouldn't be the first witness. Remember, we had to do simple math with Jen. That was fun. We taught her how to count to what, 7 or 9. It was a big day for her. Range Officer Brother says, I hit the back button by mistake. So is he saying that the phone interaction happened during John walking to the house? Yes, to the house. Up for debate still, I suppose, but his phone did not lock for, see, here's where I get messed up on the numbers, because we have to add some stuff and take away. I think we're at 31 seconds. If we add the 3, otherwise it's 28 seconds or something like that. Either way, but yes, after she would have reversed back allegedly 24 miles an hour, John's phone didn't lock for an additional 31 seconds. I think it's 31 is the number they're trying to get going. That's right. Not gonna be fine. That's true. This guy had to kiss his fingers.
following your analysis of the totality of the possible scenarios, did you come to a conclusion that the vast majority, let me rephrase that, did you come to any conclusion about the numbers as they relate to the positive interactions versus the negative? And when I say positive versus negative, I'm talking about the phraseology that you used. John's phone interaction being in the positive side versus John's phone interaction being in the negative side.
Yes.
And what were those?
Of the 30 possibilities, 25 of them, it's a positive. John's interaction window is positive for 25 of them.
And only 3 were negative?
Correct. Only 3 were of the 30 were negative.
Okay. Okay, we can take that slide down. Is there a data recorder on the Toyota SUV that we've been talking about, that 2021 Toyota SUV 570, that's designed to record impact?
Yes.
What is that? What is that mechanism?
That would be the airbag control module,
The ACM?
ACM.
Did you look at that?
I was provided a copy of the download from the ACM.
What did the data recorder indicate, if anything, related to any impact on January 29th, 2022?
There were no recorded events whatsoever on the ACM.
Did the vehicle control history record whether there was any history of a collision on that car, ever?
No.
What does the vehicle control history record specifically?
It records a lot of operational parameters about the vehicle. What I mean by that is it records things like what the driver is doing, for example, steering wheel angle, accelerator pedal position, whether the brake is being pressed. It also records what the vehicle is doing, for example, speed or the engine RPM or the accelerations of it.
Does the text stream data event indicate that there's a, and I'm talking about very specifically the text stream data, does that indicate whether or not there's a collision in the car?
No.
Does the text stream data event mean that if you find a text stream data event or a trigger event, does that mean that the airbags are deployed?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with something solid?
No.
Does it mean that the vehicle impacted with a pedestrian?
No.
You reviewed the raw text stream data associated with the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, did you not?
Yes.
How many text stream events or triggers were found on Ms. Reed's vehicle during the course of the 8-month period prior to January 29th?
Objection.
So can you narrow that, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
I object to the whole line.
And I need to see it sidebar.
I object to the whole line of questioning. I don't want anybody to know what the data said the months before this. It would probably be devastating for my case, Your Honor. So I don't know for me if this guy, for me, he's making it, because those numbers, those probabilities doesn't help in the sense that, oh, so maybe the prosecution could be right? But it's very slim to none, so there's still a chance. But I think what he's doing is being like, hey, jury, Burgess didn't do everything right like he should have. Maybe you should think about that. Why didn't he include all the numbers for things? Why did he go back and change his report? Because I don't remember getting that. The difference is when Burgess was on the stand. So I definitely appreciated them clearing up the difference between the two reports, because it wasn't very clear to me the last time, but he was being kind of difficult on the stand. So there is that. And Nicky D says, makes sense to me. They've simplified it, and it's probable he locked his phone after their dumb trigger event. Yeah. I mean, 25 out of 30, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Objection. He's ruining our BS case, Judge. Oh, gosh. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't make Burgess look even worse credible than he already is, in my opinion. And I do think that Jackson is breaking it down, and this gentleman's helping breaking it down to where we're able to retain all of this a little bit. So I appreciate that. Cherry picking. Good morning, Kelly P. Good morning, babe. Hope you're doing well today. Going 24 miles is very hard to do, and in reverse. I mean, if it happened, maybe Karen should think about becoming like a stunt car driver or something like that. I don't know. Savage Cashew says, in Man Shannon's defense, it's hard to explain stuff when you're getting roasted publicly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. And this guy, he's only qualified as an expert one other time, which isn't for some. I know some people are going to be like, oh, he's only done it one time. How can we trust anything he says? Okay. But Burgess over here. And they got to start somewhere. But I think he's a very good witness for this only being his second trial. He seems to, I don't know, understand how it works. But we'll see when cross happens, because people do change their demeanor under cross sometimes, not always. Ed B said, sorry guys, I got a bunch of loud trucks coming through my neighborhood right now. They're doing construction in the rain, I guess. Ed B says the prosecution contends that was a glancing blow, which did not record an event. I know that's what I'm having a really hard time on is how can this car hit a person and there's no collision event happening, right? Because a trigger event does not mean collision. It does not mean that. That's why they spent so much time talking about that damn 3-point turn, the first one. It's a completely different house. Yes, guys, if you haven't yet, please hit that like button. It lets everybody know we're live. It puts us in the algorithm. Oh my gosh, these trucks must be very loud. Lets people know we're live and where the party's at. So, Kelly, I haven't retained anything. Well, that's just because you are memorized with Jackson's sultry voice, I'm sure. Lady in Gray says, he also highlighted that you have to be consistent carrying forward your variants, and maybe implied Burgess wasn't consistent. That is true. He was very much implying that. I think this is a really good opening witness for the defense. I don't know if this would have been my first start, but I do like how they're starting off their case in chief at this point. That's right. Every expert has to have a first time and a second. Yep, that's completely normal. But I know some people are just going to run with it. Oh, he's not qualified. Well, you know what? Neither was Burgess. All right. He lied about his whole education. So, Kathy Beans says he was not hit by a car. Personally, I don't think he was either, but Nikki says, so far, defense is off to a good start. I think I love Alessi, but AJ is just refreshing to hear. Yes, I forget who it was earlier. And they brought up a really good point because a lot of us thought it was going to be Alessi. I think it was Angie maybe, or Lady in Gray. I don't know. Jackson was a prosecutor out in LA for quite a few years. And so I forgot or didn't know that. I don't remember. But that could explain why he's doing the way, because he knows there's different things you're allowed to ask depending on whether you're doing direct or cross. There's different rules. And I don't know if Alessi was prosecutor or Yannetti at some point, but he does. So that makes a lot of sense to me why he would be doing that. Buffy says, I think they wanted to attack the prosecution experts while it's fresh in the jury's mind. Good point.
Mr. Jackson, how much longer? I'm just trying to figure out.
I'm wrapping it up, Judge.
Okay.
It's not going to be long. A few more questions.
I'm not curbing you in any way. We just
Understand. Respectfully, it won't be very much longer.
She must have saw my face.
You reviewed the tech stream data, otherwise known as the triggers, for the entirety of Ms. Reed's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
How many trigger events did you find in the life of the car?
Not counting 1162-2.
Let's stop there. Right.
Prior to 1162-2, there were 19 prior events.
And 19 total events, correct?
Correct.
And how many collisions were clocked by any recorder on that car?
None of the events were triggered by a collision.
And last question, do any of the tech stream events or do any of the data that you've reviewed, either yourself through Mr. Burgess's report, through Dr. Welch's report, do any of the data indicate that there was a collision on January 29th, 2022 at any time?
Objection.
ask it differently.
What did you find in terms of, I want to narrow this question to January 29th, 2022. What did you find in terms of any data regarding a collision?
Neither of the events that occurred on that date were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
I agree. I think it's rude.
Okay. Jurors, we're going to take the morning recess.
Hmm.
There's some things that we need to do with the lawyers. That we'll have you come back at 12.
First, the jury.
Okay, so jury's coming back at 12. And she says she has stuff to do
Can
with
I
the
see counsel
lawyers.
at sidebar to save us some time, please?
She keeps saying to save some time. And I don't think she knows what that means. Anyway, okay, well, I guess we're going to hang out for a little bit and see what happens. Oh, goodness. I think that guy did a good job. I think Jackson did a good job. I'm very interested to see Brennan and what he's going to do, because Burgess was a huge fail. Burgess was a gigantic fail for the prosecution. So I am curious of how, by the way, that noise, if you hear it, it's my dog Zoe. She's snoring right beside me. I don't know why. She normally doesn't lay here, but she has an ear infection, so I think she just wants to be close to me all day. Don't worry, she's getting treated for it, but she's a beagle, so that happens often with them. So just ignore the snoring. Kathy thinks he did a great job. Awesome. Awesome. I think so, yeah. I think that he's just brought on to just be like, hey, that guy didn't include all these points, and it's kind of weird. And I guess it does make it seem like Burgess was really cherry picking there because of how different. So his January report, okay, was not the same as his amended one. From my understanding of what we heard here, the one in January, I believe, showed that John's phone was locked after this trigger event. And then, so Burgess wrote that. Homeboy Sogra here reads his report, makes his own report. Burgess then gets a copy of that and realizes, whoa, that could be problematic for my company that's paying $400,000. I don't know if he really thought that, but let's be honest here, right? And so then he makes an amended report on May 8th in the middle of the trial, which some people also believe that's from Dr. Whippin's testimony. But Burgess quotes this guy and does say his report made me go back and change mine. So, very interesting. George, hello. Good morning, George. Good morning. Welcome. That is corrupt, as are the Canton PD. I mean, a lot of people deserve some answers. There's a reason why they didn't call a lot of law enforcement that they should have called it in any other trial. Any other trial the state would call. And they didn't. And that says a lot. That says a lot. So, Tata Daddy DeSogor. That's hard to say. Try saying that out loud, you guys. Data Daddy DeSogra. That's hard. Breezy says Hank just looked for another type of Hank that would openly lie in court at the CW's expense. I mean, it's shady. There's a lot of shoddiness going on. Just a lot that really bothers me. Oh, she's wearing an all black suit today. I love that. I would just say I'd be real pissed if I lived in Canton or the entire state of Massachusetts and how much money. Oh, I guess we're not meeting. We're not meeting with the lawyers. I don't know what she just told the jury, but it looks like they're all gone on a break. So freaking fantastic. All right. I guess we'll just do my big face then. Ooh, it's pretty big there. Don't worry. I still have it up over here. Should they come back? But knowing Bev, probably not. Yeah. So this guy is just here to basically dismantle DeSogra. Or no, I mean, DeSogra is here to dismantle Burgess' report, which Burgess was on the stand for like 7 hours. And this guy's been on the stand for what, like hour and a half? I'd say. And he made things a little bit more understanding then. I just feel like Brennan's entire game plan is to confuse the jury. And I've been saying that for weeks now, because like I didn't watch the first trial. I didn't know what was happening. And calling witnesses in bizarre orders that don't make any sense, with information that is not very clear, right? We find out that there's this bizarre time math because clocks are all different, and Celebrite data is not entirely reliable, or at the very least, it depends how you interpret the data. And that's what we're learning about this trial is people can interpret things all different ways, right? So we shouldn't take that as a definitive. Anyway. Oh, goodness. 3D is in here. Oh, I can't wait for ARCA because I want to see what their reconstructionist does. I mean, are they going to paint themselves blue? I don't know. I was told in the last trial there was a potato cannon. I don't know how, but that's what I was told. So I'm definitely going to be holding out for a potato cannon for sure. Goodness, sorry, it's so noisy in my background. I apologize to everybody. Buffy says, isn't that what defense attorneys usually do? Confuse the jury. There's a reason why they hired a defense attorney as a special prosecutor. Agreed. Agreed. And for those of you that don't know, Brennan represented Whitey Bulger, a mob guy. And I think it's interesting that the state hired a mob defense attorney for a special prosecution because it just makes it seem like they're defending the state and the state police and the McCabe Alberts than actually prosecuting Karen. That kind of seems like what we're doing here. And I don't think Brennan did a good job at all cleaning up the mess that MSP did. And just because you don't call them, it's still problematic for the jury, right? You mentioned all these officers who are in charge, which, by the way, we all think that defense is going to call Michael Proctor. And I hope they do. I really, really hope they do. I hope they improve on it and go full snark. I hope so. They seem like fun guys. I don't know. I only saw their voir dire. They seemed fun. Do you guys think Brennan on his cross is going to be like, how often did you talk with the defense? Did you talk about anything other than this case? Do you know the names of their children? Do you know each other's first names? Are you best friends? Show us your friendship bracelets. Because that was basically his voir dire with Arca. It was so weird. Though I do think it's weird that they were talking on Signal. But I don't know. I think that in a case like this, maybe with as big of a deal as it is, maybe Signal was the safer route for communication. So people weren't like hacking stuff. I don't know. I don't use Signal. I just know of it. Angie says Brennan filed a motion today to keep Proctor texts out as hearsay. But that would only be if Proctor didn't testify, right? Because otherwise he can read them. They're his texts to other people. So interesting. Because who else would read them? I mean, they had Buchanan reading the text between, remember that, guys? That was such a cringy day. They had Buchanan reading Higgins and Karen, I forgot her name when we were even here, which was a good time. Lady in Gray said, I like when he said all clocks are different and they'd have to basically check them all to ensure accuracy. Yeah, that was a really good point he made. Also, the 3-second time difference between starting the car and it registering, that the only vehicle they got that from was the exemplar vehicle that they bought. Why didn't they run that test with hers? Is it because all the computer parts were already out of it, so it wouldn't matter? Or just wondering if somebody knows that. P. Lola's mom has a question. If a hung jury, do you think the Commonwealth would hire Brennan again, go back to Lally, or hire another expensive prosecutor? Curious. That's a good question. Because I do feel like this is going to be a hung jury scenario. I really, really do. And the state can go for another trial, and chances are they probably will. And she will not waive her speedy trial rights, and we will be right back here. I don't think they're going to have Brennan do it again. I bet he cost the state a pretty penny. Yeah, for sure. They paid a lot for Aperture, so I imagine he's getting good. I would say if there's a prosecutor that's wanting to run for the district attorney's office or something like that, it's going to be somebody that has some sort of political gain from it, I think. I don't think it's going to be Lally. Oh, gosh. I don't even think it should go a third time. I can't believe it's went the first time, the second time, a third time would just be, I would be so mad. I would be so mad if I lived there. Just a waste of money. That I went on a rant yesterday about how they could have used that $400,000, $500,000, whatever that they paid Aperture, which they got nothing for their money, like literally nothing. And how those resources could have been used to solve cold cases, test rape kits, help people that find their missing loved ones, or I don't know, buy freaking body cams, since apparently nobody wears those in Massachusetts. They could have spent the money elsewhere. And it is astonishing how much money the state is willing to pay out to try to get Karen. It's very bizarre. I would be furious. Angie said, I've just learned none of them know what time it is. Actually, no, none of them do. None of them do. Oh my goodness. Nikki says they already brought up text messages from Proctor. How can they leave out now? That's a good question. I don't think they can. And I mean, how would Brennan handle the cross of Michael Proctor? I just want to see it because I don't even know what that would be like, you know? Love it. Oh yeah. His other ones were, so he had two group chats. There was one with him, Buchanan, and some other coworkers. That was the one where he talked about looking for nudes, because Buchanan brought those in. He testified about those specifically, since he was in there. Remember, he hit the like button when he was doing airport traffic duty. And then the ones with his buddies, his civilian buddies or whatever they were the ones where he called her the C word and the R word, and that he hoped she killed herself. Horrible things to say about the person you're investigating. Those ones, I'm pretty sure Buchanan did not talk about, because then we watched Proctor's cross after that, and I was like, oh, what? That's crazy. Okay, so it's because they destroyed the infotainment system, so they couldn't do that. Perfect. Yeah, I think this whole thing's a political move, in my opinion. Depends on what the public sentiment in the area is. I mean, I said yesterday, I understand now. I do understand why the protests are happening out there. Now, I'm fine with protests. I'm not okay with harassment. Not cool. Let's not do that. But I very much understand. I just, this trial blows my mind. I just don't understand why we're even here. Would her attorneys be able to do a third trial pro bono? I mean, that's up to him or them. They're pretty wealthy. I don't know if they would do it again. I think they would. I do think that they would. Maybe not the whole team. Maybe just those that can afford to. I don't know. That's a good question. Usually you don't get people to do pro bono a second time. So the fact that they're even doing this for her a second time really tells you something about what the lawyers think of the case. Now, I know a lot of people always say, oh, they're just doing it for media and for attention and to get clients. Yeah, not so much. Not so much. I don't think in this scenario that's really the case. I think they really do believe that she's innocent here and that she's trying to be railroaded. And I can see why they believe that. So Breezy says, if the jury had to deliberate today, regardless of what Bev has on the charge sheet, I'm confident of a not guilty verdict. I mean, I would prefer a non-guilty verdict, but it's really hard to change somebody's minds about certain things, right? We talked a little bit about this. I think Terry brought it up yesterday, that you've got to factor in people's life experiences, and how that affects them and their bias. I know that we tell jurors they're not supposed to be emotional and they're not supposed to base any of that off of any of that, but we're all human. So, here's the thing is you only need one holdout. All right. And that goes for guilty or not guilty. You just need one. Prosecution, hoping to get one. Defense, defense doesn't want a mistrial. Nobody wants a mistrial in this, by the way. Mistrial is not winning. That is not winning. Because then a judge has to decide to dismiss it with prejudice and all this other crap. They want a not guilty verdict. It's very, very hard to get a group of people to agree on the same things. I have a large group of friends. We're about the size of a jury, and we do not see things the same all the time. So I don't know. My vote would be not guilty. Yes, that would be mine. I do not believe prosecution proved their case enough for me, for beyond a reasonable doubt, for me to feel comfortable with sending someone to prison for the rest of their life. But everyone has a different standard, and that's fine. Okay. Oh, you're talking about the text with Proctor? Yeah. And jury's boss, so Proctor's boss and his boss's boss. Yeah, it was not good. Lady and Grace says Proctor's motion is to keep out the friends that were subpoenaed and force a defense call with Proctor. Well, why would he want to do that? That's horrible for his case. That's not going to help. I hope they do. Right? Can't hurt the defense at all. At all. And then how does it look to the jury when they're like, oh, this is why the prosecutor didn't want to call this scumbag? Oh, okay. Does not make them look great at all. At all. Kelly P says Turtle Boy is there saying that the jury looks aghast as they have been lied to. There have been several instances in this trial where it does feel like the prosecution was being very sneaky. One of Brennan's favorite words, where they were being sneaky with the video being inverted, with the picture reflection, with lack of experience. I mean, it does feel like they're trying to dupe the jury a bit. Cindy Neal says, so are they saying that John physically locked his phone or did it lock on its own? They're saying he physically locked the phone. It had to have been human interaction. I'm assuming you're talking after that trigger point, the after effect. Yes, he physically had to hit that button from my understanding of the testimony. They wouldn't be able to find another jury, but guess what they can do? They can do a change of venue and move it to another part of Massachusetts. They can do that. And chances are they'll probably do that if there's a third one. So they can easily move it to a different area of Massachusetts. They do that all the time. Oh, good morning, Teresia. Good morning. Running late. That's okay. That's okay. Good morning. Happy to have you here. Okay, yes, the data was shown. It was done manually. Nikki says, I think people were pretty confident of a not guilty the first time, and they were, but it was a hung jury. So not everyone agreed with that one. So it'll be very, very interesting. Angie says the juror interviews from trial one were kind of scary. I've heard that. And by the way, I plan on, if we have, well, when the jury does go to deliberate, I thought we could watch some of these juror interviews from the first trial. I figured we'll save those for the days. They're going to be deliberating probably for a long time. Because the last group, it was like 5 days, 7 days, a week. They had to deliberate. Bev wouldn't let them fold. So we could definitely do that. Angie says, and we have Bev 13309 into the defense's case in chief. Bev, Mr. Jackson, how much longer? Right? Why would you even say that? I don't think I've only heard her say that like maybe at the end of the day, which I guess at the end of the day, it doesn't really bother me too much, but like, girl, it is just our morning break. And you, ma'am, were 17 minutes late this morning. So how about you care about our time? Okay. Breezy Breeze says, you can realize that what John had to endure throughout that ordeal was not what Karen wanted at all. I hope others can realize this. Yeah, I mean, John did not die right away. That has been pretty stated. Now, he could have been unconscious, which is likely. So that's some relief, I suppose. But there's, he may or may not have been able to move. It's just really hard to tell. Yes, if he got medical treatment, there's a good chance he could have made it, according to the neurosurgeon, but there's also the chance he didn't. So out to the Berkshires is a good location. I don't know what that means. George, hello. Of the 3 charges, the jury returned 2 not guilty and hung on the 3rd. Yes. Bev the Crook refused to affirm the 2 not guilty charges and mistrial the trial. A disgrace. That is what I've heard. And that is very interesting. I've seen the jury instructions, and I do think that they were confusing. And I'm curious if she's going to do the same thing now. It's the same thing all over again. I cannot, by the way, the second-degree murder charge, I can't with it. I don't think there's no way she's going to be found guilty of a second-degree murder. I do not think 12 people would agree on that. I think if there is a guilty, it will be the vehicular manslaughter. I don't think it'll be second degree. Hopefully there are, some jurors do seem like they're paying attention. I mean, it does, from what we've heard of what's been going on in the courtroom, it does seem that they're paying very close attention. They're taking lots of notes. They're taking their duties seriously. It doesn't seem like they're shrugging off. And no matter what the outcome is, we do have to respect the jurors, even if they come back with a verdict that we don't agree with. Okay, because they are paying attention. They're sitting there for weeks. They're hearing the same stuff. Sometimes, I was very upset in the Richard Allen case. I couldn't believe it. Out of Indiana, I was pretty bummed about that. But I do know that the jurors were paying attention and doing notes. So that was the conclusion they came to. Anyway, Dope Meditation says, I'm sure the jurors take note of the same impartiality. I haven't seen Bev rush the prosecution. It's obvious. Yes, I agree. Lady in Gray with an X comment, my favorite. Mr. DeSogra is throwing so much, yet so very polite shade at every aperture line. Can't cram 30 lines on a single line. Yeah, like his one versus his one that's like all these, ugh, what a mess. Oh, okay. Joe says the Berkshires are the opposite end of Massachusetts, the far western part of the state. Should have said that. No, that's okay. But yeah, my guess is they will change the venue if there's a third trial. And they might even move it to a venue who then go and say, I'm not allowing cameras. Like they could move it to a different venue with a different judge, and that judge could be like, I'm not going to allow any media in. I would almost suspect that if there's a third trial. Yes, Pilola's mom. I heard that the instructions do need to be made clearer for sure. Yes, raindrops and feathers. They have done everything in their power to confuse, excuse me, everyone. Angie says, oh, reading this helps a bit to understand what Matthew DeSober found. John's phone was actually 20 seconds faster, not slower than Karen Reed's Lexus data. The clocks are all over the place. They're all over the place. I don't quite understand. Lady in Gray says, I think the defense will demand a jury poll this time if there is a hung jury, as far as which or if all charges, even if Beth doesn't allow the answer. I do remember you guys saying that they did not poll the jury, which every single trial, they poll the jurors. They don't have to, but every single one, they're like, is this your vote of guilty? Is this your vote? Like they confirm with each person. I don't know. Was it because it was a mistrial? So they technically didn't have a vote? I don't know. Good morning, Sam. Good morning. Good morning. Buff says, I don't think the defense wants a different venue. Oh, I don't think so either. But, I think the state has alternative motives, is all I'm saying. Oh. I like your comment anyway, as is. How if Bev does such a diaper ice to justice. I know you meant disservice, but I also like diaper ice. Buffy says, but to be fair, the defense didn't request a jury poll, and they should have. Yeah. Oh boy. Well, you guys, if you haven't yet, please like this video. Lets everyone know where the party's at. Also subscribe and hit the notification bell, because that notification bell will tell you anytime any of our shows go live, because we do have multiple shows on this channel besides Couch Court with Llama. I'm here every day at 8:30 a.m. Eastern to do Karen Reed, unless court is starting later, and sometimes I start a little bit later because I like to sleep in. But I also do Couch Court with Llama After Dark, where we're covering the Sean Diddy Combs federal trial. What a wild trial. Okay. It is wild. I didn't do one last night. Tonight, I will be doing yesterday and today's updates. So it'll be a 2-day coverage tonight. And then Monday, we're back here for Karen Reed. We'll be doing Midday Missing during our breaks. Probably have another members only. Then we got True Crime and Wine Time Thursday, which I'll be on, where we're discussing the case of Robert Dahl. Not related to Roald Dahl, the author. So we're going to have a busy week of content for you guys next week. And, if you miss us during the weekend, you can find many of us over on our Discord server, the Courtyard. Gosh, so many noisy trucks outside. Hold on. It's almost like I'm at the courthouse. I don't know how well you guys can hear all that, but I'm just imagining you can. that's where we're going to we hang out on the weekends and when we're not live. And I think we're going to try to play some games this weekend and watch the new Sherry Papini documentary. Oh, I can't wait to discuss that with everybody. So if you're bored and looking for something to do, come hang out with the crew. Oh, crew. Why did I just say that? It worked. You ever had those things where you just see them and you're just like, oh, how did that even get from here to here so quickly? It was one of those moments. So I liked how she was like, jurors, I have stuff I need to discuss with the lawyers. We're going to discuss them. And you guys will bring you back at 12. It is 11:51. And I guess maybe they could have discussed it in sidebar, but no, she got up from the bench. I don't think so. She'll probably bring them in at 11:57. Be like, okay, you have 3 minutes. Because I'm trying to be efficient. Anywho, oh yeah, I can also talk about the things you guys should send me emails for. Let's see. You guys can email me at Tara at TCWT Media. See, look down here on the little banner with your pics of ceiling fans for our OnlyFan matchmaker game we're going to have next week, or your pets, because I want to do a pet parade because we love animals here. No snakes. Only rule. You can email me case suggestions, in-person show venues if you want to see me and Terry. And also, if you've ever served on a jury, last week, Terry shared, she got to serve on a jury recently, and she came on and told us about her experience. And it was very interesting. I found it to be very interesting. And, you know, the juries are usually kept like, we don't know anything about it unless people go talk about it. It's a very private thing. And I know many of you have been jurors before, and I would love to hear your story. I would love to hear the case, how deliberations went, how you got picked, because it is very different, like all across the board. It just depends in the jurisdiction you're in. So I would love to talk about it. And listen, you may not want to put your face on YouTube, and that's fine, because you can just do this, where you can just, look like this if you come on. If you don't want to show your face, that is more than okay. We will happily accommodate you. Anyway, I'd love to hear your stories, but make sure to include, no matter what you're sending me, please put your YouTube name in there, because I do not want to dox you in any way. The one thing about YouTube is you can be anonymous, and I would like to keep it that way for you guys. So just make sure you put that in a little subject line there. But send me all the things. You can send me, Terry, or Amy. All three of those are at tcwtmedia.com. Oh, sorry. Okay. Where were we here? Okay, Breezy says, I hope that the jury realizes that if they don't want to be charged for a crime they didn't commit, they should listen to what's really going on. Realize. Ooh, that's good. I like that, Breeze. But yes, I've said this numerous times. This could literally be any one of us. Any one of us. Luckily, she has one of the best defense teams I've ever seen. But if they're doing this for someone to her, what else have they done? And not even in Massachusetts. I mean, everywhere. When you really think about it, it's pretty scary, because you're messing with people's lives. The consequences are high, and I think the bar for the government needs to be held high, to a much higher standard. Law enforcement needs to be held to a much higher standard, because this could easily be any of us. You've testified a few times. Well, if you want, email me, feel free to share. I'll take anybody's court experience, really. I mean, even if you work in the legal field, love to talk to you. Love to talk to you about it. So using Karen to put people in fear of the Commonwealth is tyranny. A little bit. A little bit. A little bit. I never put my face on YouTube's. Adult meditations juror rule number 1, don't talk about the other jurors. Well, you just don't name them. You can talk about them, but you just don't name them. Come up with aliases because you are usually your name is kept from the public. Courts do not put your information out there for people to find you. It's only if you choose to go out. So that's, that's fine. Joe worked in EMS and as a Boston firefighter for close to 45 years. Oh, wow. Good job. Thank you for your service. I don't live there, but those are both very important jobs. And testifying was always in the back of my mind. Thankfully, I never had to. Oh, yeah, that's true. Oh, I think that would be difficult. That would be difficult. But yeah, that's very awesome. Very awesome. Ooh, you know what, Joe? For True Crime and Wine Time, our pod on Thursday nights, we're going to have some arsonist cases coming up. Who are we doing? Thomas Sweat, I think, is one. And then in August, we're going to be doing John Pillow Pyro guy. Or is his last name? Anyway, because I find arsonist very interesting in the true crime world. Not a lot of people talk about them, and I think we should, because arsonists are very, very interesting. And usually they're firefighters, which is very interesting. Oh, heck yeah. All right. Email me, girl. We can also, talk on Discord too. That's fine. Joe says, I have the notification bell set and I'll be looking. Cool. Yeah, we like to pick a variety of cases. Some solved, some unsolved, different kinds of crimes, So I'm definitely looking into those. Because I think there's a lot of them. One of them, I think, set 43 fires or something like that. I don't know. I've successfully tried 2 cases pro se. Okay, babe. Lady in Gray says, testifying is very stressful. I was subpoenaed once for work, but I had to be in order for the right thing to be done, which required jumping through legal hoops. I've had to testify before, and it was just so, it's a lot of pressure. And there wasn't even that many people in the courtroom, but I'm also a person that freaks out when I have to fill out a form. If I feel something wrong, somebody's going to come after me, it's anxiety, but it's tough being on that stand regardless. Just because it's pretty serious. Whatever you're going to say is serious, and you're not even sure what you're going to be asked. Elbow feet is still at large. I mean, it is technically true. Technically true. Breezy says, Karen isn't capable of such degree of crime. She has MS and is very sensitive to others' needs and feelings. She thrived on John. She wouldn't hurt him regardless of arguing. I mean, sure. I don't like saying that people are incapable of doing crime. Holy crap. But I do not believe that she wanted John dead. I don't believe that I know that their relationship was in a rough point. I mean, there's been times where Elbow Feet and I's relationship has been in a rough point where we've been arguing throughout the day, and not once would that be enough for me to harm him in any way. I mean, she was still trying to find a way to make things work without the kids being around. And it wasn't a matter of her not wanting to be around the kids. It was how John treated her about her relationship with the kids. And I do not believe she had any intention or would have hurt him in that manner at all. But I mean, I'm just, when it comes to things people will do, they'll do a lot of things. It was only about 2 minutes on the stand. Yeah, I bet that felt like the longest two. Could you imagine being on there for like 7 hours? Ooh. Oh. Sammy Sunshine says John Orr was a serial arsonist, mass murderer, and former firefighter. I watched a documentary on him a couple years ago. Yes, we will be covering that on True Crime and Wine Time here. I don't know. I'm feeling like it's on our schedule for August. We plan things well in advance. Could be sooner. I don't know. Sometimes we change things around. But I know we do have Thomas Sweat coming up in like the next couple weeks, if I remember right. Scorpion says, true story. My mom and I had to testify in the Swacross case in Rochester, New York. I was his paper boy and mom was the social worker that reported him. Ooh, I'm going to have to look up what that case means. Oh, that's interesting. Love to hear about you for that. I mean, who hasn't wanted to harm Elvira at some point? I mean, yeah, I wouldn't run him over, but I would leave him in a blizzard. I've already stated that on YouTube. I wouldn't go looking for him in a blizzard. So, yes, we do need more tea. Elbow feet. If you need a safe house, blink twice for yes. That's true. You have not played cards with him. He is so cutthroat. When we're playing Blazing Eights on Discord. Oh my gosh, what are they? Are they cleaning my street or something? So loud. They don't clean our streets here, and it's raining. So, oops. Oh, was that a butt text? That was a butt text. Uh-oh. It's fine. It's just a butt text. It's okay. Oh, Sam says she's excited. She loves the deep dives into true crime stories. Me too. Is it Lucky, the plow driver? I mean, maybe he moved to Ohio. I don't know. Yeah, Luffy is brutal when we play cards on Discord. Oh, you know what I saw on Discord yesterday when I was messing around in there, like working with the bots and the activities, you guys? They now have like a karaoke app in there. We could have a karaoke night in Discord. I'm not singing. I don't sing. I know Elvie loves to, but I don't really sing. But we could have a karaoke night in there now. How fun is that? I forgot. I forgot to share that with everyone. Mm-hmm. I think Kelly P has been asking for karaoke nights for like 2 years. Yeah. Hold on, let me look at my activities real quick. Since it's 12:04 and we're late. Yeah, they added Wordle and some other ones, but yeah, karaoke party battle. How fun is that? Yeah, okay. We should definitely plan a karaoke night in the future, that's for sure. Cindy says that would be a travesty if she was found guilty of anything. I mean, I agree at this point. I mean, so they didn't charge her with just the DUI. The DUI is attached with the vehicular manslaughter charge. So, like, okay, yes, I do agree she was drunk. I don't go with Blood Math Lady's thing because she said she wasn't given all the correct data, which is fine. But Karen herself did admit how much she's had to drink in her interviews. And we've seen her at the bar. Like, we know she was drinking. Okay. But it doesn't matter if you think, yeah, she was drunk, then you also need to say that it's involuntary manslaughter, or voluntary, I'm sorry, I forget which one it is. Which I just can't get there with that. Breezy says another thing too. Karen wasn't blaming the Alberts nor the McCabe's initially. No, I agree.
right, Mr. Brennan.
Nope, just the morning break.
And Mr. DeSogra, I'm going to ask that you keep your voice up because we're going to try and keep the air conditioning on. And the fans, it's a little stuffy in here. So if you just speak directly into the microphone, that would be great.
Not a problem, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Please.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, are you trying to offer an opinion suggesting that Ms. Reed's Lexus never hit John O'Keefe on January 29, 2022?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you're doing?
Is that your opinion?
No, sir.
Are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got in a collision before?
The way I stated it was none of the prior events were triggered by a collision.
What I'm asking you, are you offering an opinion that Ms. Reed's Lexus never got into a collision before January 29, 2022 or on that day?
No.
So when you were talking about collisions to the jury, you weren't making any suggestion that that Lexus was not in a collision, are you?
I think you threw a double negative in there. Can you just clarify
I
what you
can't.
meant? Yeah.
You are not suggesting to this jury that Ms. Reed's Lexus did not ever get in a collision before?
No.
Okay. You're just saying that there's no data on the text string to suggest a collision.
Specifically, none of the events were triggered by a collision. That's
Text stream data can be triggered by a number of different things other than a collision. Isn't that true?
correct.
And in fact, when you talk about text stream data, you know that text stream data does not record a collision. You know that.
A collision is not one of the triggers. That's correct.
Right. So when you were saying it wasn't triggered by a collision, it's never going to be triggered by a collision ever on text stream data.
Not the collision in and of itself, correct?
Right.
Mhm.
Right. So there's other things that will trigger text stream data,
Correct.
like sudden acceleration.
The only acceleration trigger that I'm aware of on TextStream is if there's a large acceleration during what Lexus calls a PCS or a pre-collision safety event. But a large acceleration on its own, I do not believe is one of the triggers.
Are you sure you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know a lot about text stream data?
Yes.
And you're saying that if a car accelerates over 30% in and of itself wouldn't initiate a trigger?
I'm not sure I understand.
You just said pre-collision is the only time sudden acceleration, from your perspective, would cause a triggering event. Now, I'm asking you,
I'm allowing this.
if someone accelerated Ms. Reed's Lexus at over 30% acceleration, would that cause a triggering event?
I am not sure what you mean by 30% acceleration.
Accelerator, 30%.
Accelerator pedal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of triggers there's a number of ways that these VCH events can be triggered based on the accelerator pedal angle. I think, yeah.
And what is the percentage from your experience that would create a triggering event?
There's various. Toyota, Lexus calls it high, medium to high is what they put it.
Do you have a number? Do you know the actual data on what percent of pressing the accelerator on the same Lexus as Ms. Reed's would create a triggering event? Do you know?
Off the top of my head, I don't know the exact percentage down to this percentage point, no.
There is something different than the texturing data. That's the EDR data, correct?
Yes.
You would not expect, it would be abnormal for the EDR to register data based on a side swipe between a 6,000-pound Lexus and a 216-pound person, wouldn't it?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That would be abnormal to register that data in the EDR, wouldn't it?
I don't know if I would use the word abnormal, but I would state it that there's a minimum threshold to record in the EDR, and a pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that.
I'm sorry.
A pedestrian impact generally wouldn't meet that. But I don't want to make a blanket statement as if it's always the
You're
case.
saying it would meet that,
Would not.
would not. Okay. And a side swipe or a clip has less force and impact than a head-on collision, depending on the speed, correct?
Generally, yes.
My gosh,
When
we tanked.
you are discussing the triggering event, that is the moment that something registers to the car to capture data in the text stream, correct?
Correct.
So if I was to suggest 30% of depressing the accelerator pedal would cause a triggering event, would the triggering event be when it reaches 30%?
Yes.
The event data captures potentially part of an event, doesn't it?
I think we're into semantics a little bit, and I think it depends on what you mean by event.
Exactly.
Because previously we'd been talking about an event as the data, but event can mean a lot of other things.
If an event's only 3 seconds long and 10 seconds of data is captured, then the data will capture more than the event, correct?
Correct.
If the event is longer, 15 seconds, 20, 25 seconds, and the data is only captured for 10, the text stream data only captures part of the event.
Correct.
Fair to say?
Very fair.
So when you're looking at the data, it doesn't tell you about the entire event, correct?
The data only tells us about the window of time the data captures. There's no way to know beyond that from the data.
All of your equations and pluses and minuses and graphs you're talking about deal with the 10-second text stream data that was captured, correct?
They deal with event 1162.2, right? And the 10 seconds it's comprised of. Actually, they really just deal with the end of the event. That's what everything in the Aperture reports referenced.
Fair enough. But it doesn't deal with anything that could potentially happen after those 10 seconds, does it?
No.
Or anything before.
No, it does not.
The triggering event is spot in the middle, captures 5 seconds before, 5 seconds after.
Approximately 5 seconds. It's not exact.
And you would have to look elsewhere for evidence to know what might have happened before. Yes?
Correct.
And you'd have to look elsewhere for evidence to see or determine what happened after.
Yes.
Do you know at the end of this triggering event, that 10-second window of data, do you know what happened with the defendant's Lexus after that 10-second of data?
No.
You have no idea, right?
I don't.
Neither do your guy.
I want to just ask you some questions about your background and then leading into this case, if I could. You have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree.
That's correct.
You've worked for your company for some time.
Coming up on 13 years next month. Correct.
You've advanced through the company.
Yes.
You presently are the director of engineering.
Yes.
Are you ACTAR certified?
No.
What is ACTAR?
ACTAR is a body that basically offers a certification in accident reconstruction.
Do you offer services as an accident reconstructionist?
Sometimes.
And you have been hired and come into court and offer opinions as an accident reconstructionist?
In the singular time I've testified in court, it was not specifically for accident reconstruction. It was data analysis.
Okay. You continue your education and you go to a number of different trainings and seminars as well as teach, correct?
Regularly.
And when you regularly go to continuing education, you have quite a bit of continuing education that you've been through, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've been through quite a bit of continuing education.
Yes.
You focus as part of your specialty on EDRs, don't you?
That's correct.
Event data recorders.
Correct.
In fact, when you promote your services, that's one of your real specialty, isn't it?
Correct.
And it's something that not only are you schooled on and you go through continuing education, you're well published, aren't you?
That's correct.
And in your publications, you speak primarily about EDR type information.
Yes.
And that's something you are well skilled in, isn't it?
Yes,
Now, forensics or data forensics is a wide field, isn't it?
it is.
And you can do some things or many things in it. But oftentimes people specialize in parts of data forensics, don't they?
Generally, yes.
Well, speaking of you, you specialize in EDRs, true?
Yes.
There is a difference in different subspecialties, isn't there?
In general,
Oh, yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, are cell phones, is that a subspecialty in digital forensics?
Yes.
Is that something you're a specialist in?
No.
iPhones, are you a specialist in iPhones?
No.
Have you ever taken any specific training on mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever written any papers on mobile forensics?
No.
Hey, have you ever promoted yourself of having any type of subspecialty as an expert in mobile forensics?
Never.
In any of your continuing education, and you have a vast amount, have you ever taken any classes or seminars in mobile forensics?
No.
I like how Brennan can show
Have
that
you
he can
ever
vet
taken any
people.
class or study about variances between infotainment systems and mobile forensics?
Classes? No.
Have you ever attended any seminars on variances relative to mobile forensics?
No.
Have you ever testified about variances in mobile forensics before you testified in this court today?
No.
Have you ever published anything to do with variances in mobile forensics?
No.
In this case, you had an opportunity to review a number of reports from Dr. Judd Welcher, yes,
Yes.
and Mr. Shannon Burgess.
Correct.
In reviewing those reports, you've offered your opinions and analysis. Did you ever engage in actually any efforts or study in this case to obtain data?
Could you maybe clarify what specifically you're asking?
Yes. Did you ever yourself, not watch someone else do it, did you ever download or obtain data in this case?
No.
Did you ever test Miss Reed's car?
No.
Did you ever get an exemplar vehicle to run any tests?
I did not.
Did you ever do any actual testing in this case?
No.
And so your role is to look at other people's work and offer opinions and criticisms, basically.
I think it's called peer review.
And provide some clarity to the work, but generally, yes.
Clarity for who? Who asked you to provide clarity?
My clients in this case,
You what?
Mr. Jackson, my client.
Did you ever speak to me?
No.
Remember when you accept my friendship bracelet?
As an expert, when you analyze data, whether you actively got it yourself or not, do you ever give an opinion in paper called a report? You ever write a report?
Yes.
And you've seen reports in this case that you've looked at, correct?
Correct.
A number of reports by Mr. Burgess,
Correct.
report by Dr. Welcher,
Also correct.
reports that you're critiquing, right?
Correct.
Did you see Ian Whiffin's reports?
I did not.
How about Jessica Hyde? Did you see her reports?
I did not.
You were asked to consider information from Mr. Whiffin's report.
No.
Well, you were asked to assume that the last user interaction on John O'Keefe's cell phone was 12/32/09.
That was stated in Dr. Welcher's report, so I started my analysis at that level.
So none of the information did you actually personally go and vet or analyze or make any determinations about. You're just critiquing written reports.
Correct.
Well, as an expert coming into court and testifying and having opinions, you put together a PowerPoint, didn't you?
Yes.
Why didn't you ever put together a report to share the basis of your opinions and the process you went through to arrive at your opinions before you came into court?
primarily I wasn't asked to, so I didn't do it. I wouldn't commission work without being asked to do it. And number two, the extent of my work beyond building the PowerPoint was just basic addition, just adding numbers together that already existed in the Aperture reports. So there wasn't a tremendous amount of complexity to what I engaged in.
What about your work product and your calculations? Did you do all this in your head, or did you type it out and go through a computer program? How did you do it?
I used a calculator for most of it, and the tables in my PowerPoint were generated in Excel, which has some calculation capabilities.
Were you ever asked not to write a report?
No,
You had provided an initial PowerPoint,
yes,
and then you received information from Mr. Burgess,
yes,
and then you added new slides to your PowerPoint.
that's correct.
Mr. Burgess's report was May 8th.
Yes,
You provided your PowerPoint on May 25th.
correct.
Did it take you that long for the calculations between when you got the report and May 25th to put together the new presentation?
No, it didn't.
Why did you wait until May 25th to provide the new information?
That's when I was asked to do it.
What do you mean by that? I just want to see what the date is today. Today's the 30th. When you finished your PowerPoint on May 25th, did you send it to the defense on May 25th?
Yes, I did.
But they had a copy of your PowerPoint on May 25th. Don't be shy.
No, I'm pretty sure it was the 25th.
So it's sustained.
Yeah, if it wasn't the 25th, it would have been maybe the day after, but it's dated the 25th. I'm almost positive I provided it on the 25th. Yeah.
No reason for you to hold on to it for a couple of days.
No, I think it was the 25th.
Do you know when it was provided to the Commonwealth, that report?
No, I don't.
In the 25th, the report that you provided to the defense on the 25th, it had new information, didn't it?
It had the information from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. That was the additions.
Why did you wait until the 25th to put it together?
That's when I was asked to do it.
Who asked?
My clients, Mr. Jackson,
He said, please have this on the 25th.
we had a phone call on the 25th and discussed Mr. Burgess's supplemental report. During that phone call, he asked me to update the presentation, and I did so and then provided it.
How did the date of the 25th come about? Why the 25th?
Talking to Mike Brennan.
That's when he requested it. I think it was a Sunday, actually.
Okay. When you first got involved in this case, it was last fall,
Correct.
and at that time, you received some information that Mr. Burgess wanted to look at the text stream data or the different modules on what you later learned was the defendant's Lexus, correct?
Correct.
And there was a proposal from Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess wanted to go back to the car and look at the modules to try to download more information from them, correct?
Correct.
And you then got involved to look at what his request was, the procedure that you wanted to follow.
Yes.
When you did that, were you given any materials about what had happened before you and Mr. Burgess both got involved?
I don't recall specifically, and I don't think so. I think I was just provided the notice of testing that was to be done.
Well, you ended up drafting an affidavit.
I did.
And in drafting an affidavit, you pointed out some oversights of Mr. Burgess. Did you?
I did.
Determining the oversights required some study of actually the data and the information that was available, wouldn't it?
It would.
So can we presume that before you wrote the affidavit pointing out the oversights, you had looked at other materials?
If I recall correctly, the notice of additional testing from Mr. Burgess contained attached to it a whole report by him documenting why he thought there was an inadequate initial acquisition, why he thought the sizes were wrong. So I don't remember referencing anything beyond all the information that was contained in that. Now, whether that was combined by somebody else or not, I don't know. That's how it was provided.
Did you end up looking at the report of Ms. Gaffney and what had happened in the past with the download and search of Ms. Reed's Lexis materials?
If I'm remembering right again, I think Ms. Gaffney's report was also attached to that same singular file.
You learned that the defense expert, Ms. Gaffney, had downloaded data from chips, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Burgess was asserting that there was information missing and believed that there was missing information from the chips.
Correct.
Oh, add
And that
Gaffney
form
to our
is
list.
sustained. It's stricken.
My apologies. The conclusion Mr. Burgess had is that he believed there was missing information from the chips.
He did. He miscalculated the size of the chips.
Did you do any study to see if there was actually information missing from the original download?
No, I looked at the data sheets for the chips and then immediately realized what the error was. The data sheets specify a size in megabits or gigabits. And Mr. Burgess had written his report in the context of megabytes and gigabytes.
And then you asserted, or you took the position in your affidavit, that there should be no further chip off, no further study of those chips, other than to ensure the amount of memory was sufficient.
It's not how I recall specifically what I said.
Well, let me read it because I don't want to try to malign your words.
Please.
Mr. Burgess proposed protocol labeled "Reattempt chip-off acquisition is unnecessary because the file size of the acquisition performed by Ms. Gaffney already matches the expected memory storage capacity of the components."
That sounds accurate.
If you want to see this, I don't want to read from the document. You need to see it for action, just let me know.
That's fine. I trust your reading.
However, an acquisition may be conducted for the sole purposes of ensuring the contents of the memory chips have not been altered since the last testing by recording the checksum.
Yes.
Did it cross your mind at that point that there was important data in those modules that was not seen or recovered or obtained by Ms. Gaffney?
No.
Did you want to know when Mr. Burgess was looking for more data, more information, what he thought was missing?
He stated, I think in his report or affidavit, I'm not sure what it was, but he stated what he thought was missing was there was a physical size difference. So he thought there was not corrupt data, but just missing chunks of data.
Log on information, you've heard of that. Ignition on, ignition off information
Yes.
in an infotainment system. That's important information when you're reconstructing an accident, isn't it?
It could be.
Well, you read information in this case. Pretty important in this case, what you said.
Yes.
And so you would not want to engage in that process without this pretty important information, would you?
Which process?
Of an accident reconstruction?
Sorry. So can you restate it, the whole question?
That's what he's here for.
Yeah.
You said you have some experience in accident reconstructions.
Yes.
Don't you want all the data available? More data, the better?
Generally, yes.
You wouldn't want to ignore data on purpose, would you?
No.
I mean, as a data analyst, the more data, the more you get to look at.
Yes.
And so the power log on information that actually has date and time, that's critical in an accident reconstruction, isn't it?
In some accident reconstructions, in some, there's no debate about when a vehicle was on or off, but if there is, then yes.
Not just on and off. The power log on and off gives you the date and the time that you can match with the text stream data, correct?
Yes, it
Because
does.
you know text stream data itself doesn't have date and time.
It can, this vehicle didn't. It can, but this vehicle did not.
This had a running time instead. Like a
That's
stopwatch.
correct.
So this data that was not found during the initial process, that was critical data at the time.
I don't think prior to the process, anyone knew that this particular Lexus infotainment system stored those key on and key off times.
Right, the only person that found this out was Shannon Burgess.
He found it in the process, but I don't think anybody knew in advance of this case. There was nothing out there about it. So to my knowledge, this is the first time that this specific data has ever been released into the wild.
But it was on the board there, if someone knew what to look for or got creative, they could maybe find it.
Yes, more so to your if got creative, because I don't think anyone would have been able to have the foreknowledge that there would have definitely been that.
Shannon Burgess did.
Sustained. I'll strike it.
And when Shannon Burgess went to obtain that data that everybody else overlooked or didn't know about, you went with him.
Yes.
So you had a process where he was going to now control the data and take the information that was left behind and remove it from the infotainment board, correct?
He actually never specified anything about the SD card in that initial notice. So it was a departure from his protocol, and it was a little surprising to me when I got there that the protocol was written with a specific focus on a number of other chips. And it became very apparent to me very quickly that the focus was not on those chips, and the focus was on this SD card that had previously been unmentioned. There was nothing in there about that prior to that.
Did it offend you, or were you impressed that he had found that?
I was a little confused because I went into it with an expectation. Generally, if we write a protocol, we adhere to the protocol. If we're going to deviate, we have a discussion about deviations. So I was just surprised. It's not customary to sort of shift out of nowhere. But other than that, I did not know what to think of it because I'd never heard of that.
Did you give any input? Did you have any knowledge about the SD card and how it worked?
No.
So when you watched Mr. Burgess remove the SD card, did you appreciate he'd have to engage in what you call reverse engineering?
He did not elaborate to me exactly what his whole process was at first. It sort of came out as
We
time
missed you.
progressed through the first day in his office in Texas. And then I learned more as we moved to the second testing in Massachusetts. But he didn't explain it to me in one go.
Did you, at that point, understand or appreciate the relevance of the SD card relative to the infotainment system and what it could do as far as the amount of information that could then be available?
He never spoke throughout the 3 days at all about what kind of data he expected from the card or would be on the card or could be. He made no mention of the data.
Not what he said to you, but given your expertise, did it ever dawn on you the significance or importance of this SD card that was sitting in plain sight? Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it to.
Did it ever dawn on you that as Mr. Burgess was recovering this information left behind, that there was something important or significant about it?
At the time, I thought it was a possibility. If you reference the initial work, a number of different memory components were identified in this infotainment. There isn't a singular memory chip. So if we're looking for data, it could be in any of them. So we found a new source of data storage, and there could be something there. There could be nothing there. It was unknown to me.
Schrodinger's SD card.
There was.
Now, when you were watching Mr. Burgess work as an expert, if you felt like there was something inappropriate or he had some great oversight, you could write a report about that, couldn't you?
I could.
Did you ever write any report in this case?
No.
So you never wrote a report for your preparation of coming in and your data in the PowerPoint presentation, right?
Correct.
You never wrote a report regarding any of your observations of Mr. Burgess.
Correct.
You said that he didn't say anything. He spoke to you quite a bit during the process, didn't he?
He did.
He showed you what he was doing.
He did.
He explained to you what he was doing.
He explained the process. I think you had asked me earlier about whether he explained the data, and he didn't.
He demonstrated great proficiency, wouldn't you say?
It's a long pause.
He ended up with a successful acquisition of the card at the end of the process.
When you are considering all your equations, did you consider the timing information taken from the SD card that Mr. Burgess found regarding power on and power off of that car?
Yes, to the extent that he considered it in his own report. Again, I'm referencing his report.
But how about you? You're coming in here giving an opinion saying what's better or best practice or right. How about you? Did you consider, you personally, the one who's giving the opinions, did you consider the significance of the power on, power off data as it relates to all these times?
Yes.
Yes? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I considered it. If that's the question is, did I consider it? I considered it.
Did you do any study yourself?
No.
Now, we agree, or you agree, that there are variances between different devices.
Yes.
So a Lexus clock that comes from the infotainment system is very common that it would be different than a different device like an iPhone.
Specifically this Lexus, I don't know if we can make the statement that it's common or not, because again, this is the only time that I know of that this specific data has been analyzed. So I don't know the answer to that question.
Did you say on direct examination that variances between devices are common?
Variance between devices are common.
In a variance of 45 seconds, that wouldn't be remarkable on
No.
different devices. It's common in the industry.
Correct.
And in your business, that's an accepted amount.
I'm not sure what you mean by accepted. The amounts are what they are, and we have to correct for them. I've done analyses of clocks that are anywhere from completely correct, 1 second off. I've done analyses of clocks that are 25 years apart. So it's a wide range of
I
possibilities.
understand your point.
What?
Yeah.
If you see as an analyst a 45-second variance or 30-second variance, that wouldn't shock you, would it?
No amount of variance would shock me, is the answer.
I want to ask you questions and go through your PowerPoint. And I want to ask you your specific opinions and how you arrived at certain claims that you've made.
Sure.
Okay? If we could put up Mr. DeSorba's new PowerPoint, 52525.
Mr. Disorder.
You've made a modification to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
You've made an amendment to your PowerPoint.
Yes.
So there was something that happened, you received new information or new data, and you updated or changed your PowerPoint.
I did.
And that's an appropriate thing to do when you receive new information, isn't it?
Yes.
If you have new data, you don't want to leave it behind. You want to make the best presentation with the best data you can.
I'd want my presentation of the data to be as accurate as possible. So I included all the data.
And you would expect that from any expert, wouldn't you? If they received new information or analyzed new data and it was important, it would be an appropriate best practice to update the PowerPoint or information they're providing, wouldn't it?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't know if I would tell other experts what their best practices are. I would say generally as experts, we do work that our clients ask us to do. So if we're asked to do it, we do it. If our clients say, hey, don't do that, then we don't do it.
Well, you like the phrase best practice on direct, so I'm just wondering if I can borrow that phrase.
Sustained.
Okay. We can turn to page 2. Now, this is taken from Dr. Welcher's report.
Yes.
And again, you did no testing whatsoever. You just read
I did
the report. Did you read all of Dr. Welcher's data, the gigabytes and gigabytes of data? Did you go through it all?
Not every slide, no.
Not just the PowerPoint. I mean the actual massive amount of data in his study. Did you go through the data?
Oh, no, I didn't look at any of the data.
Did you ever speak to Dr. Welcher?
No.
And so when you are making assumptions on what he thought or how he analyzed, you're just guessing.
I am looking at what Dr. Welcher put in his trial presentation, and my assumption that's baked in there is that he's going to stand behind the things he says in a presentation. So I'm taking them at face value, but as being correct.
It's not a matter
I'm
of
not guessing.
It's not a matter if he's going to stand behind it. You don't know why he put something in here. You just see it on the paper. You don't know what his thought process was, did you?
To an extent, yes, because I understand how the exemplar testing by Aperture laid the foundation to align the key-on events in the infotainment to the Lexus VCH events.
When Dr. Welcher made his PowerPoint, do you know whether or not he was relying on 154 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, stamp 154, as the end of the event as opposed to the beginning of the three-point turn, 1162-1?
Based on the math he uses, that's the implication. He puts a number on the screen that the only way you could reach that number is by making that assumption. So when I looked at the math, yes, that assumption seems baked into the math he did.
So this seems like it's baked in that he was assuming 154 on John O'Keefe's phone was the end of the three-point turn.
Not on this slide, on a later slide, but yes.
Okay. And you said that variances, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, they're very common when you're comparing two different devices, right?
Yes.
Okay. Turn to the next page, please. You point out 2 times for the jury, the Lexus event 11:62:2 ends 12:31:43, right?
Yes.
And that's based on the clock in the infotainment system.
That time is based on 2 things, the clock in the infotainment unit and the cumulative key-on timer in the text stream data. So it's a combination of 2 values.
Which is the running clock.
Correct.
Right. And that is compared or contrasted or coordinated with the log on off time that was found on the SD card. Yes?
Yes.
And without that SD card, we wouldn't have that time now, would we?
Correct.
Okay. 12:32:09 isn't something you analyzed, but you just read in a report that that is information from Ian Whiffen suggesting or taking the position that was the last user interaction John O'Keefe had with his cell phone, 12:32:09.
That's how I understand it. There was a phone lock at 12:32:09. I did not look into the underlying reports from where that came.
And you know those are 2 different devices, 2 different clocks that will have a variance.
Yes.
You mentioned trigger event, and you said that your preference is to, when you're doing times, to point it from the actual trigger event, and there was a little slap for emphasis to target you on that, right? The trigger event. That's not a standard practice or a protocol that is supported by any type of literature, is it?
It's the methodology I teach, especially in the class I teach on the analysis of heavy vehicle data. We have the exact same problem with heavy vehicles. They all have clocks on them. And so in fact, I do a lot of clock adjustment on heavy vehicles relative to other sources. And the way I teach it, I'm not the only instructor. Collectively, the way we all teach it is we generally start the analysis at the trigger, which is not to suggest you have to do that. It's not wrong to do it a different way, but that would be let's call it the default methodology.
The default methodology, do you have any professional literature that says that is the best time to start the analysis?
Not literature. I mean, that's sort of my opinion, because that introduces the least amount of variables. Once you start trying to align events off of subsequent times, you just introduce more addition and subtraction or math you have to do. So it's easiest to do T0 and align everything from there.
If you're lining up the end of one event with the end of another event, it's more coordinated than if you take it from different spots, isn't it?
That could be a scenario where then you wouldn't use it. Right. Like I said, it's not the only way, but it's the default way.
I don't disrespect your method, but there are other ways to do it that are just as legitimate as the trigger knot.
Absolutely. And that's why I didn't change the convention here. I used their convention,
So you're
apertures.
not suggesting that Mr. Burgess was being misleading by choosing the endpoint when he pronounced that's exactly the point he was considering, are you?
No.
And so the word cherry picking, you're not saying he was cherry picking, are you?
I don't remember the context in which I used the word cherry picking, but I don't think it was with respect to a trigger alignment.
So there's no legitimate professional basis of suggesting your way is better or worse than going from the front or the end of the event?
No.
So you're not offering criticism on that, so just so I understand.
Not criticism. I pointed out that it's not typical, and I pointed out not even to say specifically that it's not typical, because even that, to your point, might sound critical. I just want to be clear that I adopted their convention. It's not the way I would have done it, but I kept that convention consistent in my analysis. So I wasn't changing in the middle, trying to obfuscate what I'm saying.
I appreciate that. So if someone's looking end to end, you're not going to add 5 seconds. It's if someone went from middle to end.
Could you give me that?
Yeah, you were
A little
suggesting
different.
those questions about, well, since you're looking at the end instead of the middle, then you got to add another 5 seconds on. That's not really an accurate analysis if you're looking at a comparison from end to end. You wouldn't then add the 5 seconds to the time of the trigger because you're starting at the end from both devices.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it if you can answer it in that form.
It's going to depend on if you're doing an alignment with something that is a range of values, then you have to be consistent on where you're doing it. If you're doing discrete points, then that's just a single point in time. There's no beginning or end. It's just a single second. So the best answer I can kind of give is it depends on what you're doing.
Well, in this case, it was basing it off the end of the event, the end, not trigger the end, comparing it comparatively to the end of a different device. So you wouldn't just add 5 seconds just for that.
You would not add 5 seconds for the heck of it.
You see 12:32:09 minus 12:31:43, the middle line, equals 26 seconds. Isn't that in Dr. Welcher's slides before, let me phrase it more cleanly. Before Shannon Burgess analyzed the data more closely on May 8th, in his May 8th report, isn't this the exact difference in time that Dr. Welcher cites in his PowerPoint, 26 seconds?
I'll sustain it in there.
Did you see when you reviewed reports that Dr. Welcher uses this exact number plus 26 seconds in his report?
I got the number from the PowerPoint.
I'm sorry,
not the
PowerPoint.
report, but that is all of the numbers here on this slide are from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint. And on the previous slide, I showed that. So these are all just copied straight from that.
And you've labeled this John's interaction window.
I did.
Okay. Interaction window. Do you think it might be confusing when you use interaction window to make it seem like the event was limited to 10 seconds?
No, and that's not the implication there at all.
That's not what you're trying to say.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
If I can clarify what I mean by interaction window is that there's
Please do.
a range of times that we end up with when we start running these adjustments. So we never land on a singular point of alignment. We end up, like I showed at the end, with 30 points. That's the window that I'm talking about. That's the window that I mean.
So if we could put up page 33 from Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint, just to illustrate the point you're trying to help us with. Why can I have a little for me? So this represents, you've seen this, right?
It looks familiar, like it's from one of his slides.
I think so too. A
And
little
if I've
bit.
seen it, I did not spend a lot of time digging into it.
Does this look like the 10 seconds of data that would be captured from a triggering event in a text stream data? Judging.
I want to see you at sidebar.
Oh. Sidebar. Oh boy. What are you guys thinking of Brennan so far? I think he's coming in a little strong. I think some of his questions, I'm like, bro, you kind of did the same exact thing, but okay. I like how he keeps asking him about accident reconstruction, but like, that's not what he's here to testify about at all. So it's like, okay, you're bringing up this stuff he didn't consider because he's not doing accident reconstruction. So, okay. Oh, they do drink a lot of coffee. We'll see you in a bit, Sonny. Oh, lapel mics. I know. Sir, you had no problem standing at the podium, being loud as all get out during your case. Why? What is he even doing over there? Ugh. But yeah, Kelly, I do agree. He does look like DUI guy. Angie says he backed off a tad when he couldn't bait the witness. Yeah. He did a little bit, didn't he? He tried, but I wonder just how the jury is handling it, because Jackson and Alessi, well, in the few times United's done it, like, I didn't feel like they came off as like aggressive. Maybe Jackson more than Alessi, but like Alessi was like not so aggressive. And do you guys notice that this guy's being fairly like reasonable, and I don't find him to be cagey, even with Brennan crossing him, as I felt the others were very cagey. This guy doesn't seem very cagey at all. He's just like, yeah. Elbow says Brennan is big mad and he's not making himself look good in front of the jury. I don't think it's probably coming across very well, but maybe. Kathy says, didn't Shannon move everything around time examples to fix it to Hank? Oh, I see what you're saying there. I'm sorry. Yes. But what I'm confused about is Burgess said he had to supplement his report based on this guy. He name dropped this guy, but this guy didn't turn anything until May 25th, which I'm very confused about. Because Burgess sent his report in on the 8th. And I could have swore he said this guy submitted something in like March. It's a whole big deal about it. So I think that's interesting. Also add Miss Gafferty to our list of possible defense witnesses because prosecution just brought her up and she's been brought up a few times. So we'll see. All right. Will you be safe, Sonny? I think this guy comes across pretty professional, believable. You know what Brennan didn't ask him, which I think is interesting? How much he's being paid. Or maybe I missed it. I might have missed it because I had to like let my dogs out. My son's up. So, but when I was watching, it didn't seem like he asked how much he was being paid, which is surprising. But also maybe it's because it came out how much the state paid and they don't want to draw any focus back on that. It is a long sidebar. Terry says Brendan's upset because he can't make the witness look bad. Oh, here we go. Pete says Burgess put in the first report, then submitted his findings based on Burgess's report. Burgess then writes new findings in the new report. Then this guy has to reanalyze Burgess's stuff. I thought that's what they were getting at, but Brennan just kind of made it seem like he just threw all this together 5 days ago. That's how he made it seem. I understood that when Jackson was questioning him, but I was like, Savage Cow, she says, guy is solid. Don't think Brennan can trip him up. No, I don't think so. I don't think so either. Again, he's not even being aggressive with prosecution at all. He's just kind of like, yep, do. He acts like what a normal witness acts like. Angie says he comes across as neutral. Data is what it is kind of guy. Yeah, very much so. And that's usually how expert witnesses are. Ed B says there was no accident to reconstruct. I agree with you there as well. But I think just him being like, well, why didn't you do this? Well, why would he? You know who's here to do that, right? Brendan, you know. Come on. Why are you packing up there, Yannetti? Breezy Breeze says, I don't think that Hank could have proved any of the facts that he wanted to be presented by Aperture. That's why ARCA couldn't acquiescence tank. I don't actually know that word. I wonder what's in his snack
So
bag.
jurors, we're going to release you for the luncheon break. I took so long here to make sure that we could give you a nice full hour luncheon break. So we'll see you back here in an hour.
Please rise for the jury.
Cool. So an hour lunch break, which means like an hour and 15 minutes. Let's see if maybe they talk about something. We got a hot mic. Oh, AccuS. Thank you for the assist, Angie. Oh, no,
Please.
she's off the stand. Cool. So glad. Well, kiddos, it's lunchtime for us. What are we going to do today to occupy ourselves? Derry, why does Bev try to act like she is always thinking of the tree? She always is. And every time it's like, no, I don't think you are. I don't think you are at all. Mm. Oh, we got the music. I need to mute that. Raindrops and feathers. Sorry I disappeared. What did I miss? Well, you missed Brennan crossing. Mr. Tisogra. Sagra. Oh, crap. I'm never going to get that right. And he tried to trip him up a few times, tried to be like, oh, asking like reconstruction questions, accent reconstruction stuff. And he's like, I'm not here to testify about that, basically. I don't really think he's doing a whole lot here. He has come off a little aggressive, a little too much. I think he needs to turn down a bit, especially since we saw his witnesses. Because here he is, like vetting this guy, being like, "Oh, you don't have this certification. You don't have this certification. You don't have this." And it's like, "Oh, so you do know how to do that, Brennan. Would you like to explain Shannon Burgess to us, please? And thank you." Turns out he does know that, which not making him look very good. Hello there, Deb. Hello. Welcome. How to not occupy time. Start a karaoke. We can't do karaoke in here. YouTube would demonetize us because of music. P. Lila's mom says, I have to tell you, I'm very over Brendan's voice. Yes. Oh, you know what? I know what we can do. I should have grabbed some coffee. Listen, I'm going to grab coffee. It's going to take like 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere. I still have a bunch of those slides we can play. What's the caption game that we played last week, if you guys want to do that. Oh, yes, I do see my little notification there. I'm not going to click it until I'm done, because if I click it now, I'm going to forget to get back to you. By the way, I do that all the time. I'll click it, I'll read it, I'll be like, oh, I'll get back to it. And then so I'm going to leave that unread until I'm done later today. But thank you for messaging me on there. Terry says, maybe Brennan learned how to vet after being trashed. Oh boy, so not looking good. Deb says, yeah, that was funny, him trying to question his education, right? Like, bro, come on. This guy he seems legit. Okay. I don't know. Well, that's true, I guess, but I'm not the one who makes up songs. That's Elbow Feet. He can make up a song about anything. I'm not that one. Elbow Feet says Brennan's voice sounds like a severely depressed trumpet. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. That's a good one. One thing is for sure, Karen is no one's slave. Hank wants people to be loyal to the Commonwealth, regardless if they are corrupt. Can't agree with that. It's an injustice. I mean, those are some fair points. Oh, here's what I'm going to do is, okay, so the last one we left off on was Yuri. Since there's a delay, I'm going to put up one of these pictures first. And then, no, that's not what I wanted to do. And then while you guys are putting in your answers, I will waste no time, because I don't want to waste your guys' time, unlike Bev with everybody else's time. Okay. So I did that. Share this tab instead. Okay. All right, so we're gonna put what are they saying? These are pictures from the Karen Reed trial, and you guys leave your funny comments of what you think they're saying in this photo. And we have, like, I don't know how many of these we have, like 1, 2, 3. We have quite a few. We get enough to occupy ourselves for a little while. Okay, so I'm gonna put this up. And you guys leave a caption, and I'll be right back to read those. All right, I'm back. What you all got from me? All right. So what do we think Mr. Alan Jackson is staying here? I even brought a Red Bull so I don't have to get up again in case I get thirsty. Terry says, you didn't get a degree, did you? Oh, that's a good one. Kevin says, do you have Kelly's phone number? Oh, Matt. Wolfie says, and that's how you properly whistle Freebird. I love that. Oh, got out of order there. Lady in Gray says, Madam Court Reporter, are you ready? Oh, I wonder what the... Oh, I'll do her later one. There we go. I was like, what do you want sprinkles on, Peelable's mom? I mean, to each their own. No, she wants sprinkles on my cone. Or he does. Sorry, I got distracted. Dope Meditation says, oh, excuse me, Your Honor, 2 use. Deb says, you said you're going to F her up, didn't you? Love that. Deb, you going to drink both of those? I love that. Good answers, guys. Good answers. Okay, let's go to the next one. Oh, it looks to be Alan Jackson again, except this time in a praying response. Pose, I mean. All right. I think this is for the old one. Judge, may I approach the witness to pull my finger? Here, let me go back to that one. Okay, we're going on this one now. We're going on this one now. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. Kelly says, please dismiss. Pilola's mom says, Your Honor, please let us have a potty break. Please. Good answers. Good answers. Okay. Sorry, while you guys are putting those in, I'm looking at other ones that we have up and they're ridiculous. Okay. Deb, let's see. Wait, no, where? Right here with Terry True Crime. Mr. Higgins, you admit you have a small D. Correct. You guys, that's horrible. That's horrible. For the love of God, get Butcher out of here. That's what we all were saying all week. Oh my goodness. Went out of order there. Hold on. Deb says, I pray Bev doesn't call another sidebar. Oh my gosh, her and her freaking sidebars. Lafitte says, and then you open the doors and there is what, Shannon? It's people, Shannon. It's people. Oh, yeah. Oh, I forget. How does this steep? I don't remember the steeple game, but I know in the middle there's all the people. Don't Meditation says, Bev, please mediate for a bit and just meditate. Sorry. Bev, please meditate for a bit and just listen. Breezy Breeze coming in with, are you sure about that 3-point turn? Are you sure about that? Good answers. It does look like he's praying. It does. Sir, you need a dictionary? Read the words, Mr. Proctor. They're yours. Oh, gosh. Ooh. Can't wait for that day. Mr. Vulture, just yes or no, please. I love that. Please bring Lally back. Yes, babe, I know how that goes. Here's the church, here's the steeple, open the doors, and there's the people. All right, last one for this one. Sweet baby Jesus, let Beth stop being biased towards us and my client. Good answers. Okay, who we got next? Oh, everyone's favorite. We got Lally. Ooh. What is Lally saying? Oh, what's that? Oh, that must be Turtle Boy. What, if anything, do you guys have to say about this photo? God, that guy. All right, anybody getting answers? We can go to the next one. That's fine. Okay, here we go. Are you talking to me? Joey from Friends Voice. Good answer. Elbow P says, what does this have tree nuts in it? Dope Meditation says, can you sort of explain how how she sort of could have sort of hit her? Well, that one tripped me up, but that's a good one. Kelly comes in with, who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance? Oh, that was 2 cheeseburgers, correct? Good one. Lady in Gray. Lady in Gray says, is it break time? I really need butt. Okay, I don't know what Lally likes to do in his free time, but okay. Pilola's mom says, but what if the SUV went to space? Belle says he's throwing gang signs. OG over here. Captain says, psych, I'm actually neck crawling costume. That's a good one. Angie, was it snowing? Could you count the number of snowflakes? Breezy Breeze says, if I ever get out of here alive, I'm going to sue the CW. Put me in jail right now, if not. Oh, all right. Elbow P says, that wasn't a quote from Ling. That's just her asking for a break and some ass. You know, you're not going to live this down now, Lady in Gray, right? A cigarette butt. Okay, girl. Okay. Don't make me make a bowl. Oh. All right, let's go for the next one. Good morning, Bells. Good morning to you. All right. Oh, wow. Okay. Mr. Brennan. What is Mr. Brennan having to say here? Oh, this guy. He looks like a weasel. Maybe he's the ferret in a skin costume. Kelly P, I'm a weasel. I love that. Oh. All in, and the wheels on the bus go round and round. Oh, with your app stroke. What are you talking about? Did I miss it? I don't know what you're talking about. I might have skipped it. I'm sorry. Breathe it, just waft it. That's the smell of arrogance and ego. Take it all in. They were this big. Oh, and her boobs were made of cheese. You guys. Oh, Lady in Gray says, hang on. I gotta sneeze. That's a good one. Sam, and I'm the ferret you've been looking for in the case. And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Savage. Savage Cashew, do these nipple rings make me look fat? No apologies needed. That was hilarious. Angie, I'm the ferret you've been looking for. Yeah, he is. He is. Okay, you guys, let's go on with the next one. Ooh, we got Turtle Boy. What is Turtle Boy looking? What text do you think just came on the phone to Turtle Boy? Probably Lady in Gray asking about butt stuff, is my guess. All right. What do you think? What do you think he's thinking or received via text? I do like his phone case. That would be a color I would choose. Very colorful. Is that Jen on OnlyFans? Love that. Elbow feet. Well, I guess there are 0 local MILFs in my area. Oh, this is a bunch of horse poo, says Sam. Angie. Indicted again. How many counts does he have? Or how many things does he have against him right now? Viola's mom. Damn. My ring doorbell says D&E just delivered another turtle pie. Kelly P. He's tweeting about the jury. Has he been in any of these days? I know he can't be in there when certain people were testified, like Jen, but I don't think he's been in, at least not that I've seen. Breezy. It was just confirmed to me that Jen McCabe was out back with Chloe. Lady in Gray. Oh, for her. Turtle Boy, is Paul still flashing? Oh, wait. Turtle Boy, is Paul still flashing the lady jurors his crotch like a big teeth? Oh, Savage Cashew. Aunt Bab, please stop sending me things. Oh, I love that. That's a good one. Oh, just today. Oh, he's in there today? I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, he is in there today. Oh, that explains the X comment you put earlier from Turtle Boy. Oh, see, I kind of knew what he looked like, but I'll keep an eye out for him now. I didn't know that. Who is this guy? This is Turtle Boy, whose real name is Aiden Kearney, I'm pretty sure. He is a YouTuber as well, though in court they call him a blogger. And maybe I guess he has a title too, but he's more like a independent journalist who has a lot of thoughts and opinions about the case. He's local there. I have never watched his stuff, so I don't really have an opinion of him regarding his personality or any of that. I don't really know anything about him, so I don't really feel I can contribute to that. Probably the chat can better than I can, but he's been very active in the Free Karen Reed thing, so that is who he is. He's an alternate today, but he'll be in court all next week. Oh, okay. Oh, so do they do it like a lottery once a week? Is that how they let people come in? Or I don't know how they are doing it. How did I get on Proctor's text? Oh, yeah, let's go back to the funnies. Oh, I think I'm here. I think I made it. I don't think I need to make a new stream now. I wasn't sure. It's never happened before. So I was like, oh no. Oh no, sorry. Apparently, oh, you can hear me over there on my phone. Apparently, my computer just decided out of nowhere it wanted to update itself or something. You guys broke my computer. It's all your faults. I hope you're happy with yourselves. I'm just kidding. But hey, now I know that if I disappear, the stream will still run because I was like, oh, we're gonna have to make a whole new one. It's going to be a pain in the butt, but everything is fine. We're all fine. We're all here. Now give me a second because I need to redo this. Thank you all for being patient. Appreciate it. I don't even know what that was about. Okay. Where were we in the pictures? We were on Turboy, weren't we? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Okay. That one. Center caption. That's what I want. Okay. All right. And we're back. We're back where we were. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Always something around here. Always something. I'm just glad I didn't lose power. That would have been something. Okay. So where were we? Let's try this again. Okay. Well, all right, that's pretty far back. Let's start over here. Let's go with, since we already did Turtle Boy, we'll go with the next one, everyone's favorite. How about Shannon Burgess? What do you think we got going on over here? I imagine that was for the Turtle Boy one. Thank you, Karen will preserve over this. Yes. Haley, hello. Good afternoon, evening for you, I suppose. Welcome. We're on a lunch break right now until like another hour, probably. Probably another hour. We'll see. Okay. So if you missed this morning, well, right now we're just playing a little game, which is caption this. It is defense started their case. They have on Matthew DeSogra, who works for Delta V, and he like analyzed Burgess's and Welcher's data, mostly Burgess. That's about pretty much it. And regarding to what he came to the conclusion of is that it was most likely that John locked his phone with his own hand after the trigger event 2. So, all right, let's see what you got here, guys. All right. Oh, sorry. Let me go up a little bit. You guys chat real quick. Okay. All right. I love this. Raindrops and feathers. No one knows what it's like to be a sad man. Oh, he had to have cried in the shower that night. He had to have. Oh my gosh. Philola's mom. Please stop looking at me, sir. My bloomers are full. Elbow feet. Wait, you don't drug test for experts' testimony? Sick. Oh. Terry, you're so funny. It's been so hard just watching and not jumping on with you, Llama, but I'm working on my self-control. It was hard for me last night. I had so many things. Now, why is it making noises? What is happening? Okay. I just was like, but they can't hear my opinions and stuff or my laughs. It's tough. It is tough. Angie, man, was hoping you wouldn't bring up my education. So cashew. Leslie, so it just grew like that all on its own? I'm guessing that's about his soul patch or the top. I don't know. Oh, that guy. Burgess. Correct. He told me to have that on repeat. Correct. Correct. Oh, somebody corrects. Dope. Yes, I am a bolder version of Jack Black. He's not as cool as Jack Black, but Jack Black would totally play him in this movie. Yes. Has the defense closed? No, ma'am. Well, they filed a motion to dismiss, which was denied. Not a surprise there. No, ma'am. They're going to be on the stand for like the next week and a half. So they just had their first witness this morning. So yes, go read your comment about Burgess above, ma'am. I don't know where that is. I don't think you. I don't see it, Terry. Oh, was it this one? It was the thought of Turtle Boy's pictures of his turtle head. I don't. Oh. I get it now. Okay, where was I? Let's see, we're on that one. So, okay. Defense just started. Okay, here's one from Dave. You mean I could have bought a palette of blue paint? Lola's mom. Cupid called and wants me back. Oh, that was the Cupid jokes were very funny. Oh, Sammy, I'm half the man I used to be. More like that much after he was done with that cross from Leslie. Oh my. All right, let's do another one. Oh, okay, that's a face. That is a face. It looks like that is Paul, John's brother. So what does John's brother have to say about anything? I'll tell you what, this rain just, it's been raining all day and it just makes me want to go to sleep. Yeah, the gross dentist. You guys were making those connections yesterday, which was great. Whoopi says, well, my last job was a Cupid, but I got into hard drugs. Oh, that was for Shannon. Oh, okay. I get it now. I was like, I don't really know. Angie, is this how Higgins kisses? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. Something sminks. I think you mean stinks. And it might be me. Oh my gosh. Zoe was in our bed last night, and oh my gosh, she had the worst. We had to like move her from the bed to the living room. It was awful. It was awful. Viola's mom, wonder if Karen will want the money back she paid for my DUI bail. Did he have a DUI? I don't know. I mean, I don't know much about the outside of court drama, rumors, any of that stuff. Wolfie says, I guess these steroids aren't the chewables. Excuse me. It was awful. Sam, I'm barely alive to tell the tale today. It's horrible. She's an old girl. I think it's just extra bad because of her ear infection. I don't know if that can make it worse, but I think it was. When is this going to wrap? I have an appointment for a triple X tramp stamp. Oh, nice. Oh, Karen went and paid his bail. Oh, well. Breezy coming in with, I can't stand it when they all flirt after lunch. Must be Peg sending her smoke signals again. Oh, my. Oh, my. All right, let's see what we got next. Oh, this is the last one. Okay. Last but not least, our favorite Lally. What does Lally have to say here? Gosh. Broccoli. Just broccoli? Okay. Oh, I think you're talking about my dog's farts. No, definitely no broccoli for dogs. I don't think they can eat broccoli. I think it's poisonous for them, if I remember right. But it was not. It definitely was not bad. I took 2 lessons from Lawrence Welk and a 1 and a 2. Oh, wow. Okay, that's a fun game. We need photos of Llama and let us guess what she is saying or thinking. Yes, as you guys say, I wear it all on my face and my voice. I'm not really that good at hiding it most days. See, Aperture's research suggests that Higgins D is actually this big. Oh, that's great. Oh, Sam, this is how long I am when I shapeshift into a parrot. Oh, Angie, so the distance for butt dial reception is about this far. Oh, you guys are so funny. I love it. Can't say they proved it. That's true. Breezy Breeze. This is how short my temper is. I mean, for me, mine's getting shorter and shorter. My patience is. Savage Cashew, welcome. IHOP offers IHOPy hour every day from 2 to 10 p.m. with a variety of menu items for $5 or $6. Because that's probably where he's going to go after this trial and work there. Do they have happy hour from 2 to 10 every day? Do we have IHOPs? No, I think we do have IHOPs in Ohio, but I don't think that many. We have a lot of Waffle Houses. Elbow feet. The face I made when I touched Britain's cheese boobs. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh my goodness. Well, you guys, if you want to continue being terrible people, I'm just kidding. None of us are terrible. I think tonight over on our Discord server, I think I'm going to try to get a Cards Against Humanity game tonight. So if you're a bad person like I am, join our Discord server and we can play some Cards Against Humanity tonight. It's very easy. We have a bot that does it for us, so you don't even like need to buy anything or anything like that. So yeah, go join our courtyard and we'll have a game night later tonight. Probably not till like 7 or 8 my time, because I do have to record Diddy, and that's like gonna be a longer than normal ordeal. So actually, if one of the mods over there, if you guys just want to set up the event for me, you don't mind, let's set it for 8 o'clock my time. If one of you could do that, I'd really appreciate it. Well, we have a little bot that does it for us, and I'll explain it to anybody that wants to join. It's pretty easy. It looks weird at first, especially if you've never played with bots before. But look, don't worry, it's very easy to figure out, and I'll happily explain it to whomever. I forget how many we can have to play. I want to say it's like 10 or 12 people could play with us, or you could just watch and hang out. So sorry. Oh. Or you can just hang out with us. You don't even have to play. We could play it without being in voice, but I like to do it anyway. It's fun to read the questions that way. Oh, Beats, want to play Blazing Eights? You can start your own event, sir. But yeah, let's do that. Let's play some Cards Against Humanity tonight in the Discord server. That sounds like a good time. You got that for me, Ange? Thank you so much, babes. Yes, Eastern time. On Discord is a really cool thing that when you look at the event, when it's scheduled, it will show you the time in your time zone. So it'll be whatever time zone you're in will be the date and time on there. So what? What did I do? What did I do? Just being like, let's do things. He is so dangerous at Blazing Eights. He is so cutthroat. That's true. Everybody will help you navigate Discord over there. Everyone's super kind and helpful, and it's fun and all that jazz. I think it'll be a good time. We haven't done that in a while. Discord time shifts. Well, apparently all clocks are wrong. What do you think he meant by? Can we talk about? He said he once had to calculate time for a clock that was 25 years off. What does that even mean? How is a clock off by 25 years? What? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what that means at all. Does anybody know the answer to what? Was it like an atomic clock? Was it a cuckoo clock? Was it the clock on the Titanic? Maybe? I don't know. Space clock? Wormhole clock? I don't know. Squirrel. Oh, that's some Back to the Future stuff, right? Be like, well, I had to calibrate for a DeLorean. Time is very different in one of those. I want to play a game. Yes. Never good when Llama wants to play a game. Kevin says, when I start my old computer, it thinks it's like the 60s despite being from 2005. Yeah. It was a clock at Welcher's house. It was 1979. Oh. What is this from Jasper, the friendly goat? It is with a broken heart that I have to tell you. My dad said I can't have twin brothers. Oh, because he thinks it would take mom's time away from him. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Jasper, the friendly goat, but maybe you'll get a companion someday. But I think Dad's probably right. That's a lot of goats. It's a lot of goats, Terry. It's a lot of goats. In case you guys don't know, Terry True Crime has a pet goat named Jasper. He's adorable. Sometimes when she's on, she'll like put Jasper on screen. He's so cute. She had him since he was a little itty bitty baby last year. It was just his birthday, like last month. He's very cute. I don't know if I would want to own 3 goats, though. I don't even think I'd want one goat. But is Jasper going to be in our pet parade? Not enough goats. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, chat says you need more goats, I guess. So Sam says my little asked me if his cousin lived in the future because he is 2 hours ahead of our time. I was like, that's not really how time works, but sure. Oh, that's adorable. Never too many goats. What about 2 buddy goats? Oh, yes, they're so cute. She did. He was just a little cute little baby goat. Oh, and you're going to dress them up for the parade, the pet parade. That's right. You guys send me pictures of your pets. No snakes. To my email. Oh, maybe I can run that banner still. Just delete the one part and let me just deep. Actually, I'll just copy and paste that one so I don't have to get rid of the other one. Okay. What? Why did it say it's over the limit there? Would like to tell us that. Okay. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. Is it because I have too many? Let's stretch that one and see what happens. Nope. Okay, that's neat. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure something out because it's doing a weird thing. Cancel that and just let's make a new one. Oh no, it's not letting me make. Okay, well, whatever. We'll do that, and I'll just copy that for later. Then maybe. What if it doesn't let me? Oh well. Oh well. Anyway, we'll leave that scrolling at the bottom. That's right. Send me emails about all these things scrolling at the bottom here. No, I make the rules, elbow feet, not you. Not you. Yes, and include your YouTube name. Are fish pets? I think so. I'll take fish pictures. I'd like to see fish. I know some people have some really cool aquariums. No terrariums because I don't like what lives in those. So, yes. No. I don't want to see them with tiny hats. I don't want to see anything about them. Oh, you're getting another dog next month? I love that. I love that. Same kind as Wyatt? Exists most time. Fish, yeah. Yeah. Yep. No snakes. No, thank you. No snakes or other pictures. Please and thank you. Like getting men dressed up as snakes. I'm just gonna make somebody scan my email for me. That's what I'm gonna do. Be like, Amos, need you to go scan all this first before I open it. I'm just kidding. But yeah, send me whatever you guys have. That wise, case suggestions, in-person venues. Focus. Well, it's the espresso. Actually, I used the last of the espresso. And now the only coffee I have left is a mildly caffeinated half calf. Stupid. Anyway, let elbow feet do it. What could go wrong? Everything. Everything. Yeah, that's right. You want to see me and Terry in person? I am just like this in person. So if you want to see me, here you go. We'll be in Marion, Ohio, July 19th. Tickets are on sale now. We've already sold quite a few, which is so exciting because there's people we don't even know, not family, which is like, what? Oh, that's awesome. It'll be a good time. I'm sure there's going to be an after party somewhere or dinner or something. So we'd love to meet you guys for sure. Elbow feet. Something else. Were you calling with elbow feet at a rocket ship, or are you going to take a rocket ship to Ohio in July? Will we be on a rocket ship? Ooh, that would be fun. Yes, definitely after drinks. I mean, I don't live in Marion, Ohio. We're going to go check it out here soon. But yeah, we can always do all sorts of fun stuff. Ooh, Breezy wants to get a sugar glider. Oh, those are like the flying bat squirrels, right? They're expensive though, but cool marsupials. Oh, they are marsupials, huh? It's like bat squirrels. Oh, you're going to take a rocket ship to find the space Lexus. Excellent. I didn't know we had astronauts in our midst. Love that. That is true. Also, it'll be Terry's 55th birthday. I know. Can you believe that? She's looks fantastic. And she canceled her party to hang out with us in Ohio. But listen, I don't think you could have any better of a time than you're going to have with Ohio. We are known to be fun. And I'll let you take a raccoon home. Ask HH if you're allowed to have a raccoon. And then see if you're allowed to have the twin goats. Be like, well, when I go to Ohio, I'm bringing a raccoon back. Okay? Are kids pets? Sometimes. Ugh, sometimes they are. Just an ass, not an astronaut. Okay. Oh, yes, it is. It's Mama Llama's birthday on Sunday. So you can wish her happy birthday now, or you can wish her happy birthday on Monday. But it is my Mama Llama's birthday this weekend on Sunday. I say without looking at a calendar right now. No, I didn't know it was this weekend. I just couldn't remember how many days were in May. Oh, they're illegal to have raccoons as pets in Texas. Oh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Can I take a Toyota to space instead? Yes. Oh, happy almost. Yeah, give Mama Llama some happy birthday. Happy birthday, love. She's the reason I'm here. So you can blame her for all of this. You can sing her happy birthday. She is on Discord. Oh, hey, 80s, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Where did I see? Big weekend plans. Are you doing anything for your birthday, Mom? I don't know if she is or not. We don't live by each other in case everyone's like, well, why don't you just go see her? We don't live by each other at all. So I'll probably be making a trip home here. soon-ish, maybe. Probably. You're gonna make a poll. Do you even know how to make a poll in Discord, Mom? Or are you gonna call me to tell you how to make a poll over the phone? And whatever, I call her every time, and on the holidays, she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's that old age. It's that old age getting to her. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That's right. That's right. No. Terry will show you. Oh, will Terry show you how to make a poll? Will she? Probably not, because she asked me to teach her how to do it. I haven't yet, so joke's on you, Mama Llama. Joke's on you. Just kidding. Oh, I hope it's going to be nice this weekend. It's just been nothing but cold and rainy, which I guess is better than it being really hot. But it's like, little Llama's out of school, first day out of school, and it's just raining all day. So when are we back from lunch? Court TV says 2. So another 15 minutes-ish. Probably 30, because, that cares about people's time. Yes, we do. We do love our Llama family. That we do. And then we'll have a sidebar. Yeah, because she said before she went to lunch. Excuse me. Or no. I'm confusing that with the morning break, where she was like, I'm going to let you go so the lawyers can discuss things with me. And then there was nothing. She just went to break. So, was Brennan finished? Brennan was not finished with his cross. I don't think. I don't know how I could have forgot, because a lot of stuff has happened in the last 47 minutes. I think Brennan is still doing cross. Oh, Angie said that Lucky, rumor has it, Lucky, the snowplow driver, is there in the courtroom, or at the courthouse, I mean. Maybe he's going to go on after this guy here. I don't know. I had not watched his testimony yet from the first trial. So I heard that a lot of people liked him in the last trial. So, or he was likable. So, oh, Buffy's reading that too. Okay. So we could get the plow driver, which again is very interesting, because I don't see how anybody driving by with their lights on could not see him. I don't see how that's possible. 80s Music Man says the defense witnesses IQs outshine state witness brain. You hear mixed commentary about Lucky. Okay. Amy thinks he's definitely likable. He saw the Ford Edge. Right, whose car is that supposed to be, or do we even know? I know you guys have talked about the Ford Edge, but I don't think I recall saying who it was supposed to belong to. His snowplow truck is called Frankenstein. I love that. When it's snow time here, you can like pull up, I think it's ODOT, and all the plow drivers like name their plows. Something very funny. It's one of my favorite things to look at is their names and track them around the city. It's very cool. Breezy Breeze says, I also like umbrellas. They are so smart and beautiful parrots, and they live up to 100 years. I don't I don't know what you're talking about, Breezy. I'm sorry. Did you say something before that, or is this just a typo? I mean, it's cool if you like umbrellas. I like umbrellas. So there's that. Okay, so he said he saw the forage, which is why he couldn't plow. P. Willa's mom says Lucky was so lovable, and Albert's car. Okay, one of the Alberts, maybe. Okay. Okay, it's the Albert's Ford Edge, but like whose car it belongs to is just. Oh, Brian Albert owned a Ford Edge, not anymore. Okay, so one of the Alberts that lived there was their car. Okay, got it. Got it. Oh, you're talking about pets. An umbrella is a type of bird? All right, I'm Googling this. What does that mean? I don't really like birds, but I am a big fan of the party parrot subreddit because birds do make me happy. Oh, I guess I should type in umbrella parrot, not just umbrella. Oh, okay. I didn't know. A white cockatoo is what they're telling me. Yes. Okay. So it looks like one of my favorite birds. Eric the Legend. Look him up on YouTube. It's one of my favorites. Eric goes around. His owners are like this older British couple, and it's so funny because he'll be like, "I'm a fucking legend. I'm a legend." Rah! It's so great. It gets me every time. I do know what that is. I didn't know that they were called umbrella cockatoos. But Eric is a fucking legend. One of my favorite. Scared the cat. Let me see here. Where did my thing go? Get rid of that. And make sure I pull up the stream so that way it's ready with me already. Okay. All right. There we go. Got that put up there. Anyway, yes, I do love videos of birds. I don't like to be around birds. I don't want a pet bird, but birds do some really funny things. And when I'm feeling kind of down or sad, I'll just go on Party Parrot, and I love the birds. I like the Indian lovebirds too. They're pretty cute. What doing? Oh, so cute. But animals that can talk like that really creep me out. I couldn't imagine living like in, is it Brazil? I think it is, where there's just parrots everywhere, like outside, like and everything. I'd just be like, why are they talking? I don't like it. Oh, Piola's mom asked, are you ladies going to CrimeCon? I don't think so. It is in Denver this year, and I saw that it's almost sold out already. I think tickets just went on sale. I would love to go to CrimeCon. When is it this year? Is it in September? I don't know. We'll see. I've been to Denver. It's beautiful. Holy crap. I will not be going to CrimeCon. I will not be going to CrimeCon. It is $400 for the standard. They're sold out of gold VP. They're sold out of platinum VP. $400 gives you a complete all access experience to everything that CrimeCon has to offer, minus the thing. Holy crap, that's wild. I mean, you know, nerd cons are usually quite a bit for a whole weekend, but $400? Oh, September 5th through the 7th is when it is. Shit. It's crazy. Oh, who talks? And I've had macaws that spoke to each other. Oh, I love that. Prosecution rested in Stephen Lawson case already yesterday after 2 days. Defense started today. Oh, interesting. Stephen Lawson is one of the people being charged with the disappearance and murder of Crystal Rogers in Kentucky. Something that we followed for quite a while, and Amos is particularly invested in that case. But yeah, I pray you have a lawyer, Jen. Here, Jeff Martin McCabe, and also hello. And also hello. Breezy says, in the tropical rainforest, many species of birds in there. The climate is right for them. Yeah, that would be wild, isn't it? Dave said, once again, my back is to you, but listening to you is a wonderful distraction. Thank you. Well, thank you. I'm glad you think so. I appreciate that. No, $400 for the whole weekend, but that's just like your basic entry into CrimeCon. That doesn't include VIP and standard, which from what I've heard in previous cons is like getting in to see the speakers talk. I think you have to be on some sort of list or something to do that. Yeah, plus the cost of your hotel for the whole weekend. That is insane. That is ridiculous. I agree. I mean, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I mean, that's, I guess, early. I mean, I still ain't spending $400 on that. Sorry. Yes, Dad, you heard me right. $400. That's crazy. Right? We can have our own crime con with that money. Come to Ohio. You know what? You don't want to pay that much to go to Denver? Come to Ohio. Come to our July 19th show. It's not going to cost you that much. That's for darn sure. And we can make little badges. I don't know. Just start our own. Forget about it. Oh, Gavin Fish is going to be there. Interesting. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd love to go, but that just seems a bit high. I mean, does Comic-Con even cost that much? Maybe Comic-Con in San Diego, but like the ones that come around here, like Wizard World and all those, like it's like $150 for the whole weekend. That's crazy. And that is why we do a group and get an Airbnb. That is true. That is true. Oh, the Mexican themed restaurant. Weren't we just talking about them? A lot of karma, those tickets. I read the other day that Klarna is not doing so good. Oh, what? It turns out a lot of people don't like to pay off things, and it's not going great. How many crimes do you have to commit to be invited? Right? No, I mean, families go there and talk, a bunch of, experts and speakers. And I do know there's a lot of victims that do go there, or victims' families that go there to talk, to try to bring attention to their cases specifically. I just don't see how they get away with $400. I mean, is Disney World even that much for 3 days? I don't know. I'm cheap. Okay. I'll just tell you that right now. I am. I'm like, could spend money on something else. But listen, if you pay that much to go to CrimeCon, heck yeah, let me know. I want to hear all about your experiences at CrimeCon. I think we all do. I mean, I want to see you live stream. So if you did get tickets and you plan on going, just let me know. I'd love to talk about your time there. That would be awesome. I thought it was like a workshop tips and tricks type thing. Well, you see, Terry True Crime and JT, they used to do a show called The Perfect Crime, which was just hypotheticals. All right, it was just hypotheticals. People would send in a scenario and how you would get away with it. And I'm pretty sure Terry said that they were told they had to stop doing that show, is what I heard. Though maybe she's just saying it. I don't know. I don't think so, though. I think they were like, we're going to have to ask you to stop doing that, please and thank you. So, oh, you can volunteer and not have to pay? Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. You probably get to meet a lot of people that way, too, like behind the scenes and stuff. But are there animatronics at Crime Con? I don't know. Should be. People, this mom, I'm happy to send a super chat for $1.99, but $400 to walk through a convention center, I'll pass. Me too, babe. Me too. Yeah, I remember that conversation with Terry about the show as well. Okay, I wasn't misremembering it, but yeah, I think like somebody reached out to them, was like, yeah, don't do that anymore. Though they're still on our channel. I think there's a playlist that's The Perfect Crime, if I remember right. Look at it, guys. It's 2:01, and guess what? We don't even have the ceiling fan back on yet. Very annoyed. Very annoyed with them. Okay, what else do we got? Let's see. I mentioned the live. I mentioned Discord. We're going to play games. Sugar Papini. You need to juggle till they come back. I mean, if you do, you'll eventually learn it, right? I tried to juggle once. I'm not good at it. Not at all. I even had a book. I got it at the book fair in elementary school. I remember being really excited about it. I didn't accomplish anything in that book. Do y'all remember book fairs? Oh, my kid doesn't have book fairs anymore. Those are the best days. They'd send like, or they would order books. It was like this paper ad thing, and I would circle all the books I want because I read a lot as a kid. And book fairs were the most exciting days of school. I love it. What? They're afraid people will take your suggestions? Yes. I think Terry will have to let you know. I don't want to speak for her, but I feel like y'all remember books. I have a lot of books. I have a lot of books in my house. Every year, that's coming up too in a couple weeks. So every year we have like half price books, which is like where you can go and turn in your books for money, or they have new books, whatever. Every year they do this huge book sale where everything is like $1, $2 in this huge building. There's just boxes and boxes of books everywhere. It's like our favorite thing to go do. And then we drop a couple $100 on books that we never read. But I just like to have them just in case. No, I don't read near as much as I wish I did, but I do enjoy reading, right? Love book fairs. I love it. What is a book? Oh, P. Lola's mom. Thank you for the super chat. See, I'm happy to start a chat train. Choo choo. I love that. Thank you. Thank you, P. Lola's mom. I appreciate that so much. You're so kind. Yes, the Scholastic book fairs. I put like one Smarty book and then all the new Fear Streets. Did you see there's a new Fear Street movie on Netflix? I think it's Prom Queen, Prom something. I saw it in the top 10 the other day when I was watching that. Yes, how exciting indeed. The Scholastic Book Fair. Oh my gosh, it was best day. Best day. Oh, nice. Nice. I don't book. Oh my goodness. You guys are so funny. Libraries sometimes have book sales. Yeah, they do. They do. I'm all about, I mean, I'd love to pay full price for books, but also I don't. Because again, I'm cheap. Some I do. Some I really do. But for the most part, I don't. And I also, like, I do have a bunch, like, saved on my Kindle. but I don't really like reading things digitally versus the actual book. I feel like I retain less when I'm reading on a device than in the actual book. But I know some people are the opposite. Plus, I like the smell of the book and I like holding the book. I love it. Sorry, that was a very intimate moment we almost all just had together. Do the mods have a money link? Not yet. Not yet, Pulala's mom. Thank you for asking. Not yet. Excuse me. I love to walk into a Barnes and Noble for the new book smell. Yeah, I don't go. They're back on in court. I don't have them on in court. I just have the ceiling fan. Oh my gosh. Oh, you guys. Oh, thank you so much. My chair was behind from when my computer crashed. Oh my goodness. We're back. Don't worry, we didn't miss nothing.
If we could turn to
Have some
page
feathers. Thank you.
6 of Mr. DeSorga's amended PowerPoint presentation.
This up.
Sir, I want to ask you about your opinions, and inevitably, some of the slides that you've presented to this jury regarding adjusting the clock in a time period of 3 seconds. You have given an opinion that there's a difference that you see in the reports between when the defendant's Lexus is powered on and the infotainment system begins, correct?
Yes.
There's a 3-second difference on the exemplar vehicle between when the power is turned on and then the screen lights up, the ignition of the infotainment system.
The 3 seconds I'm referring to is the timestamp in the data from the SD card. So I'm referring to the timestamp in the SD card. It seems that that's coupled to the screen, but I just want to make it clear I'm referencing the data from the SD card.
The data from the SD card correlates directly to the infotainment system itself,
The date does, yes.
because the SD card is with the other chips part of the board that makes up the infotainment system.
Yes.
That infotainment system powers the screen that goes on after a user presses the button to start the vehicle.
Yes.
So the time that the infotainment system is registering is when the infotainment system goes on, not the power on event.
Correct.
So that 3 seconds that was tested with the exemplar vehicle between pressing the button to turn the car on and the time the infotainment system turns on, the infotainment system clock does not accommodate that 3 seconds.
Correct.
So when we're talking about time on infotainment system, we're talking about after the 3 seconds when the screen comes on.
Yes.
Okay. Now you've made some slides and you've made some assumptions suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to your analysis. And I want to ask you about your analysis regarding the 3 seconds. If we could turn to page 7, please. If you could zoom in on the left side. Sir, you told us that you didn't do any testing or data vetting yourself. You simply relied on reading and reviewing Mr. Burgess's report and Mr. Welcher's report.
Correct.
And really, the information you're reviewing is Mr. Burgess's report. There's only a few references in Mr. Welcher's report where he cites Mr. Burgess's findings, correct?
Most of it is from Mr. Burgess's reports.
There's really nothing in any of Dr. Welcher's reports that you are considering that is not in Mr. Burgess's report.
The .154 alignment methodology, I think exclusively is in Dr. Welcher's and is not present in Mr. Burgess's.
Did you read both of Mr. Burgess's reports?
Yes.
You're not aware that Mr. Burgess talks about that timestamp in his reports?
He he mentions it in the second report to say that he doesn't think, basically, he doesn't think Dr. Welcher should have aligned it on that.
That is exactly not what he said. Where in the report,
Sustained.
where in his report does he say that Dr. Welcher should not have relied on 154? Where does it say that in his report? I have it here. If you can give me the page, we will take a look at it.
I don't know the page, and I'm paraphrasing. By no means am I conveying that as I'm directly quoting it, but I remember that as something I read in there.
Well, I was careful in your affidavit not to paraphrase you, right?
Sustained.
So when you just made that assumption or that suggestion characterizing Dr. Welcher's state of mind or thought process, is there anywhere in the report you can cite or show me where Dr. Welcher said that?
No.
Okay. When you read Mr. Burgess's report and you learned that he and others obtained an exemplar vehicle and did this testing, you have no other independent information to suggest that the power on, power off event and 3-second delay is inaccurate, do you?
I just want to make sure I heard you. Did you say accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate. I'm sorry, the fan's on. I'm trying to
I know
shout.
that's the only reason I couldn't hear that. So can you state it one more time?
I'll rephrase it. When you reviewed Mr. Burgess's report and reviewed the information about his exemplar testing regarding the 3-second difference between turning on the car and the infotainment system going on, you have no other information that you looked at or studied that changes that analysis, do you?
No.
Now, when you are suggesting, could we shrink that and zoom on the right side, please? When you are suggesting that 3 seconds should be added to the time because of that 3-second gap, do you think maybe you made a mistake in considering it that way?
No.
The time that you're adding 3 seconds to is the infotainment time, the infotainment clock, correct?
Yes.
The infotainment clock begins when the infotainment system goes on. We just spoke about that, correct?
Right.
Which is 3 seconds after the power on event.
Correct.
So you're essentially double dipping. You're adding 3 seconds that has already been separated because it isn't reflected on the infotainment system. Isn't that true?
That's incorrect.
You believe that 3 seconds between the power on and the infotainment system going on should be accommodated extra on top of it.
It's not that it's extra. It's because when we're talking about times here, we're pulling a time from the infotainment and we're marrying that with a key on timer from the vehicle control history. Those are separate systems. So if the vehicle control history had its own time, then what you're saying would be correct. We wouldn't account for any delays because then it's already baked into those numbers. But this is a very unique analysis. This is not something I've ever even seen, this type of analysis here where we're comparing a timestamp from an infotainment SD card to a VCH total time. And so the only way to reconcile those two is we have to align them. And the 3 seconds is the alignment between those because the VCH key on timer is going to start as soon as the vehicle is turned on. And that's the 3 seconds.
You've never seen this before.
I've never seen the approach taken here in this analysis by Aperture. That's what I meant by this. I'll clarify. I have not seen a timestamp from a key on event in a Lexus infotainment used in addition to the key on timer from that same Lexus.
You know, Mr. Burgess actually looked at the data, not just the timestamp. He looked at the data. You understand that, don't you?
Sure.
You did not, did you?
Which data?
The data for the timestamp on the text stream data.
There is no timestamp on the text stream data, is my point. It's a derived value from the key on time, and then added to that is the elapsed time from the text stream. So they're separate.
Did you look at the data to make that determination that you're claiming right now? Did you actually look at the data?
I Yes.
You looked at the raw data?
I looked at, yes, the raw text stream data.
The raw text stream data from infotainment, did you look at it?
I just don't want to mince it. The text stream data is an independent system from the infotainment, and you said from, so
Pardon
they're
me.
not.
Did you look at the infotainment raw data?
I did.
Okay. And did you find a timestamp on the infotainment raw data?
Yes.
Now, when you added 3 seconds, you were trying to, in addition to the infotainment data, you were adding on the 3-second delay that now you're saying might not even be accurate. Is that fair to say?
I don't think I've ever said it's not accurate. I said that in the exemplar testing, they documented this behavior of a 3-second delay. And that needs to be accounted for if you're going to correct the timestamps. However, the caveat I put on that was only with one exemplar vehicle. So it could be that this behavior, the 3 seconds, is unique to the exemplar and would not apply to other similar vehicles. And so that's why I did either nothing or the 3, because there's nothing to support something in between.
So you disagree that the clock stamp on the infotainment module begins the run. You believe that there's potentially 3 seconds before when the ignition goes on that should be added to that time.
I know from testing other Toyota systems that the key on timer happens almost at the identical time that the vehicle is turned on. That timer starts running basically immediately.
But on this case, you don't know anything firsthand because you didn't do the testing yourself.
I don't know if it would specifically apply to this Lexus. I know that from other Toyota testing, but
And
not
you're
this specific Lexus.
I'm sorry, finish.
No, I'm clarifying. I do know that from other Toyota and VCH systems that key on timer is basically simultaneous with the key on. I have not tested it on this, and I don't believe that it was tested by Aperture when they had it either. They didn't document the accuracy of the run timer in their exemplar, so we don't know.
Well, you don't know that they didn't document that.
To be fair, if they did, it was not in their reports.
Right. So in this case, you said cars are different, and that's why you're hesitant to accept the fact that there's a 3-second delay. It's a yes or no question.
I'm saying we don't know. If we had Aperture done testing with a separate vehicle, then we could establish, is the 3 seconds the same or is it unique? We don't know. The answer is we don't know.
And so when you are determining that 3-second variance, you don't have any assurance in your own mind whether or not this car, Ms. Reed's Lexus, has a 3-second variance. That's what you're trying to say.
That's correct. And that's why I run my calculations with and without it.
And the way you would determine that is to actually do testing or look at the data.
More testing, I think, is the only way that would be able to be determined.
Now, let's turn to slide 9. As part of your charts, could you enlarge the left, please? As part of your charts, you took this chalk from Attorney Burgess's report and you made some assumptions about this, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I applied the numbers in his third column to the times. So, I mean, that's the extent of the analysis.
When you looked at the first 5 columns, 1:14, 13 a.m., 4:38, 16 a.m., 4:42:06 a.m., 4:45, 12 a.m., and 5:04, 28 a.m. You said on direct examination, oh boy.
Oh boy.
You said on direct examination that was matching infotainment to iPhone.
That's what it says on the chart. So
Okay.
that's probably what I said. I don't
Well,
remember specifically, but that's what the
Is
chart
that-
says.
Is that your opinion that those first 5 columns are matching infotainment to iPhone?
The chart says infotainment call timestamp in column 1. It says O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps in column 2, and then it says offset. So I'm taking that at face value.
You're basing your later charts on the predicate that these numbers, the first 5 columns, are infotainment compared to John O'Keefe's iPhone, aren't you?
Based on the chart, yes.
You didn't do any study on your own to determine the genesis of that information, did you?
I'm aware of the fact that these calls, the 5 you mentioned, were placed when the vehicle was in a keyed off state. I'm aware of that.
What I asked you specifically is, on those 5 columns, did you do any research or study to determine whether or not it was infotainment matched to John O'Keefe's iPhone or some other phone matched to John O'Keefe's iPhone? Did you do any independent study about that?
No.
Because in your ultimate conclusions and all the charts you've given to the jury and shown the jury, it relies on the conclusion that the first 5 columns are a comparison between infotainment clock and John O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that fair to say?
That's exactly how the chart presents it, and that's how I present it.
Did you know that at 1:14:13 a.m. the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Did you know at 4:38:16 a.m. that the defendant's Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
And did you know for 4:42:06, 4:45:12, 5:04:28, did you know that her Lexus was turned off?
Yes.
Do you know that when you make phone calls, oh, by the way, do you know on those different times, the first 5 times, where that information is generated from?
Which column?
Left column, 1:14:13, all the way down to 5:04:28. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 calls. Do you know where that information came from?
It came from the SD card from the infotainment.
Do you know where the genesis, the beginning, the source of that information? That matters, right? The source?
It would.
It would. Do you know where it came from?
The assumption, the assumption is if the vehicle has a timestamp and the phone wasn't connected, it would have been synchronized after the fact. But that wasn't tested. And Aperture didn't do any of that testing in their work to look at the behavior of a timestamp in the infotainment when a phone is synchronized after the fact.
Blaming Aperture is not going to get you out of answering the question. Did you know?
Sustained.
Tell him to talk into the mic. She would have yelled at the defense already. Should have been like, Mr. Alessi, I'm going to need you to talk into the mic, please. Like, where is he even at that he's not talking into the mic? Ridiculous. Oh, yeah, I forgot we're supposed to be looking for Turtle Boy, but I don't see him there. Oh,
Do you know the genesis, the source of those 4 numbers?
Definitively no.
Your entire premise for your slides and values and ranges depends on knowing the genesis of those numbers, doesn't it?
I relied on Mr. Burgess's explanation that those times were synchronized after the fact.
Did you know that those are all phone calls from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
You did know that.
I know that they're phone calls
From who?
between. Sorry, can you maybe just state it more clearly? Because I'm not sure. I don't want to fumble through an answer if I don't understand the question. So
Do you know where those calls came from? The source.
a phone,
Whose?
Miss Reed's phone.
Now, I know you're not an expert on mobile devices, but did you know when it's not contemporaneous synchronization, you plug your phone in, it's going to register on the infotainment system, but it comes from the phone? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know when someone plugs their phone in after they turn the car back on, how it synchronizes on the infotainment system?
I don't know if adjustments are made to those times during a synchronization or not. I think that's something that could be tested, and to my knowledge, was not tested.
If you don't know, then your conclusions and all your opinions to this jury is based on an assumption that you don't even know the predicate for. Isn't that fair to say?
My conclusions are based on all of the data that Mr. Burgess laid out. So he laid these out and went so far as to calculate the offsets himself. So there's something implied in his table by virtue of him calculating these that maybe he would decide to align them. And so, again, to provide the clarity on all the possible alignments, I included them.
But that's not what I asked. If you're making an improper assumption about the predicate, about these calls and the source of them, and you're wrong, that would change your entire analysis and conclusions and charts that we see in your later charts, wouldn't it?
Sure. If there was testing that showed that that is an invalid method on this specific Lexus and SD card, then of the 30 possibilities, some of them would end up being eliminated.
Did you know that when an iPhone is plugged into a car, it downloads the information from the iPhone on the
Yes.
system? You know that?
I don't know how the clocks are synchronized when you plug an iPhone into a car.
I don't even know what it is.
The conclusions are based on the data in Mr. Burgess's report.
I know you're not an expert on mobile devices.
So I'm going to strike that. Go ahead and ask your question.
I apologize. We have two different devices, a Lexus clock, an entertainment system, and an iPhone. You would agree that it's not unexpected to be variances, correct?
Correct.
When you're comparing two iPhones, do you have an opinion, do you agree that you would expect the variance to be very small, iPhone to iPhone?
I don't know.
Have you ever studied that before?
2 iPhones?
Yes.
No.
So as you sit there today, you don't have any expertise, any education, any knowledge about how closely 2 iPhones would sync with each other?
No.
You see in the first 5 columns, the number is small, 22121.
Yes.
Would you agree iPhone to iPhone using the same source of time is generally going to be within 1 or 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have any opinion about whether iPhones to iPhones will generally be within 1 to 2 seconds of each other? Objection.
You can ask if there's an opinion. Do you have an opinion on that?
No.
Next question.
If the first 5 calls are iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, you agree with all of your assumptions and conclusions are accurate.
They're not iPhone to iPhone in the sense that column 1 came from the infotainment. The values were read from the SD card. So there's an assumption baked into it. What you're saying that when a phone is synchronized, the infotainment assumes the times of the phone, but we don't know whether the infotainment would adjust those times to its own clock or not.
You're speculating now, aren't you?
We don't know. It wasn't tested. I don't know is the
You
answer.
don't know.
I don't know.
You don't know.
I do not.
Okay.
Neither did
Okay, we don't know. You don't know.
neither did your experts, sir.
This is iPhone to iPhone. Then your assumption on the first 5, 1222121, they're iPhone to iPhone, and you're wrong about the fact it's infotainment to iPhone. Your assumptions and conclusions are inaccurate, aren't they? Objection.
I'll allow this.
If the title of the first column had iPhone in it as well, then I would not have used it in my analysis.
But that's not the question. I appreciate that. My question is, if those first 5 calls were iPhone time to iPhone time, and you mistakenly analyze them as infotainment time to iPhone time, then the rest of your assumptions and charts would be inaccurate. Objection.
Sustained.
At 5:21:36, do you know whether or not the defendant's Lexus was on?
I don't recall if that one was an on or an off point. I don't want to guess. I don't recall.
Yeah, great.
And so if you don't know if that was on or off, were you able to do an analysis whether this was phone to phone or infotainment to phone?
No.
5:30:31. Do you know if the defendant's car was on?
That one I know the vehicle was on.
That's one timestamp on the infotainment system, 5:30:31, correct?
Correct.
And then in the O'Keefe iPhone call timestamps, there are two different numbers, 5:30:15, 5:30:52. Yes?
Yes.
Right. And do you appreciate that that is two separate calls, or do you think it's something different?
During the
know.
testing they did with the exemplar, calls placed in close succession would not necessarily both be logged in the infotainment. So as I understand this chart, what he's trying to say here is there were two calls placed. There were two call logs in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, but only one timestamp in the infotainment, and he couldn't determine which it corresponded to because of that observed behavior from testing.
I'm asking if you know.
I don't.
Did you ever look at phone records for the defendant or for Mr. O'Keefe to make a determination whether these are two separate calls or not? Did you ever do that?
No.
If these are two separate calls, can you explain to us why there is one timestamp?
Again, as I stated, that was behavior that was observed. The exact behavior was observed during the exemplar testing by Aperture. I don't know why that happens. Why does the infotainment not log every call? I don't. But I know that it was documented that that is a feature of this system.
This information was not taken from the exemplar, was it?
This table, no.
No. This information was taken from the infotainment system of the defendant's car. Is that true?
Yes.
And the phone calls were taken from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Isn't that true?
Yes.
And so, you know why there would be two phone calls and only one timestamp?
Beyond the testing, the exemplar testing that showed an exemplar vehicle did that, no, I don't know why it happens.
Do you know that the infotainment system doesn't always capture all of the phone calls and the phone data in the download? Did you know that?
Yes.
Well, if you know that, can you conclude that even though there's two calls and only one timestamp, that's because how the infotainment system works?
I think that's the most logical assumption, that that's how it works.
So when we look at 5:30:15, right in the middle, and 5:30:52, it is impossible to tell which one relates to the 5:30:31 infotainment on the left. Compare. It's impossible, right?
Yes.
So there's two possibilities.
Yes.
One is that you have a difference, a disparity of 16 seconds.
Yes.
And the other one, going the opposite way, is a disparity of 21 seconds.
Correct.
And so when you add those disparities, you have 27 seconds disparity. Correct?
I'll allow that.
Is there a 27-second disparity? When you compare the two?
I'm not sure I understand the math.
5:30:31 is 16 seconds different than 5:30:15 on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Yes?
Yes.
5:30:31 is 21 seconds different than the 5:30:52 phone call. Yes?
Yes.
And the difference is cut each way, one's minus, one's plus.
Correct.
So you add those disparities, you get 27 seconds. Don't you? Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
Okay. What do you get?
You're saying if, maybe, so I can be clear what you're asking, if we have a negative 16 and we have a positive 21,
Correct.
how many seconds are in between there?
Exactly.
37?
And so you can see, did you know that the defense car was turned on at 5:07 a.m.? Does that ring a bell?
I don't have any of those key ons committed to memory.
So you can see between 5:21 and 5:30, the offset is different between them. which shows that variances change.
Oh,
They move.
That seems reasonable. Yes.
But when I said it seems reasonable, do you have the experience and the knowledge to agree with me? that
Little bit,
variances
yeah.
move?
Yes, they do.
Okay. If those first 5 calls were iPhone to iPhone rather than infotainment to iPhone, would you agree they should not have been considered in your analysis?
Yes. With the caveat that because this is a novel analysis with this SD card and this infotainment, that it was demonstrated that that's the behavior. My opinions on things like that are based on testing and research and literature. And so when we have a brand new system with new data, we want to see some testing to prove it works the way we think it works. But under the assumption, then yes.
You would agree?
Yes.
If we turn to 10, please. Given, could you zoom in a little, please, on the left? Given that these data points come at 5 in the morning, or 1, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, and 5:30, did you consider whether they would be less reliable than comparing to the triggering event, the 3-point turn at 12:23 the night before? Did you consider that?
Yes.
When you said you reviewed and you're critiquing reports, did you read Mr. Burgess's report on May 8, 2025?
Yes.
Did you read in his report where he explains that this is a less reliable method to, it's a less reliable method because of the time distance between the actual event we're interested in, 1162 at 12:31, 43 to 48, than the 3-point turn?
Yes.
Okay. When he explains that the method of using 5:21 and 5:30 on January 29, 2022, he explains about how the information is stored in the infotainment system when it's powered back on, doesn't he?
I'm not sure.
Well, do you remember when you were reviewing his report that he explains the available call log correlation is restricted to a time frame between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m. on January 29, 2022, when the vehicle was powered on. All other calls stored in the infotainment module occurred while the vehicle was powered off, indicating those entries were synced from Miss Reed's iPhone upon reconnecting to the system on the morning of January 29th. You considered that when you decided or formulated your critique, didn't you?
Yes.
This further indicated that the associated timestamps for those calls originated from Miss Reed's iPhone. Did you read that?
Yes.
Relative to those first 5 columns, correct?
Yes.
This behavior was previously documented in the initial report, which is the January 30th report. Yes?
Yes.
You shrugged. I mean, I don't want you just to agree with me. Do you remember it was in the January 30th report?
I don't remember how he phrased it specifically. But I think there was somewhere around there where he noted that some calls were placed while the vehicle was off. I think that's basically what it said in the first one. I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Do you agree generally, or can I give you the report? You can look and remind yourself. I want to get your best memory on this.
Sure.
What would you like me to do?
If you'd like me to look at it, I'll look at it.
Sure.
Do-
Do you
do
have
you
a
have
copy?
the-
Would you like me to bring
Do
it
you
to
have the reports with you, sir?
Later on.
Okay. Do you have an extra copy for him, Mr. Brennan?
Mine is marked. You want me to show the mark? Let me see if I can get a clean copy for the witness. I don't have a clean copy. I don't want to show you something that has my writing on it. Not that I care that you read it, but it's protocol. Okay. In discussing why this is not an effective way of matching the time, did you consider in his May 8, 2025 report, when he's talking about this method, when he says, as a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment?
Yes,
And when
call
he's
logs
talking-
are discrete points.
I'm sorry?
The call logs are discrete points for alignment. Is that?
As a result, this method yields a single reference point, is referring to the 5:30-31.
I don't know. It sounds like it, but I don't know.
From the 5:21 a.m. to the 5:30 a.m. window, a cluster of approximately -8 and -16 plus 21 seconds were observed between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock. Did you consider that?
Yes.
This offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames stated in the initial report. Objection.
I'm going to allow it. Unless, do you have, I'll see Councilor Tadler.
I do think you're on to something, and when you said that you think it's frustrating, Brennan, because this guy is just very like, yeah, and and what? Oh, he's not being super confrontational and weird like his expert witnesses were. Oh my gosh. He doesn't seem to be shaking this guy in any way, which is impressive because this guy's only testified as an expert one other time. So this guy's handling himself very well, I think, on the stand. Elbow feet. Oh, yeah. I love the guessing. You guys are guessing what Brennan's notes are. Let's play that game while we're at sidebar. Captain says it's just doodles of this guy's initials and hearts. I mean, I'd probably put his, cover your ears, elbow feet. I'd put his initials and hearts. And elbow feet, both of them. Why not? Elbow feet says he doesn't want him to see that he's been drawing Yannetti wearing the heart of the ocean and only the heart of the ocean. Draw me like one of your French girls, Brennan. Oh, the CC has been hilarious. It goes by too fast for me to call it out, but it's had some really funny ones these last couple days. All dogs are discreet. Breezy says, I would love to see Hank try and put up a shelter half and dig a trench. Ooh, he's not doing great. Not doing great. This guy is very calm, cool, and collected, which is a lot. It's a lot of pressure, right? With no report, laptops, or smartwatches. That's right. He's not asking to refer to anything, which is very impressive.
Sir, going back to my question, so you read Mr. Burgess' report, the same report that you're critiquing, and you were aware of this information, weren't you?
Yes.
And so you were aware that Mr. Burgess in his May 8th report was identifying that the section in green was the only contemporaneous information for analysis. Did you know that?
Is that how he states it specifically?
I can read it again. I just read it to you.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
So let's give him a copy.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's give him a copy. Does he have the clean copy?
Coffee.
You.
You can turn to page 3. What I read to you was where it says clock sync method 1. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is, if you look at the second paragraph, I read that to you word for word. Do you see that?
Yes.
The 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m. are the only two data points when that car was on January 29, 2022. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you look at the last paragraph,
That's not
do
my
you
eye.
agree or disagree? As a result, this method yields a single reference point for potential alignment. Do you agree with that?
No,
Because you still are under the mistaken belief that
Sustained.
you still have the opinion that the first 5 rows are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
it's presented as that way in his initial report, which is what my initial analysis was based on. And in the supplemental report, there's no further testing to say one way or the other. He just has a new opinion. So I stand by the initial analysis that I had, that those points should be included with all of the other points.
But that's not my question. My question is, you are taking the position those first 5 calls are an infotainment to iPhone analysis.
They could be, and so I include them. I'm not saying they definitively are or not, which is why I never say there is one way to do it. That's why I say there's a whole host of ways to do it.
So you're now saying that you're not assuming that's an infotainment to iPhone analysis. Are you now saying that?
It's stated that way, and I think it could be that way,
He looks like him.
but it might be iPhone to iPhone too, if those times are just copied over.
And if it was iPhone to iPhone, your analysis would be wrong.
Certain lines would go away. So if you want to call the whole analysis wrong because of that, it might be your characterization.
Okay.
It would change the total number of possibilities.
So if we put up chart 12, page 12, please.
This guy's a little annoyed. He's just like, oh, okay.
If you were wrong about the infotainment to iPhone analysis and those first 5 should not be considered, which part of your chart would now be wrong?
What do we have? 12 lines on the chart?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, we have 12 lines on the chart. If we decided to eliminate the lines that are based on the calls when the vehicle was off, we would be left with 4 lines on the chart.
And if we turn to
Yeah.
14, please. And if you could enlarge, well, I don't think you can enlarge it. If your analysis about infotainment to iPhone was wrong, you would agree those first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 columns should not be there, should they?
No, the positive 16 stays, the negative 21 stays, 1, 2, 8, and 20 would go away. So we'd lose 4 lines from this chart.
And the negative 16 line, that comes from information at 5:30 a.m. the next morning.
Correct.
And you would agree that that distance is not as accurate as queuing it from the 3-point turn event 11:62:1.
The 3-point turn is closer in time than the call at 5:32,
And thus more reliable, wouldn't you say?
generally.
And the negative 21, that was from 5:30 and some seconds the next morning. Same idea, not as reliable as the 3-point turn information.
There's greater uncertainty the farther in time we get.
So when we turn to the 3-point turn information, you mentioned in Dr. Welcher's report that it was noted that the timestamp 154 was the end of the 3-point turn event, correct?
That's how he states it.
And then more information was provided when Mr. Burgess then broke down that 154 timestamp, correct?
Correct.
And when he broke down the 154 timestamp, he actually wrote a report about it, didn't he?
Yes?
He didn't just have it in his head. He put it on paper for all to see, yes?
Yes.
And in that report, not only does he break down the data, he also shows a visual of the actual data on a map, doesn't he?
He does.
Mm-hmm.
Exhibit 192A.
He also kind of looks like Richard from Lost.
Okay, let's start with 192B, please. If you could open that up so we could see it a little better. When you look at the data he actually broke down, do you agree that instead of at the end of the three-point turn event as timestamp 154, that actually is at the beginning of the three-point turn? Do you agree with that?
I don't know if the points are numbered on here, so I can't tell which point he's referencing as 154.
Do you see the green circle?
Yes.
Do you see the black line?
Yes.
Does that orient you to the direction the car was traveling?
That appears to be what he's trying to convey with this chart.
And then the yellow is
Dope.
facing a different direction towards Fairview, correct?
It is.
And do you see the green square rectangle?
Yes.
You think that correlates to
Throw
the green
hands.
circle?
That seems to be what this graph implies.
And it notes that,
So ask it differently, Mr. Bowman.
does that heading note the start of the three-point turn of O'Keefe's phone is 12:23:59?
I'm going to allow it.
That's what Mr. Burgess states in the report.
And do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
No, I didn't do an independent analysis of the three-point turn maneuver.
And then the heading of the change, end of three-point turn to O'Keefe's home, 12:24:07. Do you have any information to suggest that's not spot on accurate?
I did not analyze the three-point turn maneuver.
And so when you look at that and break down 154, did you determine or make an analysis that 154
Let's put you all
that
in
was
timeout.
generally accepted,
Just kidding.
because there is variances between items, when you break it down with more specificity, 154 is actually earlier than the three-point turn conclusion. Did you consider that?
I'm going to allow that, yeah.
I'm not sure I understand
Okay.
the question, if you don't mind.
You mentioned Dr. Welch's report said it relied on 154 as a timestamp for the end of the three-point turn.
Yes.
Based on Mr. Burgess's May 8th report and based on the data, which you don't contest, you now agree that 154 was not the end of that three-point turn. It was at the beginning.
Based on how Mr. Burgess presents it, I didn't do an independent analysis. So I'm not on one side with Mr. Burgess or one side with Dr. Welcher. They present independent methods.
Are you suggesting in any way it's inaccurate? Are you suggesting it is in any way inaccurate?
I'm going to allow that.
I don't have any opinions as to the individual accuracy of the methods selected by either Mr. Burgess or Dr. Welcher.
Do you have any information you'd like to add or weigh in on to dispute the accuracy of those times?
Sustained.
And let's turn to the previous exhibit so we can actually see the data that's broken down. You could open that. The 154 timestamp, if you go to the left, please. Do you see that right above the green line?
Yes.
12:23:58. You see that?
Yes.
And then the green goes to the orange, and that's an 8-second difference, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you looked at this, you considered that this was a more detailed study of that timestamp by Mr. Burgess, right?
More detailed is, yes, that's correct.
And do you know why he did a more detailed analysis of this? Why it wasn't in the original PowerPoint?
No, I don't.
Well, you said that variances are generally accepted in the community, right?
Yes.
But then you wrote a report suggesting numbers and additions, and you submitted that report as part of the basis of your testimony, right?
I only submitted a PowerPoint. I have no report.
PowerPoint. And after you submitted the PowerPoint, isn't it fair to say Mr. Burgess then analyzed this data to be more specific after you introduced your PowerPoint?
Yes.
So can you guess why he went through a more detailed analysis?
No.
Sustained. Striking.
in the final exhibit? Let's go back to the data. You said that Mr. Burgess had an 8-second range, 21 to 29 seconds, remember?
Yes.
And you were suggesting that somehow there was some uncertainty. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Were you guessing about his state of mind, whether he was certain or not? Do you know why he gave an 8-second range? Objection.
So ask it differently. Mr.
Okay. You suggested the reason why there's an 8-second range is that Mr. Burgess was uncertain. Remember saying that to this jury?
Not in those exact words, but that's what uncertainty is. Uncertainty is a range. If we don't know a specific value, we put a range around it. That's uncertainty.
This data from the green, would you agree it indicates the beginning of the 3-point turn, and then the orange is at the end of the car is already in motion at 11.2 miles per hour?
I'm going to allow it.
Objection, talking the mic.
I see speed values there. I see some headings. I can't convert GPS in my head, so I don't know.
You could have analyzed this data yourself, right? Before you came and gave your opinion.
I could have.
But you didn't.
I did not.
Do you have any reason to test accuracy of this data that's been brought? No objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No.
And so by giving the range of 8 seconds, you talk about looking at different values to be fair, wide range, right? Even though this analysis depends on the end of the 3-point turn, would you agree it's kind of forgiving to give that 8-second range to give the benefit of the doubt by starting at the beginning of the 3-point turn all the way to the end of it rather than just giving the end point?
As to that form, ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
Does the 8-second range that is provided by Mr. Burgess coincide with the data and the 8-second range between the green and the orange?
That's where he comes up with the 8-second range, correct?
And so if Aperture's position is the matching times at the end of the event, going back to the beginning, isn't that even more forgiving than the 8-second objection?
I'm going to allow it.
Yeah, I would call it a conservative approach to use a range of values.
Right. The opposite of cherry picking, right?
Sure.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of forensic data certainty about whether text stream data provides data reflecting whether a collision actually occurred?
No.
In your opinion, to a reasonable degree of forensic certainty, is the text stream data would not reflect the collision, correct?
That's not what I said. I don't have an opinion.
And you know that there can be collisions or touching between vehicle, and it's not going to appear on the text stream data. You know that, right?
It's possible.
It's possible. Did you know that the defendant's vehicle at 5:07 a.m. on January 29, 2022 bumped into a different car?
Yes.
Do you see that reflected on the text stream data?
I'm thinking back to when I reviewed the raw text stream data, and I don't remember seeing an event from that.
I can't really hear
I don't
you.
remember seeing an event from that time in the text stream data.
Well, you don't remember seeing it. It's not there, is it?
I don't think it is. I don't remember seeing it. I don't think there's one.
You're not.
I was going to finish and say I don't have all of the events committed to memory. There's
You're-
19 of them.
I'm sorry.
There's 19 events. I don't have them all committed to memory.
You're not testifying or offering an opinion that there was no collision with this car that night, are you?
No.
Because if you were implying that or suggesting that or insinuating that, that would be misleading, wouldn't it?
It's not.
Sustained.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
You were asked a number of questions.
Yes.
Thank you. You were asked a number of questions a few minutes ago by Mr. Brennan concerning your expertise. I'm just going to grab a pen. Specifically, you were asked about your expertise regarding mobile data devices. Mobile devices and their data, correct?
Yes.
And were you being truthful when you indicated that you were not an expert
The whole
in
time.
that field? Were you being truthful when you indicated that you have a certain expertise in EDR data?
Yes.
Were you being truthful when you indicated that you did review Mr. Burgess's data and Mr. Welcher's data as reflected in their reports and PowerPoints?
Yes.
Were you being truthful about your credentials?
Yes.
Have you ever lied about your credentials?
Mm.
No.
You hold a bachelor's degree
Yes.
and you hold a master's degree.
I do.
You ever lied to anybody about that?
No.
Hmm.
Mr. DeSogra, what is the only reason you amended your PowerPoint presentation from its original version to the one that you most recently
Oh, maybe.
amended to?
To include the additional analysis and data points from Mr. Burgess's supplemental report,
So-
the May 8th report.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go
The
ahead.
May 8th report.
So you amended yours because he amended his.
Correct.
You were asked just a second ago about all the text stream events that you noted on Ms. Reed's SUV, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a specific text stream event at or around 5:07 in the morning, and whether you had something like that committed to memory, correct?
Yes.
You said, I don't have them all committed to memory, right?
I don't.
What did you say after that? Because there's how many?
It was 19 events prior to 1162-2, 19 other events.
How about after 1162?
There were a number after 1162-2. I don't have the exact count in my head.
How about after 1162, just on January 29th, going into January 30th?
There were other events.
How many?
I don't recall the exact number.
Does 11 sound right?
That it sounds plausible. I recall seeing in the chart. I recall seeing a number of events after.
Would it refresh your recollection with the chart?
It would. Thank you. Yeah, there are a lot. I would have to really use my finger to count them all.
Okay, more than 8,
Total after 1162-2,
only on the 29th.
there aren't date stamps on these because this chart is the raw text stream data, which doesn't have timestamps.
Safe to say, there are many, right?
Yes.
Mary, how much?
Yes.
And again, this goes back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Brennan. I want to follow up on. In no instance were any of those related to a collision, to your knowledge, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were any of those that you reviewed at any time, the lifetime of the vehicle, related to a collision?
None of them were triggered by a collision.
Thank you. I want to ask you a hypothetical, if I could, based on questioning by Mr. Brennan surrounding the 12/32/09 lock event. Do you remember him asking you about those questions, about that event?
Yes.
Your analysis was based on the time span. Let me rephrase that. Was your analysis based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses together of a span of time between the 1162-2 text stream event or trigger event and the lock event at 12/32/09?
Objection.
So the question is that what he's considering?
Correct. In other words, was he basing his opinion or analysis on that time frame, at least in part?
So I'll let that question stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. If you were told that there was another interaction phone event on John O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:16 in the form of steps taken, 36 steps over the course of 83 feet, would that change your analysis or opinion in any way?
Objection.
I'll allow that in that form.
Yes.
In what way?
If the phone event
Alice.
moves from 12:32:09 to 12:32:16, then of the 30 possibilities I had in the chart, all of them would become positive. That would mean that that interaction occurs after the end of the vehicle event every single time. Instead of, it was 25 for 30 in the original
Good
analysis.
question.
The hypothetical would change it to 30 for 30.
All of them, all 30 of them would occur at a point in time. Let me rephrase that. All of them would reflect a scenario in which the phone interaction took place after.
That's correct.
Thank you. If you were told,
I think so.
Hypothetical, if you were told that there was a Doppler state event on the phone, pocket state event on the phone at 12:33:14, would that impact your opinion in any way?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked several questions about what you believed Mr. Burgess may have gotten wrong in terms of his original report and one of his original analyses dealing with bits and bytes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did Mr. Burgess,
Hold on.
of course,
You need to, you know, we have to turn the fans off.
and I'm not speaking loud enough?
Right.
Are you
I'm sorry.
fucking
I'll
kidding
raise
me?
my voice. I just don't want to scream over people, but I will raise my voice.
Let's try this for a few minutes.
Where were
May I
you
start
yelling at
again?
Brennan for the last hour?
That question, yes.
Thank you. You were asked about whether or not you believed that Mr. Burgess was incorrect in terms of certain analyses he undertook or reflected in his original report back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
As it relates to the bits and bytes, did you find that Mr. Burgess was incorrect or correct about his analysis concerning the size of the data set collected based on bits versus bytes?
He was incorrect.
Explain that to the jurors very briefly.
These are just different units. A bit is a different size than a byte. And so if a size for something is listed in bits, for example, and you look at the data and assume it's in bytes, you will assume it's the wrong size.
Which Mr. Burgess did based on your review of his report, correct?
Correct.
I want to change gears and ask a different question or series of questions about the text stream data versus the infotainment system data, specifically the timestamps associated therewith. Is there a timestamp associated with text stream data?
In this case, no.
Okay. Is there a timestamp associated with infotainment system data?
Yes.
All right. The infotainment system data, well, let me see if I can ask it a different way. Where did the 3-second delay come from? Your analysis of Mr. Burgess's review of the of the text stream data, or his review of the infotainment system data?
The 3 seconds came, well, fundamentally, it came from the exemplar testing, where he identified, and he was actually, well, Aperture collectively in that testing identified a difference between when the button was pushed and the time that showed up in the infotainment. But they didn't actually look at, as far as I know, or at least it wasn't provided if they did, how that specifically related to the key on timer itself. But they showed that the button is pushed, there's a 3-second delay, and then the time gets logged.
When that button is pushed for the infotainment system, I'm going to rephrase again, so I'm as clear as I can be. When that button is pushed for the on event, the key on event, is that like a stopwatch? Click, a stopwatch starts running? Timer?
In the VCH system, yes.
Okay. Separate and apart from the VCH system, is there an infotainment system that also has a timer or a clock on it?
It has a clock,
Are those two things independent of one another?
completely independent.
What were you doing with regard to the 3-second delay as it relates to the key on event and the infotainment system event to marry those two things together?
Right. I'm making the adjustment, or proposing that adjustment can be made, because the key on timer is going to start generally as soon as the vehicle powers on. But the infotainment, when you go and download the data, it will say, hey, I think I powered on at this time, and it turns out that time is actually 3 seconds off. So if you're going to then apply the infotainment time anywhere else to VCH data, you've got to realign the two. And that's where the 3 seconds comes from, is these are independent data sources.
Did Mr. Burgess, to your review of his, insofar as your review of his analysis, his report is concerned, did he align the two vis-a-vis the 3-second delay?
No, he did not.
With the court's permission, may we have slide 10 of the PowerPoint of,
Okay.
and that is, we've talked a lot about PowerPoints of Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint. Can you highlight the table on the left, Mr. Wolf? Thank you. Did you create this table?
No,
Was this table, I don't know if you call it cut and paste or if there's some better engineering term for it, was it basically pulled from Mr. Burgess's report?
it was. It was
Did you type-
it was a screenshot.
Thank you, screenshot. Did you type a single word on this?
I did not. I added a green box.
Put a green box around it.
Yes,
You didn't type anything on this.
I did not.
You were asked a ton of questions just a few minutes ago about whether or not the column on the left and the center column were reflective of an infotainment timestamp versus an iPhone to iPhone timestamp, correct?
That's right.
Mr. Brennan asked you a bunch of questions about that left column being an iPhone timestamp, at least the top 5 rows of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rows. Remember that?
Yes.
Read the name that Mr. Burgess labeled that column.
Infotainment call timestamps.
So what, as an expert, what did you presume he, as an expert, was presuming?
Objection.
System.
What did you presume that meant to you, just to you?
Call timestamps from the infotainment.
So if anything is wrong with your analysis, would it be based on Mr. Burgess being wrong in his analysis?
Objection.
System.
Yes. I'll answer for him. Yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Sure. Do you need the light on?
Angie.
I don't. And we can pull that down.
We love that. Good for you, BB.
What was your entire analysis predicated on? What was it based on? The foundation of it, as you explained your analysis to Mr. during the course of the day.
The testing by Aperture and the collective reports and PowerPoint presentations by Aperture. That would be an initial report by Mr. Burgess, an initial PowerPoint by Dr. Welcher, and a supplemental report by Mr. Burgess.
Did you change any of their data?
No,
Did you change any of their analyses?
no,
Did you explain their analyses?
yes.
Sustained, ask it to.
Sure. What were you trying to do in terms of your presentation in your PowerPoint?
Praying hands.
There were a number of different methodologies presented across all of those reports and PowerPoints, and sort of all in different places. So my goal was to bring all of them into one place so we could look at the totality of the data.
You were asked whether the genesis of your analysis relies on knowing the source of the calls, correct? Remember being asked that by Mr. Brennan?
Yes,
The actual genesis of your entire opinion is based on Mr. Burgess's and Mr. Welcher's analyses, correct?
that's correct.
You were also asked why you believed Mr. Burgess did a quote unquote more detailed report in May versus January of 2025. Remember being asked that just a few minutes ago?
Yes,
When you presented your analysis, your math, based on Mr. Burgess's January 2025 report, how many of the scenarios indicated, based on his data and his analysis, that the lock event occurred after the text event?
all of them.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Good luck, Bren. Good luck, buddy.
So, Mr. DeSorga, this demonstrates the danger
No.
or the difficulty.
Hold on. Start the
It's
question
cross-examination.
differently.
It is, it has to be a question.
Start. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
This demonstrates the difficulty in giving opinions when you don't actually study the data itself. Isn't that fair to say?
What are you referring to with this?
Well, you're giving opinions, but you can't verify any of the data because you're not relying on your study of the data, are you?
I'm relying on expert reports.
You're experts.
You're criticizing somebody's report, but you yourself can't defend data that you haven't actually analyzed and broken down yourself.
I don't think that's true.
When you're looking at, when you're looking at someone's report, you're guessing as to what they thought or presumed if you haven't spoken to them. Fair?
I would say I'm reading the words that are in front of me and interpreting them for what they say.
When someone plugs their iPhone into a car after it turns on, and the car reads data that's on the iPhone, that data then resides on the entertainment system, correct?
There's a transfer of data.
And
Yes.
so unless you actually do the study yourself, you had no way of knowing if that information, although on the iPhone, on the entertainment system, you had no idea whether it was from an iPhone or from the entertainment. Fair?
That's right. I don't think that's,
And so when you don't actually do the work yourself, and you just presume or you guess, you could get it wrong, couldn't you?
if I had guessed, yes, but I didn't guess. I used the data in the reports and I referenced the testing that Aperture did. So I did not make a guess.
1 through 5, and you're telling me right now, with reasonable degree of data certainty, that that information is based on the opening clock. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
You don't know. But if you actually did the analysis yourself rather than just Monday morning quarterback and
So I'm going to strike it, ask it differently, Mr. Brennan.
Brennan.
analysis yourself, you wouldn't have to make a presumption that it's wrong, correct?
I don't think the analysis was possible in this case because the testing wasn't done in this case.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. You didn't do the testing.
So I need to hear the question.
You don't know if the testing was done or not. do you?
I know it's in the reports. The testing wasn't in the reports.
Did you read Jessica Hyde's report?
No,
Did you read Ian Murphy's report?
no,
You don't know if that testing was done.
I don't.
I'm going to let that stand.
I do not, sir.
So if you're wrong, you're a substance and product of that.
Part of my conclusions would change. I wouldn't agree that I'm wholesale wrong.
Well, as a scientist, if they're not accurate, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
That might be a nuanced answer.
I'm sorry?
I said that might be a nuanced answer. Frankly, I'm not sure how to give you a good answer to that
If you
question.
have the wrong data when you're doing your analysis, then the final analysis is going to be wrong. If you have using the wrong data, it's that simple.
Yes,
Right? You don't have to be a scientist to figure that out.
yes, that's
Okay. If we could have Mr. Welcher's 33.
Is he calling his own witnesses' data wrong? I feel like that's what he keeps saying. Is that this all could be wrong, and if this
You could
you're
open that,
wrong because
please.
all this is wrong. We should
You
tell.
were asked about whether the window is within the time frame of 12/32/09, the last user interaction with the phone. When you look at this data, could you go to the top, please? You see on vehicle speed, the car is moving. You see that? Could you enlarge that a little bit, please? The beginning of that data capture, the car's already moving, correct?
I see vehicle speeds right in those first couple of lines. Yes,
Yes?
yes, I see
Yes.
vehicle speed.
If you go to the bottom, at the end, the car
Oops.
is still moving. Yes?
I see vehicle speeds there as well.
2361. That would indicate, in your experience with text stream data, the car is still moving. Yes?
At the end of the record, there is a vehicle speed. The car is moving. That would be my assumption.
Okay. And so when you're making your conclusions that something's with or without, you're simply talking about
He
the
is.
time of the 10 seconds of data. Yes?
Yeah, everything that I've done has been referencing the end of event 1162-2, which is exactly how it's been referenced in all of the other reports.
That 10-second window. Yes?
Not even the window, just the end. Everything in the Aperture reports talks about the end of event 1162-2. So that's what I used across everything.
And when you say end of event, you're referring just to data, not the actual real life event.
Yeah, absolutely. The end of the recording.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so after that window, 12/32/04 to 12/32/12, you were asked a question about what might have happened 4 seconds later, 12/32/16. Remember you were asked about that?
That's a good
Yes.
Did
one.
you know at 12/32/16 that John O'Keefe's cell phone moved for the last time? Did you know that?
No.
And between 12/32/12, which is in the 10-second window, and 12/32/16, do you know what John O'Keefe was doing in that 4-second period?
No.
Do you know if he was walking?
No.
Do you know if he was crawling?
No.
Do you know if he was falling?
No.
You don't know.
I do not know.
Okay,
What is happening?
12/32/16 wasn't just that Mr. O'Keefe's phone was moving at the steps.
I didn't review the phone data, so I don't know.
Did you review anything to indicate that steps were taken over?
Objection.
so that's sustained.
Right? That's why we're here.
What about the data? What is wrong? Then you'd be wrong, correct?
Generally, yes.
Garbage in, garbage out. Basic scientific postulate, correct?
Generally, yes.
You're relying on whose data?
Mr. Burgess's data and Dr. Welcher's data.
He said garbage in, garbage out.
All right, Mr. DeSover, you are all set, sir. So you can step down. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like.
He finished that with garbage in, garbage out. Is that correct, sir? Wow. Okay. Okay, you guys. That was something. What is happening here? Hank, I don't understand what you just did, buddy. You just made your expert Burgess a billion times worse. Because if you're saying that anything this guy's doing is wrong, it's based entirely off of your expert witnesses. That's not great. That is not great. That was something. That I mean, I don't know what else Brennan could do, honestly. He had to try something. I just don't think that was, it didn't probably leave a taste in the juror's mouth that he was planning on. He has no Alessi. Okay. There was a big mic drop boom moment, if you will. And that is when Jackson asked him about, or shit, no, it was Jackson for sure. Jackson asked him hypothetically, what if John took 36 steps and moved 83 feet after this 12:32 16 moment? I forget what the last 2 seconds are. And he was like, oh, if that's the case, then 30 out of 30, this happened after the event, which is not what the prosecution wants you to focus on or think about, is those steps, those 80 feet worth of steps. So that was interesting. That was interesting. Yeah, this was not good for the prosecution one bit. And I think this guy's a really good witness. For an expert, for not having that much experience in court, he knew how to answer questions and wait, unlike Dr. Welcher, who's done hundreds of these but didn't know how that works.
Jurors, we did that to have me decide whether I'm going to let you go home now or not, and I'm going to let you go home. So that 5 minutes that just took means that you get to go home, because we know we'll be longer. We don't want to do this to you, okay? So we'll break for the day. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss.
Oh, they're going
this
to argue
case
stuff.
with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Additional caution, please be very careful. Continue to be careful with your social media use. We will see you Monday. Monday will be a full day. We'll start right around 9 on Monday morning. So we'll see you then. Have a great week.
Could you let me know the rest of the week's schedule? That would have been nice. Damn it, Bev. We're not going anywhere. It does sound like they might be arguing something. So we'll let the jury get out of there and see if the lawyers come back to argue. I feel like they do have stuff they need to argue about, but we will see. We'll give them a few minutes. Oh, goodness.
We'll come back. I'll come back in 5 minutes for the voir dire.
Oh, 5 minutes for a voir dire. For who? Who are they voir diring? That's exciting. Okay, hold on. Let me take this little banner down because we don't need that right now. Ooh. Is it going to be Lucky, do you think? Is he there for voir dire? That's crazy. Okay. Right, she's only going to get 5 minutes. Oh, yes. I don't know who. Mystery voir dire. I don't think it's probably an expert because they're probably not coming in until next week because you want to pay for those hotels all weekend. So maybe it's Lucky. I don't know. Let's see. I love it. Oh, I didn't like Lucky's answers last time. Okay. Oh, Brennan, that was such a bad job. And I think he tried again being confusing with the jury. Okay, well, what about this thing? Why didn't, it's like, bro, your own witnesses didn't do it either. And he's using your expert that you paid $400,000 for. And you're gonna be like, well, what if you did it yourself? I mean, I don't know. I just feel like he was being a little too, that's not what that guy was there for, you know? He just made his witnesses not look great. And how about those jabs from Jackson when he asked about his education again at the end? Like, have you ever lied about having a degree, about having a bachelor? Have you ever lied about that? in court are on your CV. Fire. What is that little emoji? Is that hand sanitizer? Oh, is that new? Hi, Barb. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. Sometimes I don't get to see all the emojis on my end here. So sometimes they surprise me, and I like that. Oh, goodness, you guys. What a day. If this is how Brennan's going to be, one, can we also talk about Bev yelling at Jackson, who was more than loud enough to hear, but we can't hear you. But Brennan can stand on the whole other side of the room for an hour, where my awesome headphones had to be turned all the way up to even hear what he had to say. I think that's interesting. Did not like that. Did not like that at all. But next we're supposed to have some sort of voir dire. So we don't know who. I'm excited. If you guys want to hang out after the stream today at 8:00 p.m. Eastern, I will be on our Discord server, the Courtyard, playing Cards Against Humanity. I already have it set up and it's in the general chat. Just make sure you click interested, and then I will tag you when we go to play, as well as Discord. Otherwise, I won't know if you want to play or not. But we're going to have a fun time just hanging out, super cash. I'm not going to be, you're not going to see me probably. I'll probably be in my PJs by then, but why not? Let's have a fun night together. So you weren't sure what it was either. Okay. Ooh, look, a mystery emoji. I love it. This voir dire will be interesting. Will be. So are we going to have a week and a half of Brennan being a dysfunctional penile implant? I mean, maybe he tried to go really hard with this guy. I don't think the jury's going to like that very much. Like, sir, I don't feel like you've earned that yet in this trial with any of your witnesses or anything like that. I mean, I don't know if he even has a choice to be any different way, to be quite honest. But I don't know. I think he too is coming off he's coming off very defense lawyer, that's for sure. It's just like, bro, we already seen your witnesses though. Okay. So yeah. I would be so annoyed if I was on this jury. I would be so annoyed. And jurors, they're not supposed to do this, but some have kind of based their verdicts or had an easier time reaching their verdict depending on the lawyer's presentation and demeanor and attitude. That happened in the Casey Anthony trial. The jury enjoyed Jose Baez, being casual with them, being charming, and a lot like our lawyers that we're seeing that we like. Where the prosecution in that case, they said, came off very arrogant, very hard, and very cold, and they did not like the demeanor of the prosecution. So you got to be really careful, because people do take these things into consideration. Should they? No, but you know what? We're all human, and that's just how it goes. But it's a mess. Yeah, especially the witness today was very well composed with both sides. I thought so too. I think Brennan went too hard. I know he had to, but I don't think it made it look good. Shunka says, I think Brennan crosses why they chose him as a special prosecutor. I mean, sure. Be great if he didn't just spend weeks presenting what he did, which was garbage. Dave says, especially having the focus on a pissing contest for the last 2 days. Yes, like, I don't know. I know he's got to try to defend his experts, but his way of doing that was, well, maybe your data is bad. And it's like, but it came from your people. I do wonder why he didn't have the reports from Ian Whiffen and from, the burger waffle pizza girl. I can't remember what her name is. She also testified about data as well. I forget. It is weird that they didn't give him those reports, but he was only there to combat Burgess and Dr. Welcher. So, okay. And I suppose both the guys from Aperture said that their stuff did also come from those other two reports. So maybe that's just, it should be all in one anyway. I don't know. Wayne Dennison is the best expert witness destroyer I have ever seen work. What case is this person from? I'd love to see that. That name doesn't ring a bell to me. Oh, Hyde. Yes, Miss Hyde. That's right. How can I forget that? Jekyll Hyde. Yes, thank you, Barb and P. Lola's mom, for that answer there. I'm guessing maybe, yeah, the Aperture already said we considered their information as well. Oh my goodness. Johnny Depp. Wait, which one's Wayne Dennison? Was he on Amber's side, or it's been how many years now? Like, if I see his face, that might help. Let's see. Okay. His face doesn't look familiar to me. It's okay. I will look him up later. Anyway, right? He didn't need his laptop. He didn't even have any notes in front of him. Well, they ended up giving him a copy of a report, but like he didn't need to rely on any of that, which does make you more credible. Okay. I don't have a problem with experts, medical examiners, blood people, DNA. I don't care if they use the reports. It's a lot of confusing numbers and science. And, you know, I think that's important for the jury.
You are unmuted.
Okay. I think he did very well too. I think we went to like 4:15 one day. One day. And she was not happy about it.
So you're gonna step up, face the clerk, and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thanks, you take the stand.
Who's this? Is that Dr. What?
Sure. Is she right outside the door? Do you mind, sir, if you can stay right there?
Sure.
And it'll just be a few minutes, okay? Ms. Giannetti, when do you need this witness back? Monday?
Yeah. Oh, Dawn Hughes was in the Diddy trial, by the way. Yeah, she was there in that trial. I think last week.
So I'm going to need her at a microphone. Do you have one on council table there? So the podium, or one of those back where Eugenia is. Thank you.
Who are they talking to?
No, there's a microphone a little closer. We're just follow this.
Stand up. Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello,
Could you tell me your name, please?
Kelly Dever.
And Ms. Dever, you've been summoned here. I think I saw you earlier. You've been here all day.
Yes.
All right.
Who's
So
this?
we're not going to reach you today, unfortunately, but you were summoned to be here.
Yes.
All right, so that summons is still good until we reach you, so you're going to have to come back Monday morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you agree to do so?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll see you Monday morning. Be here before 9, okay?
Will do.
All right, thank you very much.
Who's
Your Honor.
that? Dawn? What was her name?
Go ahead, Mr. Alessi. Oh, geez, you idiot.
That was a big compliment, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, Diamandis.
You've also been here all day.
Yes,
Sorry for making you wait.
no problem.
Do you know former State Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
I've known him since middle school, probably the 6th grade.
Ooh.
Grew up with him essentially?
Grew up with him, been friends for 30 years.
Okay, and if you just keep your voice up.
Sure, yeah.
I'm sure other people can hear you, but this
So
old guy.
can we turn off the fans and the air conditioning? Are they all off?
So you have bad choice in front.
We're just gonna do
Okay.
this.
Kelly Dober. Dever.
Absolutely, sure.
Much better,
D-E-V-E-R.
thank you. So you say you've known him since
Founder.
middle school, elementary school?
Yes,
Graduate high school with him?
yes,
And are you friends after high school as well?
yes,
Do you have his cell phone number in your phone?
I do.
Have you texted with him over the years?
I have.
In fact, were you on a group text chain with him that lasted a number of years?
Yes,
I would like to show you a document, sir, and I'm going to ask you to read it to yourself, familiarize yourself with it, and then when you're done, look up at me. Okay,
Okay.
may I approach?
Yes.
Yes, that was her name. Oh boy. Oh boy. They're calling his friends in.
First, Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh boy. These were the really bad things that he said about Karen. Oh boy. Yes, I think so. The one with the C word and the R word and the kill herself. And I think.
And now we'll give it back to you. Yes, thank you.
thank you.
Oh boy. Did he say they weren't friends? I thought they're still friends. Maybe I misheard. I'm too excited right now. Yeah, I think this is the chat thread where he says some really disgusting things. He's a garbage person. The guy that's on here is, I didn't catch his name though. Oh, crap. What was this guy's name, chat? D something. Anyway, he's friends with Michael Proctor in the text chain that Michael Proctor had two. He had one with his work colleagues and bosses where he talked about nudity, not finding nudes. And then he had another chat with his childhood besties where says not so great things. Not so great things. This guy's garbage. I mean, we'll see. I don't know exactly which texts were his response, but what Proctor had to say was disgusting. And he's a scumbag, and I don't like him. That's why he's disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor. He does some not good things for somebody who's investigating this person. Like within hours of John in the investigation, he is calling her the C word, the R word, making fun of her body and her health issues. I'm sure we're all going to hear about this, how he hopes that she kills herself. Just crazy shit that I think is not, I know you're talking to your buddies, but like, yeah. Oh, the day Proctor comes on, we'll be fired up. I do not know. It's a good question. I don't know. She is on the witness list. Yeah. We're gonna hear a lot of see you next Tuesdays. Whack job.
I think he's all set, Mr. Unity.
Thank you, Ron. Sir, have you reviewed that entire document?
Yes,
Does that look familiar to you?
yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
It looks to be a text chain with a group of my friends that I grew up with.
Okay. And so would
I don't think
all
so.
of those friends have been people that you went to high school with?
Not all the same high school, but the same time. Some of us went to different schools.
And you were friends during that era?
Yes.
And you've remained friends for how many years since then?
I mean, we've been friends for 30 plus years, probably.
Do you know precisely when that text chain started?
I do not know when the text chain started.
Months, years?
Years, definitely years.
And that's a portion, in other words, there's a start time and an end time to that, but the text chain started before the start time that's listed on that document?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to ask you about 5 different categories of information that allow you to identify the text chain. First of all, directing your attention to page 1. That is an unredacted version of this. Do you see your phone number on page 1?
I do.
And is that accurate in terms of your phone number?
It is.
Well, do you have a passcode on your phone?
On my phone, yes, I do.
All right, and have you had that for years?
Yes,
So as of January of 2022, you would have had a passcode to get into your phone, correct?
correct.
With regard to the typing of text messages, you didn't appear to be too active on this thread, is that correct?
Not from what I see here.
Did you see one entry that you actually did text?
Yes, one.
Okay, and I think these page numbers, they're all numbered. Could you direct us to the page where you actually chimed in? And if I suggested to you, it might be 4 from the end. And you don't have to read the actual text, sir. I just want to.
Sure, I'm just trying to locate it. Yes, I see it.
Okay, and the time of that, a date and time of that text as it's reflected on this document?
February 2nd, 2022, 12:38 p.m.
Okay, and what you
So I
type,
have a different copy.
oh, I'm sorry, it's, for the record, it's on page,
What's the
Oh.
bottom page number? So we have the last 2 digits. 4, 4. All right, thank you.
and for the record, reading what is typed there, does that sound consistent with something you might chime in a text message, a text chain of this sort?
I mean, it could be. I have no memory of actually typing it, but
Sure.
that's not something, I mean, it could have been something that I would say. Yeah.
At the very last line of that text, do you mention somebody's nickname?
Yes.
And what nickname is that?
Chip,
And whom do you know as Chip?
Michael Proctor.
Oh, I forgot they all had animal
Now,
names too.
going back to the first page, there are a number of other phone numbers there. Have you checked your phone prior to taking the stand today to match those phone numbers with other friends of yours?
Yes.
And if you could, and hopefully you remember them all, can you list by first name only your friends who are included in this text chain?
Sure.
So- Yeah, so let's not, if he recognizes, it, I don't want to put names out.
Oh, I don't either, Judge. That's why I was saying first names, but if that's sufficient that he recognizes,
Why don't you refer to the last 2 digits in the phone?
sure.
Is that acceptable, Mr. Brennan?
It is.
Okay.
Okay. You see, I'll list the last 2 digits of the phone numbers that don't have a name associated with them, okay?
It's sport here.
If I may just have a moment.
Yes.
They're trying to see if he knows enough to come in and testify. But this is outside of the jury's presence. So, and this is Michael Proctor's friend.
Okay, starting with the phone number that ends in 51. After you checked your contacts, is that a friend of yours
Yes, it is.
who was on the text chain?
Correct.
With regard to the phone number that ends in 68, same question. Is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Correct.
And with regard to 45, which is the next one, again, a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
That's me.
Oh, I'm sorry, that is you,
Yeah.
of course. With regard to 95, is that a friend of yours who was on the text chain?
Yes, it is.
And with regard to 93, same question, friend of yours on the text chain?
Yes.
And then there are 3 numbers there, one that ends in 11, one that ends in 46, and one that ends in 82. Do you see that those particular numbers have a nickname associated with them?
Yes.
Those nicknames, do you recognize them as being also friends of yours who are on the text chain?
I do.
And then finally, there is somebody listed as local user. We'll get back to that one.
Okay.
With regard to the other ones that you've just identified, sir, have you texted back and forth with them on those phone numbers over the years?
Yes.
And also with regard to this particular text thread?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd also ask you, with regard to the content of these messages and who said what, and particularly focusing on the one that's identified as local user. Having read that text chain, were you able to determine who local user is?
Yes.
And who is that?
Michael Proctor.
And was that by the content of the messages that Michael Proctor typed that you recognized it?
Yes.
And with regard to whether this is a complete, accurate record of what it purports to be, what is your testimony in that regard?
I believe this to be a record of our text chain for this period of time.
Appears to be accurate and complete.
It does.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Just one more question for you, sir. Does the text message chain that you read fairly and accurately represent the circumstances of the conversation that was going on?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Morning. Good afternoon.
Do you have an independent memory of any of the text conversations in the package that you reviewed?
I do not have a memory of this happening.
Thank you.
Nothing on that.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to ask you to, you're all set.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to step down.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, given that unfortunately this witness was not reached by the jury today, I would like him recognized as well.
He has counsel here with him, right? Does he have counsel here with him? All right. Sir, you'll make sure your client is here when we need him?
I will do so, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Thomas Campbell. My office is in Boston.
And I'll speak with Mr. Campbell in terms of an appropriate time of day. He's been very cooperative.
All right.
This guy has a lawyer too?
Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Mr. Campbell. We'll see you. We'll let you know when we need you back. It's probably going to be Monday first thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
Oh, well, he's getting in. Why does he have a lawyer?
All right. We'll hear you, Mr. Yannetti.
So, Your Honor, I
Interesting.
understand there's an objection, so I did not respond to the
No, I want to hear you as to why this is admissible. Why this is admissible.
I mean, Sure, everyone can have an attorney. I'm just nosy. Just, I've never seen a case where so many witnesses have brought their own lawyers to court. Okay. That does not happen very often, if at all. Like every single person has their own lawyer here, which is wild.
So, Your Honor, with regard, I assume we're just dealing with authenticity at this point?
No, we're dealing with both. You're the proponent of the testimony, so let's deal with both.
Okay, all right. So regarding authenticity, Your Honor, there are several ways that are either independent or connected with each other by which or through which a party can authenticate text messages. The majority of the case law out there are defendants having appealed judges' decisions to admit text messages offered by the Commonwealth, and the majority of the case law that exists affirm judges' allowance of text messages into evidence. The Commonwealth filed a memorandum in opposition to these text messages being admitted, and not one of the cases cited by the Commonwealth apply here or are appropriate. The case of Commonwealth versus Purdy, in that case, the Commonwealth introduced text messages from computers seized at a massage parlor. The defendant objected that there was no evidence that he had authored any of the, these actually were emails, not text messages, any of the emails that were admitted into evidence. Nobody saw him do it. Nobody saw him type it, and nobody discussed any of the emails with him. But the SJC cited a long-standing rule, including Rule of Evidence 901B1.
Congrats to all our new members.
Evidence may be authenticated by direct or circumstantial evidence. And the circumstantial evidence is essentially what we covered here in court today: the appearance of the electronic communications, the content, the substance, internal patterns, or other distinctive characteristics. Commonwealth versus Welch. It was a murder case where a boyfriend killed his girlfriend, was charged with killing his girlfriend, was convicted. The Commonwealth sought to introduce text messages between them, and various text messages from the victim's cell phone were admitted into evidence because, for one reason, they referenced the defendant's distinctive nickname. And in this case, we have a text chain with 3 nicknames, all of whom the witness recognized as being his friends. We have more to authenticate this text chain than in any case I have seen, and also more than in any case the Commonwealth has cited. In this case, we have an identification of every phone number pursuant to the last 2 digits. We have an identification of Michael Proctor's message relating to the contents. We have evidence of the witness's cell phone requiring a passcode, meaning that in order for his phone to be active in this chain, he would have had to have unlocked the phone with the passcode. And he testified that what was in the content of the message that he identified as being his is consistent with something that he would have said. And not only that, but he adds a 4th nickname, that being Chip, that being Michael Proctor.
Oh my gosh, thank you, Dave. I gotta go
with
take
regard to Commonwealth versus Welch,
appreciate you.
Which is again cited in their memorandum. This opposition, Your Honor, they state what appear to be rock solid black and white legal principles, but when you scratch below the surface and you actually read the case stands for nothing in terms of what they've represented it to be. They stated that in Welch, the court must find that each and every communication was authored by the individual member of the group. That's just plain false. The case doesn't say that at all. It's nowhere in that case. And in fact, the messages were let in again because of the circumstances and the content of the messages. Commonwealth versus Raposa, another case that they cite. The defense sought to call a neighbor to testify that he had seen the victim alive after the defendant had confessed to having shot him, another murder case. The problem was that the neighbor denied making the statement, so the defense wanted to call the neighbor for the sole purpose of impeaching him with his prior statement that he supposedly made to the police and use that statement as substantive evidence. So in that case, the defendant wanted to use an out-of-court statement for its truth. It was rank hearsay. That case had nothing to do with text messages or statements used to show state of mind or electronic communications. But somehow it makes its way into the Commonwealth's memorandum. Commonwealth versus Rajiv R., which is the second to last case that they cite, that dealt with a search warrant done at a juvenile's home. The police officer in that case was allowed to testify to what he was seeking, which was the goal of the search warrant, a firearm allegedly in the juvenile's possession. And he was also allowed to testify to what the juvenile's mother did during the execution of the search warrant, which is she directed the police to the juvenile's bedroom. The Commonwealth cited that case to say you can't use hearsay when trying to prove a Bowden defense or present a Bowden defense. That case had nothing to do with Bowden. The evidence was admitted to explain what the police were doing in the home. So it's a situation where, there are times when, the police stop somebody on the street or the police get a search warrant and then they show up at a home. And rather than just have them magically appear at the home with the warrant, the police are allowed to give some circumstances as to how they got there. Nothing to do with Bowden. It's just giving the jury a fuller picture. Yet it was represented to you by the Commonwealth that, geez, this is a Bowden issue and you can't use hearsay to present a Bowden defense. Commonwealth versus Sullivan, exact same situation. Testimony was admitted about DNA on evidence matching the defendant's DNA from a national database. The Commonwealth cites three principles. It's almost like they're setting a standard down that the court is supposed to follow with three factors. But again, none of the three principles that the Commonwealth cites is found in Sullivan at all. They're not even mentioned in the case. They're simply made up and put in a memo to ask this court to do something that the case does not support. And again, it has nothing to do with Bowden. So now we come to the arguments about the fact that the Commonwealth is claiming that these statements are hearsay. They're not. These statements contain insults of my client. I'll be kind and just mention the word.
So I read them.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, Your Honor, if you're going to allow this into evidence, I'll stop talking. Otherwise, I have to make my argument.
I understand what you mean
Ooh.
by insults.
Spicy and
Okay. So I won't even mention them then. The Commonwealth is essentially arguing that we're offering these text messages to show that the insults were true. That's a silly argument. Obviously, we're not. Hearsay has three components. These are all statements out of court. None of them are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. None of them. Even the statement when Michael Proctor says that the homeowner is not going to catch any grief because he's a Boston cop. We don't know if that's true or not true. It's offered to show that Michael Proctor believes it's true. He's the lead investigator in the case. He has input into the case. He can decide who's investigated or not investigated. At least that's our argument. It's all consistent with our defense. It's offered to show his state of mind. Everything that he says is offered to show his state of mind and to show his bias. He, as the lead investigator, his bias in what he does or doesn't do. And in fact, Mr. Brennan said at sidebar earlier when we started this conversation that Bowden deals with what was done or what was not done. We're entitled to explore what was not done and not done, and we're entitled to explore why. We have evidence of why. We have Michael Proctor's words about why he did or didn't interview people separately, why he waited, for instance, a year and a half to interview a plow driver who was out there on January 29th, why he treated some people with kid gloves and other people with brass knuckles. He's stating it in these text messages. She's gonna go down for this. We're gonna pin it on the girl. We're going to make sure that there are some serious charges. She's effed. Those are what he says about, those are the statements he makes about Karen Reed in the infancy of this investigation. And to the contrary, is anything going to happen to Brian Albert? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. These are all statements about Michael Proctor's state of mind. The prosecutor and I have been over the statements. I realize he's objecting to the admission of these statements. I don't think he has a legal argument that passes muster to do that, but should the court allow them in, we're agreed on everything except for 3 entries, which I think we could deal with pretty quickly. And unless the court has questions, I'd rest on that.
No, but I'd appreciate a copy of whatever you've agreed upon.
Okay.
So it's been a long day for staff, so I don't need to sit here and go through each one. Just get me a copy of what you've agreed to.
Okay. So this is the only marked copy. I'm happy to hand it to the court.
And you can take care of it and email it in.
We'll do that. Thank you,
All right.
Ron.
So, Mr. Brennan, I'd like to hear you on admissibility. I haven't decided admissibility, and I'll hear you on authentication.
She did tell him to come back Monday though, so he's gonna be like, they should call Michael Proctor, and I'm gonna say yes, let's do that.
On the first issue of authenticity, this witness has no memory of any of the text messages. I think it's fair to conclude he's on the text message string. He recognizes the people on it, but there is no authenticity if he doesn't recognize them. The person that could best authenticate these text messages is Michael Proctor.
Mm.
This
Yeah.
witness does nothing as far as identifying the individual text messages and whether they're reliable, whether there's been any additions, deletions, whether in sum and substance this is part of the conversation. Notably, I think, according to the questioning by Attorney Yannetti, he's made one comment at the end of the string that really has nothing whatsoever to do
It's a good shot,
with the text messages that are at issue. So authenticity, I don't believe this witness reaches that conclusion for them. Regarding admissibility, I do not dispute that in the right context, these text messages are admissible. If there is an investigator in a case that makes derogatory remarks about an accused, I can't say that doesn't go to bias, nor do I reject the idea that it shows an unfairness or a motivation. But really, you need to put that in context, and I think Attorney Yannetti highlighted that. He says that this is not hearsay, it's how he thought, or whether it affected a particular part of the investigation. It may have, it may not have. Even if he denies that it affected his investigation, it's still an appropriate question to ask just because that type of negative commentary, inappropriate commentary was made. But to explore the state of mind and put it in context, you need to ask the person that you're accusing of having the bias, because perhaps it did affect the bias. Perhaps the person was very biased and made decisions based on that animus. Or perhaps the person made negative comments but had nothing whatsoever to do with the investigation. It is surmised to say because these comments were made, a witness was not investigated, or there was some other amorphous, undefined ill that happened. That's the whole reason why the witness who made the comments should be confronted with the comments they made so the jury can fairly assess, is this relevant? Is it material? And what is the value of it? I am not opposed to the admission of bias against a witness, especially a police officer, but it should be against that witness because they need to have the opportunity to admit, deny, define, accept, and explain. By putting these messages in with sidestepping, calling Mr. Proctor, They are trying to gain the advantage of putting information in front of the jury that has no context, suggesting it has a value that has not been defined, and then, as Mr. Yannetti just did, making an argument that because the comment was merely made, that therefore there was a consequence, and specify a consequence where there's no factual basis to conclude. Because he made a derogatory comment, he didn't investigate or speak to a plow driver for a year and a half. That defeats the purpose of defining the value for which this is being emitted. I do have some issue that it's really not under the context of voting, because this doesn't have to do with the adequacy of a police investigation. It has to do with bias. And that purely is the state of mind of the person who made the comment. I would not get in the way of confronting the witness about their bias if they were called to the stand. But to put it in this way invites speculation, it invites manipulation, and it invites a party on either side to portray this in a way that is not factually viable. It will be distracting, confusing for the jury, and it could be unfair for either side, because it will lead to arguments about what it means without a factual basis. And so my position is, I don't necessarily disagree that it's relevant, but it should come through Michael Proctor. And if the defense wants the value, they should call Michael Proctor.
Okay. Mr. Yannetti, do you want to respond?
Somebody made a sound or something
I won't belabor the points.
that he did not like.
I would state the following very as succinctly as I can, which is, yes, it goes to bias, but it also goes to the adequacy of the evaluation. The two concepts are intertwined. If you're biased or exhibit bias, the defense should be able to argue that the investigation was not adequate. I would note Mr. Brennan is not sitting at defense counsel table in this case. We appreciate the offer to help us with strategy about which witness we should call, but that's solely the province of the defense to determine which witness we want to use to authenticate and admit text messages. That's our choice. And we should not be deprived of that choice because Mr. Brennan thinks there's a better witness that should have introduced the text messages. There is no rule. There's no best witness rule in this case. I believe my co-counsel has already made that argument in another circumstance. His arguments, Mr. Brennan's arguments, go to the weight, not the admissibility. He is fully entitled to cross-examine this witness about all of the points that he raises. And in conclusion, Your Honor, he complains that we have not called Michael Proctor. I think that's the whole impetus for this objection, so that we will call a witness that they do not have confidence in to call themselves. It's unheard of in a murder case that you don't call the lead investigator, but that's what's happened in this case. We should not be forced to call Michael Proctor so that Mr. Brennan can then cross-examine him and lead him through basically his entire closing argument. He is entitled to call Mr. Proctor in rebuttal. He has every right to call Mr. Proctor again. I would rest on that. Thank you.
Okay. And just the very last thing, there's Commonwealth's motion for reciprocal discovery. Is there any objection to that?
Yes, it's not in compliance with Rule 14.
Okay.
We don't have any written communications with Ms. Deborah, and they've asked for all oral communications to be reduced to writing and to be turned over. That's not going to be.
All right. So you're saying two different things. So you don't, this information doesn't exist because she has not had communications with you, right?
Written communications do not exist. I'm not saying two. Written communications do not exist. They also ask secondarily for all oral communications to be reduced to writing. We would have no obligation to do that. We have no intention.
All right, so I'll get a decision out on that before 4:30, and I'm going to do a little more research on the text messages. Want to be heard, Mr.
I
Brennan?
thought you were standing up, Your Honor. No.
Oh, no, okay. All right, I'll see everybody Monday morning.
Thank you.
Got something on your nose, Brennan. Got something on your nose. Okay, well. All right, that's all very interesting. Very interesting stuff. So they want to bring in Proctor's friend to read these horrible text messages. I don't really understand why they're arguing about this friend doing this and authenticating it when Buchanan did the others. I don't understand how this is different because when Buchanan was reading those were attributed to Michael Proctor. So I don't understand how these are two completely different things, right? Because Buchanan, all he did in that text chain, if I remember right, was react with a thumbs up. And Proctor's friend here sorry, my stupid green screen. His friend only said one thing. So I'm very confused about that. Maybe one of you guys in chat knows. What's Haley got to say here? Haley says Proctor was leading the investigation and he was messaging others with his spies who were involved in this. This will set the foundation in terms of how this whole thing was carried out. Now, earlier, I forget who it was. It was one of you guys that said it. It was Scoreplant said they want to work up to Proctor. Well, it sounds like they didn't really want to call Proctor, which I don't understand. I mean, I do understand that the prosecution can lead him on, but I assure you, we watched Proctor from trial 1, and I don't think there's anything you can lead him to. He's a disaster, just an absolute disaster. Oh, Eloise must be. So I think that, I don't know. She told the friend, I missed his name. I don't remember what his name is. Thank you. Look at that, Angie, just reading my mind here. Sorry, it's a little noisy when he gets from work. Jonathan Demandas is his friend. Thank you, Angie. I forget where I was going with that. Oh, she told him to come back Monday morning with his lawyer. So I think that's interesting. I don't know why she would do that if she was running against it, but I understand Yannetti not wanting to call Michael Proctor because of what the prosecution could do, but it's going to look so bad. I mean, it's going to look so bad to the jury. The defense called him and not the prosecution. As Yannetti just said, and I've said a million times, this never happens in a murder trial. The lead investigator is always called by the prosecution, always relied on. If that doesn't tell you what a shit investigation this is, a shit inappropriate investigation this is, that should tell you everything you need to know about how bad all this is. Because it's not just about his text messages and him making him a dirtbag. It's a whole bunch of things that he did that are astounding for a lead investigator to do. So Sam says, honestly, if the friend doesn't remember, that doesn't really matter. Exactly. It doesn't matter. The fact is that he was responsive to the text. Yeah. I mean, God, can you imagine how many texts are in our little chat thread that we have? I mean, there's plenty of things that could have been talked about. And you're like, yeah, I don't remember that exactly, but oh boy, the text message gang were in Proctor's circle of trust. Yes, they were. Chunka, I just want them to call Proctor for more chat ridicule. Yes. Now, you guys kept bringing up him pleading the fifth. That's for crimes. Would it be a crime for him to send these texts in the middle of an investigation, or is that just like a disciplinary thing? Because those are very different. You're only not compelled to say something that could legally get you in trouble, if that makes any sense. At least that's my interpretation of it, but I don't really know. I know that there was a federal investigation, so some of you in chat might just be more familiar of is that something? Also, yes, I know everybody. Yes, you can have a lawyer come with you to court, and it's probably a good idea, but it is very weird. It is very weird that almost every single witness has a lawyer. It's kind of weird. Nikki says, I still don't understand why the defense wouldn't call Proctor if he can't plead the fifth. I mean, I don't either. Again, he's saying because he doesn't want the prosecution to lead him in his story, but I don't. Good luck. Good luck cleaning up that mess. You thought Burgess was a shit show? Holy crap. This guy, not great. Not great at all. Right? I'm sure his memory wouldn't need much jarring. No. And yeah, 38,700 texts in the group is a lot. But I'm pretty sure our one chat thread, we do that in a month. Probably on a busy month. Right. Pleading the fifth. There's elbow feet. Pleading the fifth is to avoid self-incrimination, but I think it has to be a legal one, right? Yeah, his misconduct is ridiculous. Savage says, I would not call Proctor and then use that in closing. Why didn't the CW call the lead investigator? That's a really good game plan. My only thing with that is I don't know if the jurors even know how weird that is. I don't know. It might be better to call him and be like, oh yeah, you know what? We called that guy because remember how we called that lead investigator that the prosecutor didn't want to call? Well, we went ahead and did it because they were trying to hide shit from you. Could go either way. It's a good answer. It's a win all around for the defense, but those text messages are horrible and should be included. I agree. Shanka says, I'm in a Facebook Messenger group with only 3 other people, and I rarely ever say anything, but I still see everything. Oh, yeah. I love that. Hallie says, hear me out. Call Proctor. Oh, man. Oh, you also want to see Zoe? Well, she's off in the kitchen at this point. Yes, he is loving our puppies in the background. He is so excited when he gets home. He has to pay attention to both of them equally. So it's a whole routine that they expect. They finally wake up from their naps. Anyway. Well, you guys, what a day. What a day. We got a glimpse into what we can expect with Brennan and his cross of witnesses, which, oh boy, I don't think he did his side any help at all in the slightest. I think that was a disaster. The defense had on DeSogra, who basically was like, yeah, if there was any information after the event on John's phone, including steps, lock, or the pocket thing, then there's no chance. Like, it's 30 for 30 here that this is exactly what happened. And that's not great. Yes, Nikki, thank you for being here today. Thank you, everyone. Oh, thank you. My son brought me some mozzarella sticks, which is very nice of him.
Did you just get shot?
All right, you guys. So I got to go record Diddy After Dark yesterday and today's. And then if you still want to hang out with us because you miss us, we're going to have some fun over in our Discord server tonight. We're going to play some Cards Against Humanity with everyone. So you're welcome to join in on that. You don't have to play if you don't want to. You can just hang out, whatever you want to do. We'll be doing that at 8 o'clock Eastern or whatever time it says for you on Discord, because that goes by your time zone. So yes, thank you. Thank you all for today. And I look forward to next week. I don't know about you guys, but this is going to be good every day, I think. Every day. All by PG. Well, everyone else, thank you so much for being with us today. Always a pleasure. You guys, we have the best day together. And I love how we entertain one another. But you all have a great weekend. Oh, yep. Thank you, Dave. You too. You guys rock. All right. All right. I'll see you guys all on Monday, unless we hang out in Discord over this weekend. Until then, everyone, go forth and be amazing. Thank you guys very much. And you have a great weekend. Bye.